Good morning, everyone. Welcome to those in the audience and public and city council members alike to the legislative budget hearings for fiscal year 24-25. I was just thinking, I think this is the fifth budget hearing for, at least the fifth hearing for all council members except Councilwoman Helsley. So we'll leave all the good questions to her. We do have a couple council members who won't make it. Councilmember Roberto is ill and Councilwoman Fugit is traveling for work. But the rest of us will hold the fort down. Thank you everybody for being here. We will allow each department some time to come up, and we've changed this a little bit over the years to allow for more time for questioning by council members as opposed to presentations from staff. We are all very intimately aware of the priorities of the departments, having held workshops and seeing each other at least every other week. So we're very aware of the priorities and grateful for city employees and what they do on a daily basis to protect and serve their customers, which are our constituents. So thank you for all that you do for our city. To get us started, we'll allow Mayor Kincannon to come on up. Give us an overview of the budget and get us started.
Good morning. It's a little strange to be on this side of the podium, but I'm happy to be here and happy to see you all this morning. I was reflecting on a similar thing, Vice Mayor Smith, that this is my fifth year presenting a budget to council and working with council to put a budget together, and it feels good not to be in a crisis. You know, 2020 was the beginning of the pandemic. 2021, we were experiencing a very tragic surge in violence in our community. 2022, we'd done the compensation study, and my proposal included a tax increase, which, you know, can be stressful. And then, you know, last year, you know, was a more less of a crisis situation, but this year, you know, I called the budget commitments to completion, and I'm really grateful to have walked alongside you all for the last 4 years and Ms. Helsley for the last 5 months, but I know you've been very involved in these issues as a community leader and member of the Civil Service Mayor Board and labor leader for many years. So even though you're the newest member of council, you're certainly not new to these issues. So just want to thank you all for your partnership. This is my budget proposal to you, but you all have been part of the discussions along with, you know, business leaders and residents, and I rely on you all to shape our priorities and have those reflected in the budget, not just during the final weeks of budget season, but throughout the year. So thank you very much for your partnership. Also want to just welcome everyone who may be watching on Knoxville Community Media. And, you know, for everybody's willingness to take a full day out of your normal schedule to ask questions and dig in deep to this budget. So Savannah, where are you? Thank you for your attention and collaboration. I know you're, you know, going to have a portion after me to talk a little bit about the budget. So appreciate your attention and partnership as well. So the big thing is that there's no surprises in this budget. You'll find similar themes that we've been working on the last, you know, 4+ years, including very similar numbers and things that we discussed at the budget update in February. So I want to thank Chief Financial Officer Boyce Evans and Deputy CFO Kitron Smith and your staff for working on this especially hard the last few months, but I know the work of putting together our budget and managing our finances never ends. So thank you for that. Boyce and Kitron and my Chief of Staff, David Brace, will be here all day to be prepared to answer any questions beyond what the department heads are available to answer as well. And of course, if there are any questions that you guys have that we can't answer today, we'll get back to you as soon as we can early next week, so you guys have all the information you need to make a well-informed decision. Again, appreciate everybody's active participation and dialogue. It's an ongoing process with all branches of government and with community partners who also rely on city support. So we appreciate that. And my department heads, I'm very, very proud of their efforts and their expertise as they put together their budget requests. This reflects their professional views on what their departments need and to keep the essential services of our city going and pursue the priorities and needs of the people of Knoxville. Real high-level overview. I don't want to get too deep into it because I know you're about to hear a more detailed overview from Savannah and from Boyce, but just a reminder, this budget does not contain a tax increase, and in fact, our tax rate is the lowest it's been in 50 years, since 1974. So I'm really proud of that. It's fiscally responsible. We have really high bond ratings because this council, while we pursue the needs and priorities of the city, we also do it in a fiscally responsible way. So our debt is low, our revenues are keeping up as well as we can with our priorities, and this is a very balanced, responsible budget. And it prioritizes, you'll see the two biggest things reflect exactly what the people of Knoxville have said over and over again, what are their priorities: public safety and housing. Public safety and housing are big parts of this budget, along with jobs, creating and maintaining great public spaces, focusing on sustainability, and creating and preserving a solid foundation for future mayors and future councils. So that's a little bit about the overall themes of this. I'm really proud of my team at the city. Kevin DuBose and his team have put together, with council's input and review and support, the Attainable Housing Strategic Plan. And as you know, this budget includes a lot more investment in affordable, attainable housing. I'm really thankful for the federal support we've gotten on transforming Western. So the federal government and private sector complements the city's millions of dollars to over a $200 million investment to transform Western Heights and Beaumont communities. As you know, we received a $42.6 million Reconnecting Communities grant that will also transform our city and grow housing for families and remove barriers. We are also working on continuing, moving towards completion on the multi-use stadium that this council has been part of. Our Vision Zero initiative has many elements in this budget. And I'm really proud of Casey Kraus and our partnership with Trees Knoxville and Urban Forestry to improve the tree canopy in our city as well. So again, I want to just thank council for all your work and attention to this. We're gonna have a good day. My department heads are ready to share any information you all need to answer questions. And I do want to just thank you all again for your good fiscal stewardship and your shared priorities to pursue what's best for the people of Knoxville. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, next on the agenda is a summary from our internal auditor, Ms. Kirk. Ms. Kirk, would you give us an overview of the budget and what we're going to work through today?
Sure. So I'm going to tell you how to use your binder. Anything specific to departments or the budget should be written out in your binder, so I won't repeat any of that. The tabs will tell you which department to go to. I believe you should actually have a tab that says tax history. As the mayor just mentioned, this will show you what the tax rate has been for the last 30 years. You can, after that, there is a fund balance history tab, and that also goes over the bond ratings for the last 20 years. I think I'm thinking that 1990 was closer than it was. It's longer than 20 years. And then after that, you'll have, every year we discuss the fund policies. So there's the internal policy by finance, of course, the stabilization account, and then the general fund reserve. Those will be listed there as well. And then the resolutions where those were approved, if you need to refresh your memory with those. Then once you get past that, there's going to be a pilot summary. Council asks for this every once in a while. I think you have gotten one already this year, and the administration was helpful enough to prepare that, so that's included for you to review. And then you'll get to the departments. Now, once you get to the departments, there's going to be several funds with each one, so if you'll just go ahead and flip to the police department, we'll look at it together. And I'm sure Boyce will go over this later, but as you all know, we have the general fund, and then we have like all the other funds, which handles transfers and things like that. I have included all of those transfers on each page, so as far as the general fund is concerned, it's going to be the ones that start with 100. Everything below that may or may not be double counting. So maybe a transfer from the general fund to a different account to be used for a specific purpose. It's not all additional funding. And again, I'm sure Boyce will go into that later. I've also tried to include any capital projects that were approved for each department. I did some very light analysis comparing previous budgets, and then there will be any budget amendments that affected the department as well. If any of those do not appear on a department's page, it's because they didn't have any. And then after that, you will see the requests, their operating personnel and capital requests that they had to the mayor, what was funded, and if it was at an amount not requested, the amount that it was requested at. That's it.
Thank you. Any questions from council for Ms. Kirk? All right. Well, let's move along. Mr. Evans, the city's chief financial officer, this is, I guess, equivalent to the Super Bowl day for you. We know the amount of work that goes into putting this together, so it's game day. Hope you're ready. But in all seriousness, thank you for you and Kitron and everybody in the finance department. This is not easy work, but you all do good work and make the numbers work. And I think you are awarded for your good work every year by industry standards. So thank you for that out of the gate. But Mr. Evans, I'll turn it over to you for just any remarks you want to make before council has questions.
Yes, sir. Boyce Evans, CFO. I've got here with me the Deputy CFO, Kitron, my right hand in all things money. And I've got Penny Owens, our purchasing agent, in the back, and I've also got Donna Dyer, the chief of our revenue division, back there. What I'm going to do is take a few minutes and give you kind of a little bit lower than what the mayor did, but still a high-level view of the proposed budget that you have in front of you. And once we're done with that, then I'll open up to any questions that you may have. And if you don't think of them right then, you can think of them throughout the day. Kitchener and I will be here, Dave Brace will be here, and others. But major themes: one, it's a balanced budget, as is required by state law, and it reflects increasing expenditures, and it's got realistic revenue projections. On the expenditures front, let's cover the tougher piece first. The costs are up for both compensation, operations, and capital, and that's primarily due to inflation as well as rising personnel costs, a part of that inflation, not just here, but nationwide. Inflation has continued, albeit at a slower rate, so that infrastructure projects, goods, services, personnel costs are higher than they used to be. We're anticipating a 2.7% inflation mark for this FY that we're talking about, and that's less than the hyperinflation that was going on, but still, everything's costing more than it did 2 and 3 years ago. Personnel services, salary is, of course, the largest piece of the budget because we are a service organization. And if you look across all funds, I think it's 175.9 million, let's say 176 million, to fund personnel, benefits, everything included. And the largest piece of that, frankly, is the most important piece of what we do, which is public safety. $93.5 million goes to the pay and benefits for the police force as well as our fire department. Now, this budget, as you know, does propose a targeted increase for sworn police positions from recruit through police officer level 4 for retention and recruitment purposes. And the total of that comes to right around $3.9 million, a little bit over when you include salaries and the benefits. Now, this increase was driven by the market, or is driven by the market, because recruit through PO4 are below market right now compared to other law enforcement agencies across the state and throughout this region. And this raise will bring just one of those. It'll bring the starting pay for police officers to $56,000 per person. It also raises firefighter incentive pay. The total amount for that is right at $350,000 for FY25 because it raises our advanced EMTs by $1,500 each for a total of $3,750 per year if you're an advanced EMT. And it raises the pay for the paramedics by $2,750 so that you make $8,000 a year if you're a paramedic. And we've got between 40 to 45 paramedics at present and about 150 advanced EMTs. So again, that comes to right at around $350,000. This budget, of course, also covers the 2.5% pay raise across the board, as well as the additional 1.7% increase for the steps for KPD and fire. Take a minute and talk revenues. Sales growth, as I mentioned at the budget retreat, you may remember, it's rising, but it's rising at a lower rate. For instance, local option sales tax growth between FY21 to 23 grew a total of 29.2%. That was unheard of. It's still growing, but we're thinking it's going to grow right around 3.8% throughout the entirety of FY25. That's good, but it's not what we were seeing. So a little flatter growth, but growth nevertheless. And if you take state shared sales tax and local option sales tax, I believe the growth rate we've got is 4.1% for FY25. But that's important because that was going up so much, and now it's flattening a little bit, going back to pre-pandemic levels, actually a little bit above those. But it's growing, it's just growing at less of a rate. And we're projecting state shared sales tax, you might as well just say flat. It's a little bit above flat, but not much. Property taxes, as the mayor just said, remain the same at 2.1556 per $100 of assessed value. We're still benefiting from the property tax increase that we put in place a few years ago. That nets to about $32.4 million a year, not including real growth. Property tax real growth, we're projected for FY25 to be about 1.2%. Frankly, it's probably a little conservative, but we want to see 1.2%. And the key on that is every percentage point equates to a little over $1.5 million. So that's important. And you get it not only in FY25, then you get it the next year in FY26, and it compounds a little bit. So that's crucial. Budget at a glance, the big ticket items, total proposed budget is $604.6 million. The net budget, which gets rid of the interfund transfers and charges, which are effectively double counted in the total budget. The net budget comes to $461.6 million, and the general fund budget is $338 million. Capital budget, $43.3 million, and our community agency grants are a little over 1.8 million. Point out a couple of things there. Arts and cultural type initiatives and entities, 448.5K will be going for that out of the community agency grants. Community and social services, 541K, 523K for capital. And we've got a new fund here this year. That's that opioid remediation fund. That's $310,000 that we're appropriating for a lot of these community agency grant entities. Affordable housing, something that everybody and the mayor just mentioned is one of the top priorities. We've got 8 million going to that, actually over 8 million this year, which is an increase from last year. And that's broken down 4.2 million. We're continuing on with our commitment to transforming Western. 2.5 million for the Affordable Rental Development Fund, 1.1 million for permanent supportive housing, and we've also taken 950K from various ARPA projects, kind of smaller ones, grouped them together. We were having trouble spending the dollars, and we've set that aside, and we're going to be providing it, appropriating it to Housing and Neighborhood Development so they can use it for property acquisition for affordable housing initiatives. Spaces, what we used to call manpower. Anyway, full-time spaces are up 11 from last year's allotted budget. That's the net, goes from 1,600 to 1,611. That includes some of the positions that we approved in the budget amendment this last winter. You may remember plans, review, and inspection and engineering. But it's got 6 new positions proposed for FY25. I say brand new, but I'll disclaimer there in a minute. 5 of those are for police. But out of those 5 for police, 4 of them are employees that are already on the rolls, but they're being paid with grant dollars. 2 victim services advocates being paid with grant dollars, and 2 digital forensic technicians dealing with internet crimes against children. They're being paid with grant dollars, but those grant dollars are running out, while the requirements for the work that they do still remains in effect. So we're just transferring them from grant to local funding from the city to keep them on the roll. So that's 4 of them. Also, police has a compliance specialist that will be coming on, and Chief Noel can take you more about this as he talks, but to make sure that the police department is adhering to the rules, regulations, laws, code of ethics that they're supposed to adhere to. And then that's 5 of the 6. And then we have 1 deputy director position for the human resource department that we are proposing, and I definitely get that because that's where I lean all the time, is the deputy here for me. Our part-time positions are flat. They were 29 last year. Now they're 29 again. I want to talk a second about the debt section of the budget. We're not planning to issue any new debt in FY25. The principal that we owe at the end, here in less 6 weeks, June 30th of this year, is going to be $150.7 million. We're going to pay $11.6 million of that during FY25, and that'll drop down the principal that we owe by this time next year to right at $139.2 million, which is good. That's broken down into GO bonds, $80.2 million, and then the convention center right around $60 million. And I did some checking on that before I came in here this morning with PFM, our financial advisor, and we looked in the Moody's database and so forth. And the bottom line is our outstanding debt, as well as our annual debt payments, are well below what the preponderance of cities nationwide have with populations between 100,000 and 500,000. So we're in good shape on our debt, and it's getting paid down. This budget does use, as you saw, $15 million in unassigned fund balance. and it'll take us from our current unassigned fund balance of roughly 45.2 million down to 30.2 million. That's, yeah, do I have a little concern about that? Yeah, sure I do. I mean, I'm the finance director, I'm supposed to. But the good news is it's still higher than our 4-year past average of 28.5 million. So it's still $1.5 million, well, actually, $1.7 million above that. So we're in good shape. No cause for alarm there. I wouldn't want to do it every year, but we're in good shape. And the reason for that, again, is slowing sales tax growth and rising costs due to inflation. I guess I'll conclude by saying I think the budget is, I think it's a good budget. It shows reasonable costs. We're accounting for those, and reasonable expectations of our revenue. But we've got good fund balance and reserves. Let me just hit that a minute. Remember, assuming you all pass this, we'll still have 30.2 million in unassigned fund balance. Our stabilization count, remember that one? That's 20% of the general fund. We'll have 67.6 million in it for FY25. Our 5% in assigned from the general fund will be 16.9 million. And of course, we put that 1% required from the charter in there. That's 3.4. So if you look at the whole thing, we've still got 118.1 million that's fairly fungible if we were got in a bad way or something, which we're not going to, but that's makes me feel good. Anyway, but it's a good budget. We're still financially sound. We're going to remain financially sound. I can say that without reservation. And it's a balanced budget that focuses on the city's core purposes of public safety and housing. So with that, I'll turn it over to any questions that you all might have from an overall view. Again, each department will talk to their piece.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. We'll pause now for some questions from council members. Councilman Parker.
Thank you. One of the concerns that I've raised are the increased personnel cost in this budget and what our projections are long-term to be able to cover those costs. And also, there was mention at our Tuesday evening meeting of another compensation study coming in a couple of years. So I just wanted to ask if that was something that the administration was planning for, and what are the financial projections that are going to allow us to support these salary increases proposed in this budget and then potential future increases in a couple of years?
Yeah, in terms of increases, frankly, ma'am, I had the same concern you did. If you'll remember when we did the compensation study by, I forget what the name of that outfit was, but we did it several years back. And we did a 6% across the board increase. And some people got more than others and so forth, but it was a chunk of change. And I said at that time, looking at it, myself and the CFO at the time, Ms. Janot, it would probably get through FY 27, 28. Well, that was before all the crazy growth started happening in local option sales tax and state shared sales tax, and frankly, our interest earning and some miscellaneous sources of revenue. I mean, we went through the roof in some of those areas. And for instance, I'm just looking here, I think, just in one of those years, our local option sales tax was 11.6 million above budget. Sales tax was 2.7 million above budget. Interest earnings about 2.9 million above budget. and some miscellaneous sources of revenue, 3.6 million above budget. So what I'm saying is, we weren't having to pull off that property tax increase to the extent that we thought we might, because these other things were coming in. So if you want to look at it strictly from a budget standpoint, kind of able to bank the property tax. And that's why our unassigned fund balance and other sources of fund balance grew during the past couple years, despite the increase in personnel costs. Right now, what I did the other day was I did a calculation where I looked at, I isolated it more to the things that are driving all this. I isolated it to our personnel costs, growth in the general fund. I focused on the general fund because that's the biggest one. Our local option sales tax growth and projected growth, property tax growth to include from real growth, construction. And based on this, bottom line is, I believe we're good through at least FY30. I am confident in that, and probably beyond. So now that's barring some unforeseen circumstances. So we're in fine shape. We're in fine shape.
And so what you mean by that is the current pay in our budget, we would be able to cover through 2030. Are you also taking into consideration future pay increases?
I'm taking into account the personnel growth rate of the 2.5% across the board and the 1.7% for steps increases, as well as this additional, yes ma'am, this additional little over 3.9 million for police right now and the incentive pay for fire. I am not taking into account, as of yet, unknown to me, if we look at pay again and do another increase, I'm not taking into account that. I don't, because I don't know what it is, what it might be, anything.
And I appreciate that. That is one of my concerns, because if we look at, that 11 million excess local option sales tax, it does make sense to me to start budgeting a little bit differently. But now that we've gone down to what seemed to be referred to as a flattening out of that increase, now it's more of a 3.5% increase that we're seeing. That quite sharp drop in the level of increase that we've been seeing in that revenue stream, it worries me that so much of that growth is now being accounted for, and this is, a number that we anticipate continuing to change, and relying on that for the salary increases, and not, while at the same time pulling 15 million from the general fund. That's the big part that I'm struggling with, is if we're having to pull 15 million out of the general fund to balance this budget.
That's not for personnel, though, at all. That's for capital only, ma'am.
Okay.
That only can go into capital.
That's helpful,
So
that's
that's to
good.
finish a lot of the existing projects that we have going on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
So, no, again, when I go back to looking at the growth of our major muscle moves in terms of revenue and the expenditure of our biggest expenditure is always personnel services, because we're a service organization. I think we're out, FY30 and beyond in terms of, where expenditure line might intersect with revenue line. I'm confident in that,
Okay.
barring some unforeseen something.
Yep, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a couple questions in
Sir.
lieu of somebody else. I would replay some about kind of the macro level environment that you just said to us, just to make sure I understand it right, we had a good conversation yesterday about this. Is it generally right to say that the pandemic brought an increase in revenues for a while, as well as an increase in inflationary expenses? And it seems like the revenues, both from federal sources and others, are ending quicker than the inflationary expenses that seem to be associated with our capital costs. So in other words, they both brought, the post-pandemic kind of financial outlook for municipalities brought both an increase short-term in revenues, but it seems like a longer-term increase in expenses related to capital. Is that a fair assessment?
Because the expenditures, once inflation happens, it rarely goes back. You know, what you're buying right now for a vehicle or something.
Right.
Chances are that's not going to go back unless you hit it on a Memorial Day sale or something. Maybe it'll drop a little bit. But those are here to stay. So we're looking at like big infrastructure projects and big expenditures that may have cost us quite a few million less, 3 or 4 years ago than what they're costing us right now. I will say, though, that, the state was projecting like 1%, 2%, something like that on sales tax. We're thinking it'll probably be 4.1% if you combined local option and state shared for this area, because we're kind of the regional hub for all types of things. So our sales tax is going to fare better than those areas, and it's still growing. You apply 4.1% to the amount of money we get in sales tax, and it's a big deal. So, long way of saying you're accurate in that the sales, or not just sales tax, but revenue is slowing a bit, and that higher expenditures are in place, and we're not going back, and we have to keep an eye on that.
Right, and there's so I think you mentioned earlier that compensation projections and our ability to manage that, you mentioned FY30, feeling good about that. That's a good bit off in the distance. But the capital costs are what's driving the use of the 15 million unassigned fund balance, correct?
Yeah, they are in this instance. I went back and looked at that, and I thought, well, why is that? I make myself a lot of notes that never come to light, because it's just what I do. Anyway, but in our capital, we are at, where is it? Hang on 1 second. I just wrote it down. Yeah. For perspective, we're proposing $43.3 million in capital for FY25 in the budget you got with you, whereas like our 7-year capital expenditures without bond and grant proceeds, which we don't have any now, so you got to take those out, was $31.3 million. So our capital that we're appropriating is $12 million over the 7-year average, okay? So there's your unassigned fund balance. There's the rationale. But a lot of this is to complete projects that we are already into or committed to and so forth, and that's the reason for that.
So we can handle our current trajectory of compensation-related
Yes, sir.
budgeting costs,
That
but
is
the
correct.
capital expenditures that have been initiated over the past few years are accumulating with inflationary costs at this moment, and that's what's driving the need for the use of unassigned fund balances, of which we haven't tapped into since, when was the last time we used unassigned
Probably
fund?
about 3 years ago.
3 years
if
ago.
If I had to.
When the revenues from the post-pandemic kind of aspect that I mentioned earlier were still kind of flowing, whereas theirs are tightening up and our capital expenditures are really hitting a peak. So my question then is, the use of this $15 million of unassigned fund balance makes sense in this moment. We don't intend to use that amount or any.
I don't.
Okay. Well, don't go anywhere then, because
Yeah.
I think that's important for.
I'm not saying we might not end up having to use some,
Yeah.
but not a major
Yeah.
major pull
And
like
Deputy
that.
Brace, just before you kind of chime in here, just to kind of put a button on this one, our capital expenditures that have kind of culminated in combination with inflationary costs. And there's no memorial sale discount on concrete that I've
No.
seen. So
No, sir.
we can't sustain the capital expenditure trajectory we've been on for the past few years. And I don't think, it's my understanding that the administration intends to sustain the level of capital expenditures. Deputy Brace, would you chime in on that?
No, yeah, as we discussed yesterday, I think we've been really fortunate with this administration to start a good number of projects. And so there's a reason that the path to completion, that's really our focus. Commitment to completion is we've got a lot started. We need to finish those projects. When I think about reimagining Western, reconnecting communities grants, some of the work in South Waterfront, our work up Broadway, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. So you're not going to see a lot of new starts. You're going to see us finishing what we've started. And fortunately, the money that flowed out of the Biden administration has allowed us to be so fortunate with this administration to have so many big projects start, but we've got to pay for those. And I think this drawdown out of the unassigned fund balance, you're not going to see that going forward. And Boyce and Kitchen have reminded us that we've got to finish what we started. And we got to honor the commitments we've made, not only to projects, but to people with police, fire, and public works. So.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. I've got a couple other questions, but I'll pause for other council members. Councilwoman Parker.
You mentioned our bond rating and our debt in comparison to other cities of similar sizes. What was the thinking behind not issuing new debt to handle these capital expenses rather than pulling down on our?
For one thing, debt right now, ma'am, it's a lot more to take it out than the existing debt that we have on our books. Interest rates are way up, and the Fed's trying to bring them down, but they're not down yet. So, taking on additional debt, the cost of borrowing money is just not a good thing to get into right now unless you absolutely had to do it. And we weren't in a shape, based on the amount of money we had, we weren't in a shape where we had to do it.
I appreciate that answer. That does continue to be an ongoing concern, I wish I had a better understanding of that 15 million. What I feel like I'm hearing from you all is those projects will wrap up with this budget commitment, and we will not need to make a similar commitment financially next year in our budget to complete these projects. And we won't have new projects proposed, which concerns me because we need housing. We need significant levels of housing funding in our capital budget each year, in my opinion, whether that's infrastructure around projects or actual funding for units. So are you telling me that the 15 million will wrap up what's not done? We won't need another 15 million or whatever in excess next year to address these projects, and the administration plans to propose a smaller capital budget moving forward?
So let me jump in here, and there were several pieces of that I want to answer. One, we don't anticipate doing another significant drawdown of unassigned fund balance. Again, we project growth to be slowed, just like the state has, just like Knox County has. So we anticipate wrapping up some of these projects and also being cautious about the inflationary impacts that are hitting everybody with construction. So that's the plan. You talked about housing. I think it's important to note that many of these, I'm going to call them legacy projects because they're significant for our community. Reimagining Western, reconnecting communities, the transformation and the work that we've committed to for both those projects, and also First Creek at Austin. Those have a lot to do with housing and investment. And so we are not, the drawdown of those dollars out of unassigned fund balance and the idea that we won't do that again is separate than our commitment to housing and meeting the needs of attainable housing. And I know Mr. DuBose is going to be here later. So our programs and our commitment to that, again, we have exceeded the $50 million commitment, $5 million a year, every single year. We have continued to support automatic pilots for LIHTC projects, affordable housing projects. There was one on council, rezoning for one of those last council meeting. Those will continue. Every dollar we invest in attainable housing, affordable housing, leverages $15 from the private sector. All of that is going to continue. I think you probably heard that United Way and the mayor have worked to collaborate on the first private investment from donors into affordable housing with about $2 million that'll be available to support gap financing programs and others. So all of that is going to continue with our housing efforts. And again, Mr. DuBose will be here later. I know that Ms. Justice and her work on, again, this is about housing across the spectrum, but that will all continue even if we don't have new starts on capital projects because we want to finish what we've committed to. Does that answer your question? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Ryder.
Yeah. Mr. Evans, I just have a simple question, more or less, but the inflation rate you quoted is 2.7. Where do you get that?
From the University of Tennessee,
Okay. The economics department?
that's correct. That's
Okay.
correct.
Gotcha.
That's for the state, and that's what it's supposed to be for this part of this FY and this upcoming FY. You know, could be a little bit more than that, and that's why the Fed's still trying to tamp it down. 2.7 was the best figure still looked at.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Mr. Evans, you mentioned the opioid abatement grant.
Right.
When does that, can you remind us the dollars and the timeline associated with that? You said 310 for this year.
310 right now, 310,000, and we're going to try and let that build up. I mean, frankly, the county's getting a heck of a lot more opioid remediation dollars than we are. But we're going to try to bank that. I forget, we get it's hard to keep up with. We get an insurgent of that, 80,000, 150,000 every, 6 to 8 months, and then they give you a timeline, but you're not sure. Kitron, go ahead and if you know something about it, speak to it. Kitron, I know, keeps up with it a little bit more.
I was just going to add that we've received almost 1.1 million thus far in opioid settlement dollars.
And do we have, what's the horizon we have to use those dollars by?
I don't know of any. Got to use
We can
them
get back
by
with you on that.
date.
We don't know.
All right.
I have not seen that. Charles Swanson and I talked to the people that where that was coming from, and I don't know that there is a date. But out of that 1-point-something million, remember we appropriated a certain amount of that to the fire department for various tools, and so $250K back in the winter with that budget amendment.
Okay.
Now we're doing $310K here, so we can kind of bank some of the rest for a little bit to try to do
Okay.
something
And last
really
question on
meaningful
that, do we
with it.
expect the 1.1 to be the total we get?
No, sir. This goes on for quite a few years.
Okay.
Yeah, and let me jump in too. Knox County and counties in Tennessee, especially of the municipality, the larger metro area, they've received the bulk of those opioid dollars. We've received a relatively small amount. It's an important amount. But Ms. Ball actually has been working with Ms. Holden from Knox County to communicate, obviously the needs we see as a city. So we've got a small piece of the pie. They've got the bulk of that, and they're a good partner. And so we've been communicating our needs as well. But we will also get you the date. We're jotting down questions that maybe we need to get back with you on. So I've got down the first one we've got is, what are the expenditure expectations for opioid money? We'll get it to Ms. Kirk so that she can convey to council.
Thank you. Just to keep us in the ballpark of on time, any other questions for Mr. Evans? I know you'll be with us most of the day, but any other questions for now? Okay, if not, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is Knoxville Police Department. Chief Noel, I see you in the back. If you could make your way to the podium.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning.
Vice Mayor, council staff. I'm joined at the table here by Assistant Chief David Powell. Also in the audience is Chief of Operations Brian Evans, Chief of Investigations Tony Willis, Chief of Office of Professional Standards Bruce Guyton. Some of our captains are here, and some of our police officers who work hard every day to keep our community safer in the audience, and we'll be happy to answer any questions that you have.
All right. Any council members have questions for the police department? If not, I'll kick us off. There is $3.9 million in this budget to boost recruitment efforts. You know, this council has been supportive of previous tax increase and other things to support the police department. I believe some of the compensation from the Matrix study is still kind of making its way in different rounds. Can you talk about your efforts to address staffing and compensation just generally? I think this is the bulk of this budget change, so please address that if you would.
Yes, sir. So we're certainly very appreciative of the mayor proposing this pay increase for our police officers. The number of police officers leaving the Knoxville Police Department before retirement age has increased dramatically over the past 8 years. Just to give you an example, in 2016, 19 police officers left before retirement age. In 2018, that number was 34. Last year in 2022, that number increased to 43. When you chart that out, since 2016, that number has steadily increased. The number of retirements has also gradually increased, but what we're seeing is we're approaching a retirement bubble. We're going to have a little more than 70 officers that will be eligible to retire before the end of the year. When you project that out into 2027, that number is approaching, I think, around 134, if my memory serves correctly. So that retirement bubble is looming. So what we're seeing is we're mirroring national trends where police officers are leaving for other agencies for better pay, for better working conditions, but they're also leaving to get out of the profession as well. But also, when I was hired in 1997, there was a massive hiring of law enforcement all across the country. And those officers are now becoming eligible to retire. And that's something where I really believe that this pay raise is going to help us overcome that. We need to start upstaffing our department now to not only make up the vacancies that we have. Right now, we're staffed at 350 police officers, including myself and Chief Powell. But before the end of the month, 4 more officers are going to be leaving, 1 for retirement, 2 to go to other agencies, and 1 that's getting out of law enforcement altogether. So this pay raise, I think, is going to be really important for us to help shore up our department to continue to grow and to be able to provide the level of services that the city of Knoxville expects.
Thank you. Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you. I've had conversations with officers and other city employees, and one of the concerns that I continue here is about our pension. And that's what I continue to hear, is about the pension, the pension, the pension. And so I wonder if there's been any study conducted since our compensation study that, looks at the pension programs in other cities, whether that's something that's attracting other officers. I'd also like to know, number of officers leaving the profession versus those leaving for another position in law enforcement, to have a better sense of what we might be missing when it comes to recruitment and retention. Have there been discussions outside of salary about other issues that might need to be addressed to address recruitment and retention?
So I can't speak to any specific studies that have been conducted since I've been here regarding to benefits, pension benefits, But I can say that pay is one of many issues nationally which is causing people to leave law enforcement and go to other professions. Also, this is there was a UT study or a survey that was done recently for the state of Tennessee, which talked about how hard it is to get workers here in Tennessee, and I'm sure that mirrors probably what's going on across the country. So I think what you're seeing in the profession generally is it's getting harder and harder to attract people to law enforcement because right now with the economy doing so well, there's a lot of options for people. Also, the number of workers who were in the age range that we were looking for, that number is starting to plateau. The last 200 years in this country, that number has been steadily going up. Now that's starting to plateau. Also, this is a challenging time to be in law enforcement. So it's really hard for us to be able to recruit. And I'm not talking about here in Knoxville. I'm talking about generally across the country to get people to want to join this profession.
Thank you.
That's why I think the pay is so important. We need to make this job here in Knoxville very, very attractive for people that want to come here, because it's really easy to go work at a surrounding agency where the workload is less, the call volume is less, maybe have a better schedule because the call for service volume is lower. It's really challenging to be a police officer here in Knoxville, and I believe that this pay proposal compensates our officers in a range that fits the work that they do for our community.
Councilwoman Parker, if I could jump in, because you asked about pension and then additional benefits. So when Ms. Stickler comes in today, there's actually a budget allocation or recommendation in the proposed budget to study other benefits. So there's base compensation and then there's other benefits. We've also had conversations with the pension team about how we do a better job of communicating the details of each pension. And so we know that there's base compensation and then there's other benefits. And so that includes the pension, but it also includes different incentive pays. It also includes our deferred compensation, which is a $10 match for the first $10. It's pretty weak. And so Ms. Stickler with our vendor and some consultants are going to look at that. Mayor Concannon asked that we look at that to make sure that we're competitive when it comes to what is essentially a 401k component in addition to the pension. How do we start to look at that being competitive? So when Ms. Stickler is here, that would be a good opportunity to ask about that.
And I could add one thing as well. There has been some confusion about the pension benefits. We've asked the pension board to help us explain those benefits to officers, and they're actually going to have a representative come in-house at KPD once a month to be available to meet with the officers to discuss their individual benefit package.
Councilwoman McKenzie.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Chief Noel, I wanted to ask you just for, I guess, a little clarification. I see a 2,000% increase in KPD seizure fund. Could you speak just a little bit about maybe, was that a typo? It's on page 53 of our binders. I'm not sure what it is. Yeah, I don't know what it is in that one. They're looking in the other
I'm sorry?
binder for it.
Oh, I got you.
Okay. Is that 53?
53.
In the binder, it's 53.
That was just a really big number, so I was just curious about that.
It looks like, make sure I've got the right fund number. Yeah, it looks like, so the budgeted amount for 23-24 was 150. So it was a $3,000 increase. So it makes that percentage number look
Okay.
much larger than it.
Okay. And then also wanted to ask, on the investigations unit, KDAF anti-fencing, that one went up to 153.1% increase. Was that adding a position? Just curious. And that was on page 53 too. It's at the, toward the bottom. It's 2401105-62.
I'm sorry, which fund are you referring to?
This one is Investigations Unit, KDAF Anti-Fencing. is that a position maybe, or Savannah, do you have some clarification?
So that was it was $11,940 increase from the previous proposed budget. It looks like a lot of that is in supplies, for computer maintenance.
Okay. And the
That's
way
probably
it's
going to be
worded.
software.
Okay, all right, that makes sense. And then I also noticed that there's a decrease in the violence interruption, a 2.8% decrease, but then I think that may have been shifted to community safety and empowerment.
In some of these columns, some of the money moves around from one column to the other, which causes,
Yeah, so one of the things that I think the finance department has been trying to do is, under KPD, there used to be this just cacophony of funds, and they're trying to kind of consolidate those a little bit, and so it may make some of those numbers look a little bit out of whack. I'm still trying to get a hang on those numbers, and when I do, I can give you an updated percentage.
If you could let Kitchen kind of explain that for a minute, I'd
No,
appreciate it.
Savannah's absolutely correct. We have condensed KBD down to 5 organs, and so in doing that, there have been some funding and dollars that have moved around, and so you'll see, as she's stating, what may appear to be a large difference. As an example, that first one, that was a $3,000 difference. In regards to the violence interruption, yes, that is now completely under community safety, under LaKenya Middlebrooks Department.
Okay, sounds good,
And
thank you.
if I recall, when we get to that department, you'll see an equal increase in that department.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Ryder.
Yeah, so I had a couple of different questions. Number one, when we talk about pension, I know those changes happened around 2013, is that correct? It's about 2013, the last pension change?
That sounds about right, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'd have to look to be exact, but I think so.
And that was a pretty industry standard change. I know the state of Tennessee, Pellissippi changed at the same time, because
Unless you wanted to go bankrupt,
Right.
a lot of people made changes there.
Right,
Yes, ma'am.
right, because we didn't want to be like some of the cities that went bankrupt.
Yeah.
I guess one of my questions, when we talk about our public safety services or even just city employment, if, rather than ask obviously we can ask HR to look at it, but MTAS or something could look at and compare how other police departments, even in the state of Tennessee, do that, because I think it's a pretty industry standard how our pension has shifted and changed to a hybrid.
Our pension is actually, frankly, better than a lot. It's more closely aligned with like the state's pension system than a lot of
Yeah.
them are.
It's
So, I mean,
incredible.
we have a good pension system, it's just, but is it as good as it was before, back in the days you're talking about, like
Well, it was gravy.
2012 beyond?
It was gravy.
With a defined benefit plan? No, it's not as good
It
as
was
that.
unsustainable.
Back then, but that was, yeah, that's correct, that was
Yeah.
not sustainable.
Well, I would also say that we've, when you compare the two, it depends a bit on the market. And so our pension right now has done really, the hybrid pension has done really, really well. And the pension system I know work with, I see Mr. McAfee in the back, has done some analysis based on where the market is. And so I think we'll just own this, the city administration, we need to do a better job of communicating. This is just a reality. There are people that are like, oh, I'm on the good pension and you're on the bad pension. And
I don't think there's such a thing.
yeah, I don't think that's reality, and we need
I
to
don't
work
think
with
so.
the pension office to do a better job of communicating those benefits. But that being said, American Cannon wants to be an employer of choice, and for us to be competitive in the workplace market, we have got to make sure that we have good benefits. And so, if there's a hybrid pension, do we do a better job of attracting folks through our deferred compensation, our 401k? I think we also need to address that some people aren't going to stay here 30 years. A lot of our older benefits are designed for, I roll in and I'm here 30 years. And a lot of our new employees are going to be here 4 to 10 years. So we need to right size is the wrong word. We need to have benefits that are marketable to the current force of employees that are going to be coming in and how long they may be here, so.
Okay.
And we will use MTAS. We use them for, just like I think the Recorder's Office, legislative branches use them, we'll use them as well when we dig in on this subject to see what other cities are doing.
Yeah. I think it's just a lot of perception issue with the shift. And it's a shift, I don't want to say a cultural shift. It's not just a shift for the city of Knoxville. It was a shift across the board because, as Mr. Evans, you stated, cities were going bankrupt, entities, companies, corporations were going bankrupt because we just can't do something that's unsustainable. It just doesn't work. Chief Noel, I want to touch for a second on, in our packet, it states that there are 533 proposed budgeted full-time positions with KPD. How many of those are sworn positions?
Sworn positions of 416, that's why authorized strength. As of today, our sworn count is 350,
Is 350, okay.
correct. We'll be losing 4 by the end of the month.
Okay, to retirement or other, or transfers?
We're losing
or-
1 to retirement, 1 that's getting out of law enforcement, and I believe 2 that are going to other agencies.
Do we know what the one getting out of law enforcement's going to?
I do.
Are we allowed to know?
I'd rather not speak about
Okay,
individual
okay,
personnel matters
okay.
publicly.
Okay, sure. Just curious what type of shifts people make in the job market.
I'll be happy to tell you offline.
Okay, so the 416th string, we've been at that, do you know what the date, how long we've been at 416?
No, ma'am.
It's been, anybody in the room know? It's been a long time.
I've been here,
A
I've been
long
here
time.
over 18 years, and it's been in effect
Okay.
as long as I remember.
It goes back to the Ash administration. So in spite of the population growth in the city of Knoxville, our authorized string has not changed. Because what's the point in changing that number? We haven't achieved that number in a while either, in terms of maxing out. I just think that's important for people to know when we talk about this, is that we're trying to get up to that 416 number, and we haven't budged that 416 number because we are constantly trying to get to that 416. And there are many other cities of similar size to ours, which with higher numbers. And I think that also plays into attracting people and the workload that we put on our officers, and I think fairly compensating them for what we're asking them to do is important.
So I'm going to just push back just a little bit. So I absolutely believe that we can get there.
Okay.
Right? So the last, from 2010 to 2020, we ran a academy class, well, in 2009 to 2020, we ran a class in 2009, 1 class in 2011, 1 class in 2014, then we did a class in 2017. We're running 3 academy classes now, a year now, and I'm committed to doing that until we get this department fully staffed. I think what you're gonna see happen is we're gonna dip down a little more. We have a retirement bubble looming, and I think that also, the paradigm in law enforcement is shifting a little bit. The days of us hiring a kid at 21 years old, like I did, and stay in this career 35, 40 years, I think that's going to be the exception, not the rule. I think we're going to have people come in and stay 5 to 10 years and transition out to other jobs. And I think in law enforcement, we need to really, adapt for that. So with us running 3 academies a year for the foreseeable future until we build back up, I think we're going to have the ability to get closer to being fully staffed once we overcome this retirement bubble. This pay proposal is going to help us get there. It's going to help us be more competitive. So we absolutely have to do it. But one of the challenges of being a Knoxville police officer is we're a growing city, right? Downtown has changed. I've only been here a couple of years, but you all have been here. Downtown has changed. People are coming into the city now for fun like they never did before. The city is growing, and we're providing police services for a city that's growing with a shrinking number of officers, which makes the demand on these officers more and more challenging. So, a city like Chattanooga has over 500 police officers, basically the same size as Knoxville. Knoxville's a little bigger. So we're going to have to grow. We're going to have to grow to 416, maybe even beyond at some point, right? We're going to have to grow this department. I'm committed to doing that.
Okay, I appreciate it, but part of the puzzle is increasing the pay, which is
Absolutely.
behind the ask in the budget.
Councilwoman Ryder, I want to point out one thing, because
Yeah.
I've been asked this by a couple of council members if we've had meetings. you know, we did our compensation study in 2021, 2022. After we did our study and we brought our pay up, a lot of other departments raised above us. We kind of set the bar and they went right above us. And so as KPD continued to struggle with recruitment and retention, especially in that kind of first 5 to 10 year window, our HR department reached out again to a consultant. When we looked at surrounding pay, we were out of about 16 or 17 departments, we were number 15 or 16, below Nashville, THP, Lexington, Memphis, Louisville, Murfreesboro, Knox County. I mean, so everybody went above us. So now we're not the top, we're now lower. And what Chief has said is, let's get back up to we're the top so we can, because it's a buyer's market right now. And so we've got to get that competitive with the market. That's why this investment is being recommended by the mayor and by the chief.
Yeah. Hey, Chief Noel, I want to tack on to what you just said. We've talked and keep touching on the fact of people coming into law enforcement and leaving, but there's also the opposite, right? You have folks that are coming in from other careers,
Of course, absolutely,
right?
yeah.
So it goes both directions.
Oh, absolutely, no doubt. The point I was trying to make is when I was growing up as a young kid in New Orleans, you're either going to be a policeman, a firefighter, or a priest, right? One of those three. That's changed, right? Those things have changed.
Are you reconsidering that you should have been a priest? No, I'm just kidding.
I would have been a terrible priest. But the days of someone coming on at 20 and us holding on to them to 55 years, we still get those, but I think, we're going to get more and more people that come into this profession in their early 20s, and then, they start having a family and kids in the mid-30s, and they're going to punch out and go do something else, which I think is good, too. I think it keeps our profession healthy, but what we need to be able to do is hire more people on the front end so we don't have this bubble that we have now. We need to keep our department in the low 400s. So if we do have a year where we have a lot of retirements, a lot of resignations, we're not trying to dig out of a hole. And the challenge that we have, that's why the pay is so important, we're trying to dig out of a hole when departments all across the country are aggressively trying to hire, and we're all competing for a small pool of applicants.
Yeah, Ms. Kirk, you had a comment?
I don't want to overspeak on this, but it is my understanding that the Civil Service Department is also doing quite a bit to help with recruitment. There's like a physical exam and then I think a written test. And there were certain requirements previously about how you had to be like in this building to take the test and things like that, that they've been updating and making a little bit easier for applicants to actually apply. So that may help as well.
Councilman Thomas.
Yes. Mr. Evans, you and I had a conversation. We went over some numbers about the shortage of police officers when the comprehensive compensation plan was passed, and the shortage of officers that are current. I don't have those numbers before me, but could you give us those numbers again? I think it also might be helpful for the public to hear the difference between, as I understand, we have a greater shortage now than we had even previously.
Yes, sir. Let's see. I've got a bunch of questions from members of council, and I've got the answers here. I just got to find them. Okay. Yeah, but before the compensation study was done, the one that was done the last time, a few years ago, we had 49 sworn officer vacancies, and now we have 66 sworn officer vacancies. There's many reasons for that, as Chief Noel had previously explained to me. But one of the biggest ones is that retirement bubble is not just looming, it's here now. All those termination requests for retirement and stuff have to cross my desk to approve before they're finalized, so I see them. So that's a lot of what's going on right now, just natural attrition because of what he was just talking about.
Right, yeah, I think the point is that even though we passed a previous compensation increase, that we've still lost ground. So we need to do something else to turn the tide to where we can increase the
That's
staff.
correct, and,
So, yeah.
and you all know, a lot of my life was spent working with soldiers, and policemen and policewomen, frankly, I think are a lot like soldiers. It's been my observation in many regards, and pensions are important and all that stuff, but the main thing young men and women are looking for at that age is cash on the barrelhead. And if you're lagging behind, they're not going to you, they're going elsewhere.
Right. And-
So,
Yeah, and the point is, we've lost ground, even with the,
Affirmative.
right, okay. And we need to do something to correct that, obviously. Okay, and I did have another question. Chief Noel, I see there's a request for 20 more police vehicles. And I think I had a conversation with Nick Bradshaw, and they were raising the possibility of some of those vehicles being electric vehicles. Have you had discussions with him about the possibility that the police vehicles could actually be electric?
We have one electric vehicle now. It's getting outfitted, I think, as we speak. We have it's a Mustang? A Mach, was it Mach 3 or Mach something, Ford. It's an electric vehicle. We're getting it outfitted right now, and looking forward to having that on patrolling in our central district, hopefully during the summertime. And we've certainly worked with Nick Bradshaw and Fleet, and looking at the possibility of adding additional electric vehicles as well.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Councilwoman McKenzie.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And so, a lot of good points, especially what you stated, Councilmember Thomas. I think that if we're going to have a real conversation about, the retirement bubble and these newer generations, not just in law enforcement or, fire department or other service industries, are not looking for a one-stop career like most of us did, where you were coming in and you were going to stay and you were committed to going up that ladder. They're coming someplace, they're learning some skills, and then they're actively looking for the next opportunity somewhere else. And I would gather to say, and no disrespect to those of you in uniform, because I have a lot of respect for you, but it takes a special type of person to get up every day and to say that I want to do this job and I'm willing to give my life to save yours, someone else's. And what we pay, not just here, but nationally, for that level of commitment is not adequate, and especially for younger people who take that into consideration when they consider, what type of career they're going to go into. And so I think that at some point, we're going to have to look at making some bold and aggressive moves, not just as it relates to law enforcement, but fire department, paramedics, EMTs, because these people absolutely, when they get dressed every morning, they don't know if they're going to go back home. And so it is quite a shame that a lot of us that sit around this table make a lot more than they do, and we don't have jobs that risk our lives every day. And so I do think that that's something that we're going to have to consider. But I also wanted to take just a brief moment to say that I think the cadet program is doing really well. I've spoken with a lot of young people about that as I've been going to different high schools here in the last 2 months, asking those especially who are not sure what they want to do. And your recruiter, I don't know if you have 1 or 2 people, have actively been responding to them, calling them, talking them through it. Unfortunately, it's just a lot of young people who do have that thought that, man, do I really want to do this, and have to be out there arresting people and saving people and those kind of things. But I do think that that's a great program, and that gives the young people insight if they are willing to make that commitment.
I appreciate that. I'm going to brag on my team for a second, Chief Powell and Brooke Bright. When I was hired on here almost 2 years ago, we had 3 cadets. 3. Now we have 27.
That's awesome.
27 young men and women. Now, they all will not make it to the academy,
Right.
but this is their opportunity to come in and kick the tires and try this out and see if this is something that they want to do. And if we land half of those cadets, I'm going to be tickled to death. And as we keep that going, that's going to be the backbone of how we rebuild this department and get us to that 416 and beyond.
Right, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you all.
Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you. We did receive our Title VI report, thank you very much, on May 1st, when it's due to council. And I'll bring up some of my concerns about that report later on. But what I wanted to ask is there's a section in the report that talks about city departments and their role in the Title VI reporting process. And it says that all departments collect, analyze, and report statistical data, prepare departmental self-surveys, and, work to ensure that programs are reaching eligible groups, assist in the selection of locations for compliance reviews, identify areas for additional outreach efforts. When it comes to KPD, is data being collected and analyzed in terms of looking at our commitment to non-discrimination when it comes to our programs, commitment to analyzing and reviewing how our work might be impacting various communities? Is there any sort of written report? Has the department gone further since we've had, some concerns raised internally in the past by KPD officers to continue addressing the climate, particularly how that impacts minority employees? I'd love an update from KPD on your work as it relates to either Title VI or internal anti-discrimination efforts.
So I can't speak to Title VI, but, I'm absolutely committed to improving the culture of our organization. One thing that I'm really proud of is how we've overhauled our hiring process. I believe that we've hired more black officers since I've been here than we've hired in the last 10 years. That not really saying a whole lot because we've not hired a lot in 10 years, but our hiring process was antiquated and it was very difficult for people of color to navigate through that process. We've overhauled it. We continue to onboard black officers, black cadets. Really, really proud of that progress, and I know that's going to continue to pay off. It's something that I'm absolutely committed to. As far as looking at the rest of the department, we stood up the Office of Professional Standards, and that's something that we're going to continue to build out. One of the new positions that I'm asking for in this budget is a police compliance specialist, which is a civilian auditor that's going to look at use of force. This is going to be the beginning of hopefully building out an entity, a professional standards section that larger police departments have that really take a deep dive into these matters. This is the first step of creating that. We engaged a consultant through the Law Enforcement Knowledge Lab, which provided us a consultant for free, no charge to the city, to help us build this section out. So I'm absolutely committed to it, and we're at the beginning stages of building something at KPD that did not exist before. But as long as I'm here, we can continue to build and grow.
And I appreciate that. One area, I see our use of technology growing. I was at the, what's it called? The Exxon shebang the other day where they bring out all their new toys. And I did get an understanding of the data storage system that they have. What I would like to see, though, and, this is what I'm pushing for, are policies around that. I asked them a lot of questions about their data storage services to try to have a better understanding of where the data is stored, what their policies are regarding data storage. But we also need our own internal policies, right? And when we've talked, as the real-time information center is built out, I've been told that these policies are under development. Where are we at with policies around use of various software and technology?
So first of all, to be clear, there's the Axon Roadshow that came through. Most of that technology that was unveiled there, KPD doesn't have. They were showing off a lot of stuff, so I don't know exactly what you looked at. The Real-Time Information Center, we're about to start an RFP process for the software to build that out. We're going to hire a person to run and manage that. As we get a vendor for software, as we get workers that are going to man or staff the Real-Time Information Center, that's when we're going to start crafting those policies. Policies will certainly be crafted before the center goes live, but it would be premature to craft policies before we even know what software vendor we're using. So that's the stage we're in right now. We're in the procurement phase, and then we're going to hire someone to run this, then we're going to start building that out.
Now, we do already have some technology in place. We have the red light cameras, we have, I'm sure, other cameras that
Absolutely.
KPD is accessing. So we're already, engaging in technology that we need to be sure we have policies around how we're
Sure.
managing that data, how we're, using it in investigations.
Sure.
So where are we at with policies on technology already in place?
Well, we have policies on our license plate readers. We have policies on red light cameras are a separate entity. But the main one, our flock cameras, we have policies around who could access that information, and the storage of that is in compliance with state and federal law.
Ms. Parker, too, just, I didn't mean to interrupt you. We have talked with, Vice Mayor had brought this up as a priority to have a workshop on. And so we were looking to schedule a workshop in the future. Again, the idea was when we have the Real-Time Crime Center and that new software to sit down and review every policy with council at a public workshop. So I just want to let you know we've had that conversation with Chief Noel as well.
Okay, and for the red light cameras, we were switching to a system where someone inside KPD was going to review that data. Is that right?
Right now, so I believe the way, and David, correct me if I'm wrong, the way the law is set up is that a police officer has to review the image to make sure a violation has occurred, then they confirm a violation has occurred. We're doing that now.
Right.
And we just, since we brought up the red light cameras, that actually is a procurement that will go out this fall
Right.
because that contract is close to its end of life. I believe we may have had to extend it, but there is an officer, my understanding is, and Chief Powell can jump in, that every violation has to be looked at and confirmed by a sworn officer before it actually goes out from a compliance standpoint. Just so you know, too, that as we go out to RFP, one of the reasons it's taking a little bit longer is between some community feedback and the allowance of statute at the state, we want to look at speed cameras in school zones, which is an issue. And then we also want to look at how do we use a technology for noise because of the modified mufflers and a lot of the issues with noise in vehicles. So that procurement would go out and allow us to potentially use technology to also address those other issues.
Okay, I do look forward to that workshop. I do, and leading up to it, if KPD could share with us any policies that you currently have in place regarding use of technology, I think that would be wonderful. Thank you.
And I will add, all of our policies that we have now are on our website. So we have a new
know.
website, everything is live now on our site. That's new as well.
Thank you.
I just have a few questions myself to round us off. I understand compensation is probably the primary driver for people leaving, but do we do official exit interviews for police officers and capture that type of information?
So I speak with every officer that leaves, and we also, they write a memo. Sometimes they put why they leave and sometimes they don't. But I attempt to speak to every single officer that leaves, and I speak to almost all of them.
Okay. We obviously are all aware of the difficulty in recruiting, and so there are not enough officers hired every year. So Mr. Evans, we've discussed vacancies and what happens to the remaining budget each year. Can you just, what happens to the dollars that were set aside in the budget for police officers that we're not able to recruit?
Yeah, so, yes, every year we do have, I'm always used to calling it higher lag because you budget for spaces, not faces. So you budget for your authorized spaces, whether it's KPD or elsewhere. And the first thing that happens with those dollars, if they're not spent, the first thing is they're used to cover any unspent category, any overages in the personnel area within the department. For instance, if your overtime budget was exceeded, then those higher lag dollars would take care of some of that. The other thing that happens is we then use those within that same department, the respective departments, oftentimes to cover overages that result in contract amendments that result in overages. Now, it's got to be a service contract. It can't be capital because you can't interchange those dollars with capital. But for instance, back a couple years ago, the solid waste contract, there was an increase there. Higher lag dollars went to assist in that throughout the rest of that FY till we could properly budget for it the next FY based on the new thing. Some of the mowing contract increases, inflation, just like everything else. And I remember back a couple years ago, CAT's fuel and oil were up, and we used some higher lag dollars to do that. So it goes to cover a lot of those amendments that come before council for service contracts, supplies, equipment, that type, well, not capital equipment. Then the final place that they're used is during our housekeeping period at the end of the FY, the closeout. Like if one department was overspent in operating and another department was underspent, sometimes we will have to transfer dollars over there. An example might be while the fire department does have some vacancies right now, they don't have anything like police. So if we close out this FY and the fire department was overspent, then we can conceivably take some of those dollars from higher lag in the police department and use them to balance out the fire department. That's part of the housekeeping
Okay,
thing.
so
But that's how that works.
thank you for that. I think it's helpful for the public to understand KPD, like every other department, unused dollars in that department go to balance out other expenses in that department, other expenses in other departments, and anything after that ends up in the fund balance.
Well, yeah, revenues,
Eventually, right,
obviously less
okay.
expenditures. You've either got
Okay.
an overage and it goes into fund balance, but yes,
Okay.
that's one way of looking at it.
Deputy Brace mentioned earlier the effort to address more vehicle noise. And I think that will be important. I think it's one of the most common comments I hear from neighborhoods. So I think that'll be welcome to the public. I had two more questions around, one was related to child help. I see our funding of that is increasing because it's taking the place of grant funding that was there. My question is, does the county contribute to child help for its services in a similar way?
I am 99% sure they are, but I will check with Mr.
Okay.
Caldwell. I'll text him here in just a second.
Thank you. Last question. You've made some changes that I'm aware of, and I think council members are probably aware of as well, to take some burden off of the existing officers as much as you can in certain duties and certain operational changes. Can you talk about, just for in a couple of minutes, what changes you've made operationally in the force to optimize what officers we do have and take some duties off of them that maybe they don't necessarily need to do?
Sure. I think the big piece was not responding to the non-injury traffic crashes. We were responding to almost 10,000 non-injury traffic crashes a year. So we were able to use that time to repurpose really into more problem-solving policing. So now each district has 3 community partnership officers, and, you know, you may have interacted with them, but, you know, their role is to really, you know, to dive deep into the community and find out what challenges that they have and work with an existing city government to try to solve those problems. We're really starting to take that to the next level now. We're working hand in hand with 311. So when, you know, we give information, you know, we're communicating with 311. So when some of those complaints come in, we're getting that information faster. We're also giving information to 311 as well to try to get some of these neighborhood challenges handled much quicker. Just, you know, last week, Captain Hunter held a West District Commander Forum. We hold these Commander Forums monthly, and, you know, somebody had, you know, some complaints about an RV that was illegally parked and a couple other things that, you know, may seem trivial, but to that community was a big problem. We're able to get that addressed through the police department and code enforcement, you know, within a week and get that problem solved. And that's something that allows us to, I think, provide better service to the city, but also repurpose some of that officer staffing. We're going to continue to look with our teleserve unit to see if there's some calls that we can handle over the phone. We don't have online reporting here in Knoxville. I would love to be able to take some of these low-level calls and have members of the community be able to go in online and enter those police reports to save an officer from coming out. So there's some things we're doing now, but there's also more efficiency measures that we could put in place in the future.
Thank you for that. Without any other further questions, we'll move on to Director Anders. Speaking of remote support for police and emergency services, Mr. Anders, would you? Oh, excuse me. Thank you. Yeah, excuse me, Chief Sharp. No insult intended. Mr. Anders, you were ready, though. I saw. Yeah, you were ready. Game ready. Good. Chief Sharp, welcome. To my colleagues, we have just a few, maybe this and 3 others before we'll take a break. Welcome. Are there any remarks you want to make before we get started?
Well, I would like to introduce my 2 senior staff with me. I think all of you know them, but just to make sure, Deputy Chief Gary Compton is our Deputy Chief of Operations. He oversees our firefighting division, our EMS division, which is all of the people that are out responding to the emergencies on a daily basis. He's actually been with the department almost 36 years and been deputy chief since 2014. Deputy Chief Rob Cheeseman is our Deputy Chief of Administration, and he's been with the department almost 26 years, and he's been the Deputy Chief of Administration since 2020. He oversees everything else, our logistics, our Fire Marshal's office, our training division, and all of those. So,
thank you. Welcome.
Other than that, thank you. Thank you for having me.
I'll open the forum to any council members who have questions for KFD. If not, I'll ask a couple to get started. Recruiting is a challenge for the fire department as well. I noticed an increase in cost for the Recruit Academy. Can you talk about why that's requested and the importance of that?
Yeah, I'll be glad to. I'm gonna talk for briefly, and then I'll pass off for some details to Chief Cheeseman since he's over that. In the past, it's very expensive to train recruits. We go through a roughly 30-week academy. 16 to 18 weeks of that is firefighting. If they don't have an EMT license, then they have to stick around and go through an EMT course, which is an additional 14 to 16 weeks. So it's very expensive to train them. In the past, we've been able to kind of rob Peter to pay Paul to get all the equipment that they need. We're just not able to do that anymore. And with the numbers that we're losing, we're probably going to have a recruit class every year from now on. We just had one this last year. We started with 31 recruits. We ended up graduating 28 in January. And then those who didn't have an EMT license had to stick around and finish that. And they're out most of them are out on companies starting now.
You mentioned a recruiting class every year, potentially. How often have you done them?
In the past, we generally would have one like every other year, but we're already in the process of starting one for this to start in October. So we foresee probably having to have a class every year from now on. And Chief Cheeseman has some specifics if you want to know more about what the costs are for the recruit class.
Sure.
Good morning. As Chief Sharp said, historically, the fire department has kind of absorbed these costs within our operating budget. Somewhere around 2021, during that recruit academy, we began to realize that was no longer a sustainable model. It is become increasingly expensive. The $300,000 is pretty much going to be spent on day one. That is what it takes to outfit the recruit class that we're anticipating. So we tried to hire last year a class of 30. We ended up graduating 28. And the 28 people that we graduated, the costs associated with some of this, so for their turnout gear, which is the pants and the coat that they wear into a fire, that was $126,000. Their helmets, $13,000. Their gear, their boots, their gloves was $10,000. Their uniforms were $33,000. Their mask that they wear in a fire with the voice emitters was $38,000. So those are the big ticket items. There's some smaller things, but the total cost for that, for everything, for the invoices we have is $295,000.
And I imagine a lot of that equipment during the academy is not reused later on, or is not able to be reused.
Well, like their turnout gear and stuff like that has a 10-year lifespan. We normally replace it every 5 years so that they'll have a backup set, so that if they have a fire, they can wash it and have a set that's dry and ready to go. So there is a 5-year replacement. Everything does have a life expectancy.
Sure.
But some of the things that are, for instance, in this list of things is $270 that we spent on straw for live burn. So we're trying to track everything we can, but the big ticket items are actually the equipment and the uniforms.
Yeah,
That's the bulk of the cost.
What they get in the academy, the expensive stuff stays with them when they become firefighters and go on to an engine company. So they don't have a recruit academy set of turnout gear. It becomes theirs.
Understood.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I do want to say that the mayor is 100% committed to, we need to do recruit academies every year because we do not need to get into the situation that KPD got into, not running enough academies. We've got to keep headcount where it needs to be or even a little bit above if we know there's retirements. So mayor's got a commitment to that.
Thank you.
And then to respond to your, how often, so since 2018, once we start this next academy, that will have been our 5th academy since 2018.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you. I was just trying to find the staffing level for fire. Could you help me out with that?
Sure. We have 337 total employees. That's what we're budgeted for. 10 of those are civilian, non-uniformed. We're budgeted for 327 uniformed employees or firefighters. Currently, we are down 12. We have one more I know of leaving at the end of the month, so we'll be down 13 at the end of this month. And that's where we are at this point.
Okay. And I see that you've requested money for overtime, but that was not funded. What adjustments will you need to make?
Well, last fall especially, we saw some very unusual circumstances. Once we're fully staffed, overtime drops significantly. And as was mentioned earlier, if those vacant positions When you have vacant positions, the overtime goes up, and then those funds that are used for those vacant positions can help fill that gap. Last fall, we had a significant number of people gone. We had a significant number of people on light duty, due to injuries and things like that. As a matter of fact, we were down right at 17 people on every shift that's out there. So starting every single day, we were already short and having to pay people overtime. So once we get our staffing up, which we should be able to with this next, our hope is to get it up with this next recruit academy, then that helps take care of the overtime. We'll still have overtime, but that it will be much better controlled.
Ms. Parker, one thing that the mayor has asked Chief Sharp and the executive team to work on is a staffing and service plan. So we've already reached out. Chief Cheeseman has reached out to MTAS. They have a fire department specialist. And so, what is the future of fire response in the next 5 to 10 years? How do we use QRVs, quick response vehicles? How do we, do we hire firefighters and add a fourth person to the engine company and reduce our overtime because we now don't have to cover when somebody's off, sick or injured? So we're going to work on that strategic document. We already have a fire station document MTAS did a few years ago to guide stations in the future. And the mayor has asked for that to be done, if at all possible, by the next budget season. So if we're going to make investments, we can do it in a way that's not only meets the overtime needs of the fire department, but perhaps meets new service delivery models for the future of KFD and EMS in general.
Thank you for that. I was surprised to see that line item not approved, and I'm concerned about how the department would need to adjust, and so just simply what message this might send to employees, because we're going to call on them no matter what.
Yeah, I think just so you know, and Kitron has the exact date, we've added overtime to KFD overtime. They use overtime, but we also asked the chief, try to manage, there's required overtime, there's special events. We're going to call on them and we're going to cover overtime, but we also want to look strategically. Again, do you hire, I'm going to throw a number out, 10 firefighters, and they're now a fourth individual on an engine company, but when somebody calls in sick or is on light duty, they then switch over to another station. I mean, that's one idea that we're looking at. So instead of throwing money at the problem, we can cover it at the end of the year if needed, but let's try to manage that number and then come up with a strategic investment before we just throw $1 million at it. And so we're going to work with the chiefs to make sure they meet their needs, but also let's do it in a way that's strategic and perhaps could add more resources or add new resources to meet the service deliveries of where fire is going to be in the future.
Okay, but let's take that approach for all of public safety. When it comes to KPD, there's no question whether they're going to get their overtime or not. And it's been a big topic of discussion at our budget hearings, what that amounts to each year, because, it doesn't come to us in a budget line item because it can largely be filled by those unfilled vacancies or covered by those unfilled vacancies. Fire doesn't have as many vacancies, but you mentioned the quick response vehicles, the opioid epidemic, just the new work and how much we're relying on fire in these emergency situations, especially since, in the last few years with all of the emergencies that we've been experiencing, the shortages in ambulances. I just want to make sure that we're recognizing the work and how much we need these emergency service personnel. In fire, it's not optional. It's not something when we can find the money, like we are going to call on them. I just want to make sure that we're giving them those assurances that the money will be there if we call on them to show up in an emergency.
100%. Safety is the top thing that we do in local government, community safety. We're going to be there. And we are well aware, all the things you just talked about, 100%. The chiefs know that, police know it. I think the AMR contract with Knox County, the chief and I and others were involved in that process. You're aware of, you've been a big supporter of the Alternative Response Task Force that is going to kick off here at the end of the summer. So there's a lot of moving parts. I know that Chief Compton is working with the health department on a street medicine approach down in areas where there's over dispatching, if you think of the quote-unquote mission district. So there's a lot of puzzle pieces. I know that Mr. Anders is involved with that. So I think the timing of this assessment, we've been doing fire a certain way, and they're always innovating, but what does the next 10 years look like for the Knoxville Fire Department? And once we have that plan, I think we'll be able to make what I'll call targeted investments versus, a little bit of the dartboard. And so 100% commitment to the safety of and the services of the fire department, but we also want to be another piece of the puzzle that's coming together on all of these services. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilwoman McKenzie.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I see on our website the training salary, then the salary once they've graduated from training, and then a senior firefighter salary. And so is that correct that once out of training, successfully completing training, that their salary is just a little over $44,000? That sound about right?
Yes, once they've completed training, then a basic firefighter who's also a basic MT would be right at $46,000.
Would be 46, okay. And I don't know if we've looked at Chattanooga, Nashville, Memphis, is that salary comparable to the other big cities across the state?
We have started looking at that and gathering that data. I can get you those figures. I know for some of them it's not. We're behind, but I don't have those numbers right in front of me.
I think that would be good for us to have, to review. Again, as I stated earlier, just the line of work that you all do and that your people do every day.
Thank you.
That puts their lives in jeopardy to save others and ours as well. I definitely think we need to look at that. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Thomas.
Yes, this will be a request for figures, and if you don't have it right in front of you, you can give it to me later. But it's similar to the question I asked Mr. Evans earlier. You gave me part of the information a little bit before. You will be down about 13 positions. Do you know how many positions you were down at the time the compensation package was passed?
I do not have that. I can get that for you.
Okay, if you would get, what I'm trying to get a feel of is what difference the pay raise may have made in your ability to fill those vacant positions. So if you could get that to me.
I'll be glad to get that to you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the KFD?
I have one.
Councilwoman Helsley.
Well, first of all, I want to talk about the salary because $44,000 is not enough money to even survive in the world today, especially if you might have a child or two. But anyway, so explain how, and I know this is getting into a whole bunch of departments and probably Brad back there and ambulance service and all that, but for example, when the gentleman had the heart attack in Sequoia Hills, which of course made the paper, so you had 7 firefighters tied up down there until the ambulance got there, which was apparently an extended period of time. How does that impact your work, and what does it take away everywhere else? I mean,
Well, anytime, there have been significant challenges over the last couple of years, especially with the ambulance service, with the EMS system in general. And we've had significant wait times, especially last year and the year before, just waiting on ambulances. And there are times you have to call an additional company there, either to bring supplies or to get a paramedic there. So we've been tied up. It hasn't been uncommon for 30 minutes, 45 minutes on an EMS call. And then those people are tied up at that call and they're not available to respond to other calls. We have begun to see with the new contract some improvement. Those long wait times are not as frequent as they used to be, but they're still happening. There was an article just came out describing the way, the stats for March and April inside the city, and I don't have those numbers right in front of me, but I think it was 66% of the time they met the goal in March, and I think it was up to maybe 71% in April. So we are starting to see some improvement, but it does still happen. Which is one of the reasons we're requesting additional pay for our folks that get an advanced EMT license, because then they can provide better care. It's to incentivize them to increase their license, to gain additional skills. It compensates them for that, for the training they go through, but it also then provides better service for our patients.
So I know we don't have anything to do with ambulance service, and it's probably above everybody's pay grade in this room, but how do we fix that?
That's a discussion for that we need. I'd be glad to be a part of it, but that requires a whole lot of other people to sit and be.
Yeah, I know it's
part of that
above your pay
also.
grade, but it's rather frightening. Thank you. We appreciate it, Chief Sharp.
It is concerning.
Yeah, I do think we're not the only community that struggles with uninsured and underinsured. It comes down to reimbursements, and so I think that the county and their study is the first step, but I think a lot of this is going to come down to healthcare reimbursements. I think having adequate healthcare reimbursements to cover that base service for people that don't have insurance or underinsured. So we'll continue to monitor this this contract and work with Knox County, and let's see where we're at in a few months. It's gotten better, but it's still a major issue in our community and communities across country.
Thank you.
I think, yeah, good point, Councilwoman Helsley. I think not only does the increased pay for the EMT and paramedic help our community in general, I just remember a conversation about 5 years ago where you explained to me the compensation for those additional licenses and the time it takes, and I think remember my comment to you was, why would anybody do that if not just to serve their community? So I'm glad they're getting compensated for their service in that regard. So
Thank you.
all right, without any other questions, Mr. Anders, this is for real this time. If you'll come up to the front, we'll discuss E911. Yeah, and just to catch up on a few minutes, Director Ickles, if you will come forward as well. Yeah. So this portion is discuss emergency communications and emergency management. Are there any questions for the two directors before us? I have one. Director Anders, it looks like I don't know if this is part of the fire budget or what, but I'll ask you, it looks like there's an increase in the E911 dispatch budget from 2.2 million to 2.4.
Yes, sir.
Can you explain why the increase? Are we getting more calls? Is it for compensation? Talk about why that's necessary.
Yes, sir. So when I came into 911 almost 5 years ago, there's a discrepancy in what it cost us to dispatch services for the city and what the city was paying. Hadn't been an increase, I believe, since 2006 or so, 2008 maybe. But the number, I met with the mayor's office and we talked about that. That number for us right now is sitting around 2.9 million to 2.3 million, or almost to 3 million for the dispatch service, just for the personnel. That's not equipment costs, that's not radio costs, that's not licensing. We're paying all of that. Just for the personnel for city police and city fire runs us about 3 million. So we're working, it didn't get bad overnight, so we're working to try to improve that $200,000 a year until we get to that number of what it currently is. But right now it costs us about 3 million, 2.8 to 3 million to dispatch for the city, and we get compensated 2.2 now, and that number was at 1.7.
All of the numbers you just mentioned are related to the city only. The county has its own budget, or it contributes separately. It has a different number that.
Yes.
Okay. So
We've been closing that gap, as Brad just said, for, I think, the last 2 years, and this is the third year.
Okay.
To the tune of about 200K additional.
Okay. And should we expect an additional request next year?
Yes, we wanted, and I'm meeting with you guys, I think, October the 1st for your pre-meeting. And I'll explain the things that we pay for and what the state pays for, what the county pays for, and what the city cost us and the usage of the city's side. We'll go through all that. But the city's well over, or just over 50% of all of our dispatch calls and our radio time, everything else but again, we're just trying to get the compensation for the personnel, the equipment, the space, the computer licenses, the computers, we're not, the radio, we spend $1 million, almost $1 million a year on the radio, and nobody compensates us for it. And so there's a ton of work that we do and don't charge our agencies, but we at least need to get the personnel side lined up and then plan for the future after that.
And all of your personnel are here in Knox County or in the city, correct?
Yes.
You don't have it outsourced somewhere else?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, and Mr. Andrews came to us actually several years ago and said, hey, you know, you're way below your carrying costs and our carrying costs. And so we asked if we could spread that out over multiple budget years. So we're going to continue to propose that until we pay our fair share, like the other providers that are out there.
Okay. Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify, is the E911 budget, our portion of it, under fire?
We split that between KPD and KFD.
Okay, so like that 2.4 million is that split between the two departments? or-
Correct.
Okay. Sorry, I don't think we have an E911 cheat sheet. Okay, that's why I'm a little confused.
Can you do you know the funds that they're put in? Or the organ that they're put in?
Yes.
That might be helpful.
Give that to you.
Yeah, and it was a little confusing. You know, obviously, when they submit their request and having a department that request comes through, we just kind of handed it off to KFD a few years ago, and they've always had that within their request, but we'll get the fund.
Yeah, I can tell you that they're both budgeted in Fund 100, and, forgive me, for KPD, you see that in Oregon 62312, account 8601, and for KFD, it'll be Oregon 72530, again, account 8601.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Do you see that now? It's the third line from the top where it says alarm communication. It's going to be included in that on fire.
Vice Mayor Smith, if I could.
Yeah.
There are some things that we're doing to try to lower the cost to our agencies. Next year, we're proposing, or in this FY budget, I'm proposing to our board in June about purchasing a new CAD system that's web-based, which will lower the city and the counties and whoever else we dispatch for. It'll lower their licensing fees and also give more access to their command staff and things on their phone and things like that. So we are trying to do things that are more efficient, more effective, but personnel costs are not going down for sure.
Just briefly, would you discuss how the shortage in ambulance services has impacted your department?
Well, currently, we are working toward assuming the dispatch role of EMS in the county and the other two county fire agencies. That's part of that contract. We've got a year to do so, or 18 months to do so. I think we're going to be able to do it in about 6 or 8 more months. And so currently, we transfer all EMS calls to AMR Rural Metro, or AMR. And so it doesn't really affect us, other than the fact that people complain that they call 911 and the service is not delivered. And that affects our reputation a little bit, and we have to repair that. They're calling us back, or they're placing things in our email, or there's an article that says, don't call 911, you won't get service, which is totally not true. We want people to call 911. We want to get people service. And so those headlines are, and although everything is alarming that you're seeing in the EMS world, calling 911 is still the most efficient way to get the best help.
Okay. That is concerning, but I'm glad to hear you say that latter part. Councilwoman Parker?
Just another question about a training budget. Is there an E911 training budget?
Yes, there is.
What are trainings focused on, at least in this upcoming budget year?
So we always, we have our basic academy, the 5 weeks that they're in the classroom, and then 5 to 8 weeks they're on the floor. We're also doing CIT training. We recently what we tried to do is regionalize training for the other 911s to make it more efficient. And so just a couple of weeks ago, we had Homeland Security and us hosted a center management and leadership class for 25 leaders across 911 in the Homeland Security District. So we're doing those type of things. We're doing CIT. We're trying to push CIT. The state's pushing CIT for us. Those are the type of trainings right now we're focused on.
I know some 911 services in other cities are starting to consider bringing on mental health professionals to field some of the calls that come through E911. Has that been a discussion for Knoxville?
Yeah, I think I've seen that maybe in Colorado or some other places like that. We haven't had the capacity or found a way to most efficiently do that, because if you can't do it 24/7, is it really effective? We do refer people over. If there's people in crisis, we will refer them to either suicide crisis line that we have a relationship with now it's 988, and also mobile crisis. We transfer a lot of calls to them as well. So we have in-house, or we don't have in-house professionals. We have access to community professionals that we're giving those people to.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Director Hicks, it's my understanding you're putting together a continuity of operations plan for the city and the county. Would you please explain that briefly?
Yeah, so the city and go ahead, Colin.
Good morning. I'm Colin Ickes, Director of the Knox County Emergency Management Agency. Yes, we're about halfway through a project. This is a joint project between the city and county that we've invited all city and county departments and organizations to be part of, to develop a continuity of operations plan. This replaces an old, we had a plan that's probably about 13 or 14 years old. It wasn't maintained. Frankly, it wasn't great when it was developed, and so it was an urgent need to plan and prepare for, to prevent disruptions to vital city services. So that's we have a consultant that's working with us on that, IEM, fortunately, to do a lot of the heavy lifting, taking a lot of our staff time too, but fortunately we have some subject matter experts that are really helping us out. So I know that we, together with our consultant, have talked to council about that, and again, all the departments across the city, again, to make sure that we can maintain crucial city services in a disruption event, anything from a community-wide catastrophic disaster to something as small as a fire or a burst pipe or something that might make someone's office unusable. So that's what we're working on. Did I answer your question?
Any other questions? If not, we'll move on to Councilman Parker.
I see that Kemah has 5 full-time positions.
Yes, ma'am.
How long have those positions existed?
So I think how far back to go. For most of my career, we had a staff of 3. 2 of those positions have been added, I think perhaps the budget year before last and the one before that.
Okay, yeah, that's helpful.
Yeah, Kemah was flat for, I've been in this business 25 years, almost 30, if I count undergrad as a volunteer, but they were flat at 3 for a really long time. Basically, a director, a number 2, and an admin support. So the city and the county have added 2 positions, which has really grown capacity, and that's been in the last 5 years.
Yeah, and we appreciate council's support of that. Frankly, it's very much been needed, and we're grateful. Thank you.
I think you'll probably see sometime in the future we'll need to add another position or 2, but we'll work with Knox County on that and obviously with the director.
Thank you both for your time and being here and what you do for our community. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
Next up is the Chief Community Safety Officer, LaKenya Middlebrook. welcome. Are there any remarks you want to make before we get started?
Good morning. As always, thank you all for the opportunity to talk to you all a little bit about what the Office of Community Safety and Empowerment does. And I'm excited to be joined by several members of our team, our Deputy Director Tiffany Davidson, our Office of Neighborhoods Coordinator Debbie Sharp, and Assistant Shanette Riley are here. Park team Jared Kroom and Josie Russell. I think our Administrative Manager and Executive Assistant Sam Reddick are here, and Emily Norris was here a little bit ago. We are a small but mighty team, and I think we punch well above our weight, and so I'll be happy to entertain any questions you all have for us.
I believe some time ago you were a team of one, so it's good to see that you have some support to do this important task. Councilwoman Parker.
Yeah, what is the total budget proposed for this department?
So it's a little bit bifurcated, well, more than bifurcated. And so for the Office of Community Safety, for our overall operations, we are right at just a little under 1.5 million. And then the Office of Neighborhood Empowerment kind of sits in a separate fund, and that's at right around 230,000. And then we do have the Violence Interruption Fund that Council approved several years ago, which much of the violence interruption work comes out of. That is at just over $973,000 of city funding. And then the Office of Neighborhoods also has grants that they administer that sit in a separate fund that's about $20,000, or right at $20,000.
Okay, and for the city community grants, there are nonprofits already identified to receive community grants through the city. For your office, are there any nonprofits already identified to receive funding, or will all funding through your office be an application process?
All of our grant funding is an application process.
A competitive application process?
For the grant funds, yes.
Okay.
Any other questions for Ms. Middlebrook? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
All right, council, we will take a brief recess for, let's call it 10 minutes. We'll reconvene at 10:28. All right, we'll all reconvene now. Up next is Operations Department, including Chief Operating Officer Grant Rosenberg, Engineering Director Clabo, and Plans Review and Inspection Director Ahrens. I assume Mr. Ahrens is not joining us today?
Grant Rosenberg, Chief Operating Officer. Appreciate everybody's time. Director Ahrens is not feeling very well. He will not be here today.
Very good.
On his behalf is Brian Berry and Timothy Markham, the Deputy Directors of that department. Also, as you mentioned, Director Clabo, Chad Weth, Nick Bradshaw, Cheryl Ely, Isaac Thorne, Russ Jensen, and Kendra Brewer from our operations team, and we look forward to answering any questions you may have and turn things back over to Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Any questions from council members out of the gate?
Is Mr. Clabo available at this time? Is he in
There he
the
is.
order? Okay, yes. Good morning, Mr. Clabo. I appreciate all your work that you've done, actually. I did have a question, and a lot of it's kind of from the public. The traffic calming program, which, and kind of to get down to the concrete level, I guess you might say, has a lot to do with just speed bumps, has been really successful. I've got a lot of good comments about how effective that's been in slowing traffic, and I understand that's within your budget area.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, if I got my figures right, I think it's this budget calls for 500,000.
That's correct.
Okay. I just wanted to express some concerns, is that it's a good problem to have. That program seems to be so effective that the demand may be more than that. And I think we ran out of money last year in the last budget, and there's a waiting list, and now even the waiting list is closed. And I get calls from residents, asking about, how do we start the process? So I guess just a general question is, do you think that the 500,000 will be enough to fulfill our needs for the next year? Or according to the demand, should we be looking at more?
Thank you for that question. Tom Clable, Director of Engineering. We have about 40 neighborhoods that are in the process, have submitted applications. Some of those have approved plans. So we do have a backlog of neighborhoods interested. It's a very popular program, as you're aware. So the $500,000 that we have proposed in the budget will catch up with those neighborhoods that have at least completed the process and have an approved plan, they're ready to go to construction. And so as we implement these, we utilize our paving program to actually install the speed humps. And so we'll be using that $500,000 on those neighborhoods that are ready to go to construction. I will add, due to the demand, and we did have to put a pause on the program just because of the amount of demand that we had. We're looking to kind of retool that process. So we've got a consultant that's looking at some other cities and what they're doing, peer cities. We're trying to look at our guidelines as far as how we process neighborhoods, try to make that as efficient as we can. And so while we're on this pause, we're actually revamping the program.
Okay, thank you. You answered my question. I'll continue to have some dialogue with you that, but it's a good problem to have, and I think it is time, because of the demand and the success of it, it's, time to take another overview and retool, and I'm glad you're doing that. So
Okay.
thank you. Yeah.
Sure.
Councilwoman McKenzie.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just wanted to, point of clarification, I see the Millertown Pike improvements, the capital project, that's been canceled. Is that correct? But I still see it listed on page 132, which was the priority summary of capital projects.
Yes, that project, we've hired a consultant, completed a design, we've purchased some right-of-way. We're ready to move to construction, but we're looking for an opportunity for funding for that.
Okay.
Part of that, the reason that project came up was the Amazon redevelopment, and since that's been kind of lagging, it's got, as far as priorities, I guess, got pushed down a little bit.
That was my assumption, so just wanted to get clarification. And Deputy Chief Bray, speaking of Amazon, and this is off topic just a little bit, have we got any updates from them?
I don't have the latest, but I'll drop a text out to our folks at the chamber, and they'll be here later, and we'll see what the latest is.
That'd be great, thank you.
Yep.
My question is not necessarily specifically budget related, but recently we had a workshop around plans and permitting and new SLAs and new timelines for different types of development. It's just been a month probably, but would you give an update on those changes, at least for the public that might be watching this, and also any, I think at one point we discussed some type of public-facing performance dashboard or metrics. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I'll briefly touch on it and allow our team to chime in as needed. But yeah, as we talked about in our council workshop a few weeks ago, we've made a lot of improvements. I won't get into the details on every single one, but big picture and something I'm happy to report that we just got the data back Tuesday morning, at least I learned Tuesday morning, is we set some benchmarks for turnaround times for plans review. So, and based on certain tier levels, and I'm just really excited to report we're actually hitting our benchmarks out of 3 of the 4 tiers, and even the 1 tier is we're only 1 day behind. So that's really ahead of schedule. We were hoping to hit those benchmarks, later, mid-year, later this year, and again, hitting them as of April. So lots of good improvements in terms of dashboards and additional metrics and reporting. We are working towards that. Our goal is for a quarterly report that we could share with council and with our customers and the community. And so our target date is looking for Q2, having a development activity report that we could regularly share, and then ultimately a dashboard, a real-time dashboard with information on, again, these benchmarks and other benchmarks that we are continuing to pursue. Brian, Timothy,
Thank
you guys want to
Any
add
other
in?
detail on that you want to add?
Brian Berry, Plans Review and Building Inspections. No, I don't have any additional information to add. I think Grant covered it very well. We continue to work on these things, so.
Councilwoman Hesley.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just have this is like an aesthetics question, but the Henley Street LED modernization, where is that the lights on the bridge that we're up to like 6 so far or something? Or is that something?
Right, we had a submittal that was actually pretty expensive as far as we were looking at possibly revamping the whole system. We've talked to a supplier and figured out a way that we can modify the existing fixtures to use new LED bulbs that we can change colors on and do different things with. So we're in the process of ordering those. We're going to use our forces to install those. So that cost actually went down substantially. We're probably more around $70,000 to do that work now. So
Okay, cool. I just noticed it was like, we went from 4 to 6 and then it just stopped, and I was like,
we're doing that as kind of a pilot to test the bulbs, and so which prompted a lot of interest, and we decided to turn those off until we can get the rest of the bulbs and get them installed. So.
Cool, thank you. I know it's just an aesthetic question, but I appreciate it, thanks.
The only personnel request I see is related to parking, and I think there's a request for it. There were requests, but a lot of the staff augmentation budget requests were approved. I guess just generally speak to how you all, I know some of the software that we've implemented in the city recently has also been supplemented with consulting services that have been used. Assuming those consulting services won't last forever, and it's probably more expertise to do software development for the near term. Those won't last forever. Mr. Rosenberg, would you just talk a little bit about how that staff augmentation is being used by the city in terms of, I guess, the permitting processes mostly?
So in plans review, we are not currently doing any staff augmentation in terms of third-party reviews. We're not utilizing, we're exploring that, but again, we've been staffing up and we're hitting our benchmarks, so we're finding, we're taking a slow approach on whether we need to pursue engaging a third party to assist with plans review. Engineering, development services has been utilizing third-party plans review, and so that's what that staff augmentation is. Also, transportation engineering that has been short-staffed has been utilizing third-party services from engineering. So that's part of the rationale for the compensation adjustments that are in the budget. Again, KPD is getting a big share of that, but another large share of that is for our engineering department. We've had a really hard time recruiting and retaining engineers. So it's a very tight job market in public and private sector, and that's one where we had to make some adjustments so we could recruit and retain good
Okay.
engineers.
How many engineers do you lack, ideally?
So we have 9 vacancies currently.
Wow, okay. And that role was included in the matrix study some time ago and considered for compensation changes?
We work directly with HR. The issue we were seeing is, as we were posting jobs, we just weren't getting applicants. And I think our starting pay was low compared to some other local agencies. So we worked directly with HR, and they worked with MTAS to do a kind of a small salary survey. And so those adjustments are based on that survey.
And that's after the compensation analysis?
That was more recent than the matrix,
Yeah, so-
yes, in the last year.
Okay.
So Vice Mayor, when HR looked at, we did the compensation study, it worked by and large. When HR looked at areas that we were still struggling, there were really 2 areas. Some technical positions, the professional positions in engineering, there were a few, and then there was the recruit through PO4. And they were included in an increase that is in the class comp that you'll vote on. Again, those were the 2 areas where we still saw deficiencies, even
Yeah.
based on the market adjustments.
Okay. Who performed the compensation study? Do you remember the consultant?
I'll pull it up here.
MAG, sorry, thank you.
MAG, and then, but this year, we had a different group. I'll get you the name. I've got it right here.
Yeah, I misused matrix earlier, but on that note, that consultant did provide a list of changes, particularly for all development services, or mostly development services, I think, that sit within your department. Can you talk about where we are with those changes? How many are complete? How many are we decided to do something else instead of?
I'd be happy to address the engineering. So we have hired 2 new stormwater engineers for plans review and 2 new technicians. And those jobs are filled now. We're in the process of training those folks, but I think that's reflected in how we're meeting benchmarks now. And I will go back to that staff augmentation. So part of that for engineering development services is to have some on-call consultants, first of all, to help us with if we have peaks in permit submittals, and also to help as it usually takes about a year to get folks fully trained and up to speed. So we've got these new folks that we're working with, training, and we'll use that consultant for that role as well.
Okay. Any other questions? If not, we'll move on. Thank you. So now we'll hear from Director Bradshaw and Director Ely and Weth. Welcome, everyone. Any council members have questions for Directors Weth, Bradshaw, or Ely? Councilwoman Ryder.
Sure, I'll just jump in. Director Ely, in terms of Parks and Rec, I know that one of the things upcoming, it may not pertain specifically to this budget, but is a master plan for parks. Could you talk a little bit about what we hope to achieve with the master plan and how that's going to direct and inform future budget requests and plans and capital, et cetera?
There we go. Good morning, Cheryl Ely, Director of Parks and Recreation. So we are going to undertake a master plan. It's a Parks and Recreation and Greenways master plan to look at all of our infrastructure as well as our department from a top to bottom look, and look at connections that we have across the city, look at our cost recoveries, basically any revenues that we can bring in, looking at how we operate, but also what is it that the citizens and the public are looking for, or modifications that we need to do with what's happening existingly.
What's the time frame hope for with that whole process?
Well, right now, we have a couple of bids in, so we're working through that process. So we wanted to try to get it in as quickly as possible by the end of the year, but there are some that, proposals that have kind of gone until the middle of
The end of this
semester.
fiscal year, is that
Yes.
what you mean when you say end of the year? Okay.
Yes. No, the end of December of
Oh,
this
the end of
calendar year,
December.
yes.
Okay, okay.
But there are some that have asked for an extended time frame, so we're still going through that to see what's viable.
Okay, so the RFP's out there to request for them to respond to do the master plan, and then when do we hope for them to maybe initiate and do it, and then when do we expect the results back from it?
The goal is to
Goals.
start, the goal is to start around, in sometime mid-June to have them under contract. We are, right now, we have received the bids that came in, or the bidders came in. We had about 7 that applied. So we're reviewing those, and from there, once we get the contract signed, then it will be the process that they've laid out for us. So it depends on when we actually get the contract signed, they can start, and then at that point in time, how long their process is laid out in our plan.
June 2024?
June 2024.
Okay, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilwoman McKenzie.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Director Ely, just wanted a quick question. I see that there's a budget item for park cameras. Do all of what majority of our parks have cameras currently? Do you know off the top of your head?
Off the top of my head, I don't. I know that we have probably 5 or 6 locations, but I don't want to be quoted on that. We're looking at some other locations, and so we're identifying those locations at this point in time.
Okay, that sounds good. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Thomas.
Yes, Ms. Ely, good to see you today. This is, again, kind of for the public's benefit. I do get a lot of input from the public about a comprehensive plan around the proposed, or the new stadium that's being built, and how that will connect into the pedestrian structure of the city and the greenways and all that. So I'm sure this is already on your radar screen, but just input I'm getting from the public is they want to make sure that that's really given a lot of attention and integrated as a whole pretty much into the other pedestrian aspects of the city. You know, Caswell Park, First Creek Greenway, into East Knoxville, Austin Homes. You know, I know you're already aware of all this, but I just wanted, I guess, underline that I'm getting a lot of interest from the public on that aspect. So thank you.
Not a problem. I'll just add that we are looking at all connections, and when we say connections, we want to make sure that we're connecting to all bodies. So that's whatever we can do to connect to Farragut, connect to the county. We want to really look at our infrastructure and see where our connections are happening, but we're not going to, the stadium is just a piece of that connection, so it is included in that, in the process.
Oh, I understand. We want it everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll add to that too. Councilman Thomas, RJ and her team, Urban Design Development, are closely involved and working very closely with Director Ely on the master plan. So making sure all of our public spaces and connections are given attention. And also the Reconnecting Communities Grant and other opportunities. They're going to be heavily involved in that process.
Yeah, and as an aside, the mayor actually and I and one of the engineers and I think a member of the staff actually got out and put our boots on and walked that project a few months ago around the stadium and up into the possible connections and all that. So I appreciate, you know, the work that's been done, and we really want to make that a success because, as we've talked about, you know, the sports complex, it can have ancillary benefits if we do it right. And so we want to make sure, of course, that that's done. And I know that's on your radar screen as well. So I just wanted to kind of underline that. Thank you.
Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you. In the budget, there's $2 million proposed for playgrounds, ball fields, parks. Is that for new equipment? Is that general maintenance? What would that 2 million cover?
It's basically all of those things. It could be new equipment, it can be replacement parts, it could be a variety of things. So it could be ball field lighting, all of those that kind of fall into that category. Anything that does not happen up under public service that we handle in-house.
Okay, and so if there's a significant project, those are the ones that are pulled out and have a line item budget next to those because they're more significant. Project. A follow-up question on the park cameras. Earlier, we were talking about having a workshop on our various surveillance equipment that we use, and the policy that I'm proposing would apply to all departments, not just police. Currently, who monitors and handles the camera equipment and the data storage?
So it's a combination. Some of it is PBA, some of it is, we have, it's recorded and we can go back and review it. Most of the time, it's really looking at things that are happening, like illegal dumping that we can't control and the calls that we get.
Yeah.
So that's usually some of the things that we see. But it's really, our camera system is really minor, but we can go in, look at it from a camera or a phone or a database inside of our building. So it's usually one of the two of those structures.
And do you know who has access to those cameras? Is it your department, PBA?
PBA has their camera system that they have, and we contact them when we need something, and then we have it. So basically, one or two people within our department would have access to those cameras.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Parker, we have, as we've looked at utilizing technology, specifically cameras, I'll break it out into two buckets, but generally there's a law enforcement component in KPD. We've really tried to utilize PBA and their systems. They have facilities and centers. So I think over time, PBA is really where a lot of that, I think, might land in the future, but we'll include that in the workshop as well.
Thank you.
One last thing. Vice Mayor.
Councilwoman McKenzie?
Thank you. One last thing I just wanted to ask, because you're going to be bringing a smile to one of our favorite people's faces with the next phase of Harriet Tubman Park that we've talked about for quite some time now. So when we get ready for that, could we coordinate doing a groundbreaking for that for the community?
Absolutely. We definitely want to make sure that is a success for him. So yes, absolutely, for Harriet Tubman.
Thank you so much.
I have a comment and a question. Mr. Weth, the residents of Fort Sanders have been grateful for the additional waste service. Thank you for that. It's been a cleaner fort as a result, so thank you for that. That's no small endeavor. It's no small cost and greatly appreciated. The codes enforcement has moved under your department, is that correct?
Public Service Director Chad Weth. Yes, that is correct.
Tell us a little bit about why that move was important and, how will it operate any differently, or how will it operate within your department?
Yeah, that's been a big transition for this year. Codes used to be under Public Service. It moved to inspections for about the previous 6 years. So honestly, the implementation was pretty smooth because several of the codes officers used to work in Public Service. Personally, I think it could work in either department, but with our folks that are out in the field every day, they go into these neighborhoods the same way as our codes officers. To me, it just has helped with the relationship between our managers in the field and the codes officers. So it's been a really smooth transition, and I think it's been a good transition.
Thank you. Councilmember Thomas.
Yes, Mr. Weth, I don't have a question for you, but I did want to just give you a brief compliment for the responsiveness that you've always shown me and my constituents. It's very much appreciated, so thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I want to offer compliments as well. Director Ely, particularly Sam Duff Park, has received a lot of love and care from the city over the past year or two, and you can just notice the difference. So people are using it more, every inch of it, and so I'm grateful for your attention to that. And also for Mr. Bradshaw, you look after our employees and our residents, but also our council staff, I believe, recently in times of need. So thank you for your help. Any other questions?
Yeah.
Councilmember Parker.
Okay, thank you. Quick question, the Phase 2 Harriet Tubman, does that include the restrooms?
That would be, I think we're putting in a storage facility. They wanted to have a meeting space. So
Okay.
that would be part of the Phase 2 for Harriet Tubman.
Okay, gotcha, thank you. And for public service,
I'm sorry,
Sorry.
we also, I just remembered, Councilwoman McKenzie, and so the mini pitch, there is a mini pitch that is scheduled to happen on the basketball court closest to the tennis courts, so that will happen also.
okay, the mini pitch in the storage facility / meeting, community meeting space, did you say?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. For public service, I don't think anyone asked this question, I might have missed it, but could you give an update on your efforts with recruitment and retention in your department?
Yes, ma'am. So, yeah, the compensation study that happened a few years ago really did make a big difference for our staff. We are still doing a lot of recruiting efforts. Still, with the market the way it is, getting people in the door is still somewhat of a struggle. It is much better than it was a few years ago. We are currently down about 29 folks, which, again, sounds like a lot. We always are down, 12 to 15, just we have a large department of 304 employees, so we're always down a little bit. But our team really has done, Rachel Butzler, our deputy director, really we're trying to do a lot of the recruiting ourselves. We do several job fairs in conjunction with HR. They help support us as well. But we do as many recruiting events and job fairs as we can. It definitely has improved.
Good to hear, thank you. And Director Bradshaw, you have a lot of work happening in your department with changing over our fleet to a more efficient fleet.
Yes, yes, indeed.
Can we get an update on that?
Sure. Well, a big initiative over the past year or two has been to put an electric vehicle in every department. We are very, very close to meeting that goal. We will meet it in the next few months. We have every department either has one currently in service or has one on order that we're awaiting delivery on. So our green fleet strategy has been to increase with alternative fuels as well, not just electric vehicles, but to just work on our carbon footprint as a city and reduce all of our municipal operations. We've got, I think, about 30 electric vehicles in service right now. Another, I think, about 50 renewable propane vehicles in service, which is an alternative fuel that's not fossil fuel based. A number of hybrids and others. And then a lot more on order that we're waiting delivery on too. So it's definitely has been progressing.
And I know we're investing in the charging infrastructure. What about these renewable propane vehicles? Is that regular, you go to a regular gas station for that?
No, we, of course, Fleet manages all the fueling operations for the city. We do have our own renewable propane refueling station. We have one at the moment. It's at Lorraine Street. It's adjacent to our gasoline and diesel refueling site there. We're working on having a second propane refueling station at our fuel site on Vice Mayor Jack Sharp.
Okay.
But it's an above ground tank with a very similar looking nozzle and hook it up and go. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Councilwoman Ryder.
Yeah, Councilwoman Parker asked some of my questions to Chad Weth about recruitment and retention. So I'll just kind of tack on to that because I think it's related, but maybe there are other goals and objectives. The LNN students recently, I sent you a picture. Mr. Weth participated in the equipment field day. So I was wondering if you touch on that, like, is awareness, recruitment, part of that, is that part of one of the reasons that you're doing that? Could you talk about it? The only reason I'm aware of it, I guess, is because my kid went, and one of the teachers took a picture and sent it to me, and I shared that with you. So just what all are the objectives and the goals? What all do you guys do? How many students are we reaching? What different schools is that touching?
Yeah, so I'd say over the past 2 years, we've done a really good job with our staff. Ben Buckner manages a lot of those of trying to get into the schools. As you all probably know, that can be difficult. LNN has been a great example. We can have, when we do our equipment rodeo at Blackstock, that's kind of how that started. We invited them over and they loved it. So usually a couple times a year now, we will bring out some of our equipment for them. We also participate in all the Kidderific events. We do Boo at the Zoo. We try to have some outreach with all kids and families to just, kind of promote what we do and let them know what we do. We are trying to get in with Fulton, and we've done some kind of job fairs, and we'll also bring our equipment out there and let kind of the, one area where we think we can recruit is the high school senior, who may not be college bound, that, may be looking for a career. So we have tried to get into those type of schools, especially the ones, within the city. I don't have exact numbers on exactly how many kids we've touched, but we've definitely gone to a lot more events this past year than we ever have in the past.
So it's been predominantly this past year. How long have you been doing those? I mean, you've been doing Kidderific and all that stuff kind of.
Yeah, really the
forever,
last
right?
2 years. I mean, kind of
Okay.
ever since we had the issues recruiting,
Okay.
entry-level workers, we've really stepped our game up as far as trying to get out into the community.
Are there some opportunities to do it at some other schools like AE, Halls, Gibbs? Those are kind of, some of them are out in the county, but it seems like there might be good recruitment opportunities.
Yeah, we reach out. It's all about them kind of getting
Yeah.
back with us and saying, yeah, we can work
Right.
that in there. But like I said, my guess is there's not one we haven't at least attempted to reach out to. Especially, we do try to focus mainly more on the city schools, the schools that fall within the city boundaries.
Gotcha.
But yes, I could probably get you some numbers, exactly how many we've done, but I don't have that off the top of my head. But
All right. Yeah. Thank you.
Councilwoman Helsley.
Sorry, thank you. Director Weth, I just wanted to give you and your team a shout out for all your work during the snowpocalypse of '24. And you are an absolute keyboard warrior because you responded to every single email you got, which I know was in the thousands, because that's about how many I got, and you responded to all of them. So thank you, thank you.
thank you. I've tried to block that week out, but yes, thank you very much.
Councilman Thomas.
Yes, Director Bradshaw, we've had some discussions about replacing the police fleet, some with electric vehicles. And I just wanted to clarify, appears there's not a problem with electric vehicles as far as meeting the performance demands of a police vehicle. Is that correct?
Well, we're working through all that. They have their first vehicle, and like we do anytime we consider new vehicles for police, we do a trial period. It's the same as we did when we switched to Dodge Chargers in years past. They like to do a lot of training, but certainly at the outset, they look like they'll be adequate to meet any kind of response needs. But we'll absolutely be doing working very closely with police to evaluate performance and things of that nature before we do a larger purchase. But so far, so good.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? If not, thank you for all that you do. Thanks for being here today. Next up, we have Director of Transit Isaac Thorne, Director Jensen for the Center of Service Innovation, and Director Brewer over Special Events. Welcome. I have a question to kick us off. Director Thorne, I was on the KTA board and served for the past 2 years before Councilwoman Helsley and after Councilmember Parker. Really grateful for what you do in the community and the innovation that you're pursuing as part of CAT Reimagined. And so My brain, and I think most have been focused on the impact to high consuming riders and the changes to their lives or routes or how frequent or infrequent. But behind the scenes are all of our CAT employees. And so I think your request specifically was for compensation related to that. Can you talk a little bit about the compensation needs that CAT has to respond to the CAT Reimagine New Network?
Yes, a lot of that is just getting fully staffed. So right now, we're at 195 operators, 35 of which are in various stages of training. But we've come a long way over the last 2 years when we were down to 135, now to 195. And we brought back service pre-COVID or almost to the pre-COVID service levels right now. So we still have a little bit more work to do in terms of getting that number to probably 200 to 215. But it's just looking at CAT Reimagined. And over the last 4 years since I've been here, we have not operated pre-COVID service until starting in April 8th of this year. So we've been operating in a workforce shortage. So that's a lot of the compensation.
And I see in our packet that CAT has a contractual obligation to increase wages 12.5% over the next 3 years.
Yeah, we're in the last year of that contract, and we will, in 2025, the contract ends June 30th of 2025. So we'll be going into negotiations again, starting in January of 2025.
I know you've taken a lot of new tactics to recruit, but compensation has been the primary driver for catching up, right?
It has been, yes.
Okay, all right. Any other questions? Councilwoman Ryder.
I was like, can you tell? I'm looking over there. It's amazing. Mr. Thorne, so how are we in terms of on track with CAT Reimagine? Like, what is that looking like? What's the goals? What's the rollout date?
Yep. We are on track for CAT Reimagined. It's going to be implemented on August 26th.
Okay.
Obviously, we have a lot of work to do in terms of educating the public. And so that is what we're doing internally right now, is having a game plan to how are we going to educate the public. And what we like to do is have many, many sessions throughout the community on different routes, going into Summit Towers, going into Isabella Towers, going into Northgate. A lot of these developments, housing developments, going in there and actually training people on how to use the system. So that is one of our goals over the June, July, and August leading up to that implementation date.
Okay, and so trying to meet people where they're at.
Yes.
Where the largest base of ridership is. It's mostly about changing routes, days of the week. That's pretty much.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and we have some tools too through our real-time transit app, the transit app. We'll be able to show customers how to use the system within that. They'll be able to type in the location they're going to or where they're at, where they're trying to get to, and it'll show them under the CAT Reimagined routes what route to take, where they'll catch that bus. So that's the tool we're going to try to use and roll out ahead of CAT Reimagined implementation.
Okay. All right. Looking forward to seeing how that all comes out.
Councilman Thomas.
Yes, I wanted to commend Director Thorne in the way that this process was taking out for the reimagination. It was well overdue, and we have hopes that it's going to work. I'm sure as it is rolled out, we will tweak if necessary, but I appreciated the public process and all that. As far as use, I have one question that's kind of practical. Is there going to be a different way of paying when you go on CAT? I understand, I'm very familiar with the system of kind of the punch card. Is that going to be changed?
Yeah, we're in the process of making some changes to fare options for customers. So we right now have the mobile ticketing. We're also making some additional options, rolling out some additional options later this fall for those individuals as well.
Okay.
But we have to get the distribution network of how we're selling these passes throughout the community. Because right now, the only place you can buy a pass is Knoxville Station, and that's just not fair to our customers. So we're trying to increase our distribution network so that people could maybe go into a Walgreens or a Kroger's in their community and buy a pass. So that's what we're working on before we roll it out.
Okay, and then after the rollout, will the punch cards, are they still operative?
They are right now, yes, they
Right.
are.
Will
We're
they
looking-
be after the rollout?
We're looking to phase those out and provide a different option that's more convenient for customers.
Okay, so it might be a possibility that those will be phased out before August?
They will not. No,
They will not be?
No. Later this fall is when we're looking at those different fare options. So we're talking probably around October, November.
Okay, that's a question that I was getting from
Yep.
some writers, so, okay, very good, thank you.
I have another one.
Woman Ryder.
Okay. Mr. Thorne, another question. High school riders, we used to do the Freedom Pass, I guess, that went out for 1 year. And then it was kids just say that and actually, so one of my kids, one day I had to be in a meeting far across town and I was like, you're going to have to go, and school started at like 11. There was like a weather delay. So I was like, you need to go to the stop on Broadway and take yourself to L&N. And he was like, what if they won't let me on and they don't believe me? And I was like, I tell them the mayor said that's how you do it. So I guess it's a little confusing to me how drivers or how that's supposed to work because we don't have that Freedom Pass anymore. And my kid's supposed to just say, hey, I'm a high schooler. Because one of the we talked about the UT transportation changes coming up. A 12th grader in the Knox County system doesn't look a lot different than a freshman or a sophomore at the UT system. So if they're supposed to have passes, how is that supposed to be dealt with? I don't quite understand.
So you are correct. It is very confusing right now. We are using the honor system.
Okay.
Obviously, with the honor system, it brings up some issues that we just tell our operators, if they say they're a Youth Freedom Pass student or they're a student within Knox County, just accept it.
Because they're not getting school IDs either.
Correct.
I mean, I don't think my kids have school IDs.
They do
Maybe
not.
they do.
So these are the issues that we're working on to address
Okay.
come in August, because we want to be able to give every student a pass to be able to ride the bus, whether it's through the smartphone app that we have for Transit app,
Right.
or an actual physical pass to give them. So we are working right now. We've had some conversations with Knott County schools, but we're also working directly with high schools, such as Central, Fulton, Austin East, to get into those schools, to get into the emergency packets, to send that information home to their parents so that we can get them an actual physical pass. It's just been a very difficult process. And how do we formally roll out this program and make sure everybody has a pass? Because as you said, not every school has a student ID. So that's been one of the difficulties.
So the goal is for them to get a replacement for the Freedom Pass. You are
Yes.
going to a physical pass
We are.
versus my mom told me so.
Correct.
And
Yeah.
she knows people there and they
Yep.
said so.
And we would love, especially, maybe high school, middle school students that do have a smartphone to use that platform.
Okay.
It's because it's much, much easier for us. So.
Okay. All right. Cool. Thanks.
Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you. Director Thorne, continuing with the theme of our technology discussion, looking through the funding provided by the city for CAT's budget, I'm not necessarily seeing, technology included in our side outside of, the buses and whatnot and the overhead chargers. Actually, I don't know, are overhead chargers included in this?
Yeah, in this budget, we have a large capital request, most of it being TDOT and FTA funding. Well, obviously, with the local share from the state, from the city.
Yeah, okay, perfect. So do our buses have cameras on them?
Yes, all of our fixed route buses have cameras.
And are they cameras capturing what's happening on the inside of the bus or the outside or both?
Both.
Okay. And is that technology that's managed by CAT personnel?
It is, yep.
And whatever's captured, is that data storage managed by CAT?
It's actually managed by the city infrastructure, network infrastructure. It's stored on an actual server.
Okay, all right. And I think this is a good heads up, just when we start talking about our, equipment that could be used as surveillance equipment. The policy I'm proposing is for all departments and agencies that receive funding from the city. And so would love to get to know more about CAT's operations when it comes to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Jensen, how is our My Knoxville app? I've dialed back my usage, but I hope the rest of the public has done the opposite.
Yeah, we get I didn't hear the end of the question. I heard.
Just how's the app? How's usage? How many users do we have?
So the usage, we're up to about 5,000 or so service requests. We have about 3,000 subscribers or users on the app. The number of users leveled off about a year or so ago, and the same people use it over and over again. So the people that like to use the app, use it. But we've kind of sort of literally leveled off on the number of people. So this year, we're going to make another kind of push, and we're going to try to automate some more systems to the app to make more things accessible on the app, to make it hopefully more appealing to more people to sign up for it. But that number of users has been fairly stable. The other thing is, there is an issue with the newer Android phones and mobile apps, and not just ours, but apps all over the country. And people are having trouble getting things to load on their apps. It doesn't seem to be an issue with Apple devices. That is not a commercial. But our IT department has been working with us. They've been working with the vendor. It's not just our vendor. There's several vendors. So we're working to fix that as we speak.
Okay. Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you. I forgot a quick question just to clarify for the community. With CAT Reimagined, we will say goodbye to the trolleys.
Yes, and in the place of the trolleys will be a downtown connector.
Yes, okay. Thank you for that.
Councilwoman Ryder.
So can I ask, what happens to the trolleys? Are we selling them?
So basically, the trolley is just, it's makeup. The outside it's kind of like a makeup is what we like to say.
Right.
So we're taking that makeup off, basically, and making it a regular fixed route bus. The only difference you're going to be able to tell is on the very top of that bus, you're still going to see that, the old trolley look. Other than that, it'll look like a regular bus.
Okay.
Yep.
Councilmember Thomas.
Yes, Director Thorne, could you elaborate just a little bit on how the trolleys will be replaced?
Yeah, the downtown connector will operate a little bit differently than trolleys because it's going to operate on Sundays as well. But it's going to operate on about a 10 to 12 minute frequency. So it's going to hit some of the similar places that we hit with the trolleys, and then other routes that we have through CAT Reimagined will replace some of the places we hit with the trolleys in terms of service.
Okay.
But I think it's going to be a much more convenient option for the community. In addition to that, it's operating on Sunday, which we've never had before.
Right. I'm going to miss the downtown trolleys, but they're internal combustion engines, from what I understand. Will the new fleet, the replacements be electric or hybrid?
Yes, we are trying to replace all of our current hybrid diesel vehicles with electric buses. Our goal is by 2050. So in January of 2025, we'll receive an additional 9 electric buses. 38% of our fixed route fleet will be electric.
Okay, and then the downtown connector, will they have a different look than the regular CAT buses? I guess I'm wondering how people would identify them.
So through the destination sign that's in the front of that bus, it'll say downtown connector, but we plan on operating an electric vehicle on that downtown connector full-time.
Okay, but other than the headline, I guess, in front, it'll look just like a regular downtown bus?
That's correct.
Okay, all right, great, thank you.
Director Thorne, have you made a decision as to whether the downtown connector will be free?
As of right now, it will not be free. Again, open to partnerships for our people to help pay for that, but as of right now, it'll cost the $1 fare.
Okay. And speaking of partnerships, I think that you all are in discussions with UT to increase ridership among students. Is there anything you can share about that?
I can just say that we're in conversations with them to basically allow student, faculty, and staff to ride free in a partnership with UT in some form of a contract.
Okay. All right. It's great. First year freshmen should learn to ride the bus. That's great. Councilwoman Parker.
This is a question not necessarily for you all, but it makes me think about it with special events. The mayor announced a new roof on the amphitheater. Have I already missed that part in our budget?
No, and honestly, it's a facility managed by PBA. Ms. Bird's in the back. What the mayor announced was that this proposed budget includes design so that we're
Okay.
ready to replace that roof, because it's a system. It's a membrane roof, a really unique membrane roof. So we're going to get it ready to replace in the following budget year. But I want to say it was around 300,000. Kitron's looking it up, 3+. So we'll be ready to replace it. It's long past due, and that's one of those items I know we brought up about some deferred maintenance on what I'll call our legacy amenities like Coliseum Auditorium, World's Fair Park, the waterfront. So
For that one, I just wanted to mention, when reviewing the design and what is needed, to please take in consideration the sound.
yes,
Because the sound in the amphitheater is horrible.
okay.
You know, the way it carries over for performances. Not as much for speakers, but for music performances.
Yep.
The sound just carries right over you, and
And I think what we'll do, the roof will probably be separate. How we start to improve that facility to be able to use it for entertainment will be something that we can look at. And I know that Mr. Rosenberg is working with our team as well to look at all of our venues. How do we better maximize our venues to bring in really good entertainment? So that's great feedback. Thank you.
thank you.
Oh, and it was 168 for the design. I doubled the price on that, so it was 168.
And where are we putting that in the budget?
It
The
was a-
168?
It was a capital item to do the design.
Under engineering or
It's under PBA.
PBA?
It's under Public Building Authority, who manages the entire World's Fair Park.
Awesome, thank you.
It's currently affordable to rent. So my ask is that we would try to sustain that as much as possible. It's a beautiful space. The public has access to it.
Yeah, I think one thing that we're looking at, I think, is how do we look more holistically at our venues? I think there are times that we want to be significantly reduced. I think there are also, you look at some other venues, when we undercut the market so much, that actually can hurt other venues that maybe are nonprofit, like the Tennessee Theater or the Bijou. So we're wanting to take a holistic approach and look at all of those things. There's times to say, yeah, let's give it away for free, but there's also times when we do that, we actually cut into the business for other nonprofits. So great feedback, and if we make any substantive changes, we'll obviously come in and talk to council about it, but really good feedback.
One more question for Director Jensen. I imagine during the height of the pandemic and shortly after, 211 probably saw pretty big peak of calls, and we were pointing the entire community to 211. Has that subsided a little bit? Where does that call volume?
Keyword, a little.
Okay.
But that's not necessarily a bad thing, because what happened, one of the bright sides of that was the public awareness of that line. So people are circling back to it. The other thing is we're still working with Knox County on their housing assistance grant, and we're kind of the front door for that. So as they're working to keep people housed, rent assistance, utility assistance through that Treasury grant, we're part of the front end of that as well. So that call volume remains up as well. It did go back down a little bit, but it has stayed higher than it was pre-pandemic.
I don't know that I'm aware of this Knox County housing grant.
It's a grant that they get through the Treasury Department to help people with mortgage in particular. The first round was mortgage, utilities, and rent. Now it's primarily strictly rent. But they work with us, they work with CAC.
Is this new or reoccurring every year?
This is the second round, and it'll probably be the last round of this one.
Okay.
Urban League, CAC, us, Centro Hispano, and Compassion Coalition, and I'm probably leaving, Legal Aid of East Tennessee, because they also have legal advocates that work with people that are in danger of being evicted. And the key purpose of that particular grant is to maintain or keep people housed.
Councilwoman Parker.
Just a follow-up on that grant. This is what's been advertised as Knox Housing Assistance. Is that what the
That
grant?
sounds like the same program, yes,
The same
ma'am.
program. And in the second round, you may or may not know this, but is it the case that inquiries for that assistance are only accepted during the second half of the month? Does that sound familiar
That
to
does
you?
not.
accept
Now, they
inquiries.
have changed the rules on this round, and I think some of it has to do with county staff or CAC staff that are available.
Okay.
But I don't know that that's the way the grant was written. We get calls for it during
the
all
time.
parts of the month.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions? If not, thanks a million for being here and appreciate what you do. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, we went from behind schedule to ahead of schedule. So why don't we break now for lunch? Let's see, we are due back at 12:30. So emails and feeding and all the things. We'll see you at 12:30. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. The next part of our agenda are human resources and civil service, employee benefits, and information technology. If you all could come forward to the table, we'll ask a lot of hard questions in between bites. All right, thank you all for being here. Thank you for the role that you play in our community. We will ask you all questions, but before then, does anybody have any introductory remarks? Good jokes? Nothing to start with? Okay. All right, well, we'll open the floor to council members for questions for these four directors. I think everybody has received the handout from Dr. Hatfield. If you haven't, please raise your hand. We'll get one to you. I guess I'll start there. Dr. Hatfield, welcome. We have, this is a very helpful summary, by the way. It looks like we ended the year with some somewhat concerning trends in terms of just applicant numbers and no-shows and turnover. And understanding there are different reasons for those and different years caused those things than others. But I appreciate the bulleted summary of the efforts that you've made to try to do whatever possible to improve our internal systems to enable improvement. And it looks like we've either improved slightly or stopped the tide of some of those trends. So I guess generally speaking, are there any new processes that you've implemented over the past year that you felt like stand out as effective in either increasing applicants or retaining employees? Oh, wait, sorry. There you are.
Thank you.
Very good.
I just wanted to say that probably making testing and applying easier has made, I think that's going to be the thing that's going to make the biggest difference. We're still just implementing the last of those changes, so allowing applicants to apply fully online, making the application as easy as possible. It's very little that they actually have to complete on there, making it easy to submit. They can actually go schedule themselves now for their exam, and we give them a large selection of dates and times. So being able to do the online testing, have the computer lab set up, allows us to test. We can test for 5 or 6 different jobs at the same time. So it doesn't matter what test you're taking, we can test them all at once and let them choose their own date and time. So I think that's helped. And now we just flipped on live remote proctoring. So that just became available through our test vendor. So that will help for jobs we're having a difficult time filling. And I mean, we now have some jobs, we might get 4 applicants. And we need those 4 applicants. And if they say, I can't get there for a test because I have a job or I'm out of state, we can let them test wherever they are. So I think all of those things are we're gonna start seeing a bigger difference as those have been implemented for a while.
And areas where we still have the most vacancies, I guess, Dr. Drummond, I might ask you to answer this. Where are departments struggling to secure applicants? Or Dr. Hatfield, you each play a unique role in both of those things. So if you want to, either of you can weigh in on that.
I'm going to let someone else do that part
Fair
for
enough.
me.
Can't be good at everything.
We still obviously are struggling with uniform bodies. That's still a challenge. We've done everything we can, I think, to really streamline that process. And more recently, at least from my side of it, we're seeing probably the most difficulty in engineering. We're seeing a lot
Yeah, we heard
of
that
difficulty
earlier.
recruiting for those engineering positions.
But there's been some progress with public service and other departments, right?
Yes, to some degree. We always struggle with entry level in public service, but Chad has done a lot of things to really improve that on his side. Difference.
In addition to that, we have a person that does talent acquisition, Mary Margaret Murray, and she's with us today. She goes out to all of the job fairs. She's actively recruiting in engineering. We've set up an engineering program that is for interns, which is a much different program that's been done in the past. So we believe that will make a huge difference working with the engineering department there. In addition, we have two of our HR individuals as well. Laurel Murphys is also working with the Public Service Department on ways in which to recruit differently, in which to reach out to individuals differently, because we still see that as a major issue. And so our HR generalists are working as business partners and working specifically with the department to ensure that we are reaching out when we can.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Hatfield, for this useful summary. I'm still pouring through it, so I'm trying to catch up. But I wanted to talk about the turnover rates, and if we have any sense of, kind of similar to Vice Mayor Smith's comment earlier, about interviewing outgoing staff, the exit interviews, to get more information about why they're leaving their position, or do some of these turnovers represent internal transfers where city employees have moved to a different department? Can you help us understand the turnovers?
I'll just answer part of that and then defer to Dr. Drummond on the exit interviews.
Okay.
The turnover that I gave you in that handout do not represent internal moves. So an employee moving from one department to another, those are individuals separating from the city, and those are only voluntary. So it's not going to count anything that's an involuntary turnover. And then I'll let Dr. Drummond tell you about the exit interviews.
Thank you.
I'm not sure what the data that she provided, but we do provide all information regarding exit interviews. We do exit interviews and send it out to everyone when they leave. As the chief talked about this morning, he talks to all of his individuals. We have a very low return rate for exit interviews. That is absolutely not the best way to look at turnover and how to review turnover. We need to start reviewing it from an engagement standpoint and a state interview standpoint. And so that's one of the things that I would like to pursue moving forward. Exit interviews occur after the fact, and it doesn't help you. You can say, well, it's too late to get someone. So we need to start looking about why people stay. What do we need to encourage them and keep them engaged? We understand from a turnover rate how long and what's the average length of time people stay. And so if you know that, Are there opportunities to lengthen that stay time? That's going to be the key. As we said, there are fewer people that are staying for their entire career, 20, 30 years. When we look at this, the average length of time is 4 to 5 years. So what are the things that we do that if we can increase that length of time, that's going to be the critical point, more so than just exit interviews. But our exit interviews, people leave and they're ready to move on. And so we get very little data out of that.
Gotcha, okay.
Yeah.
For human resources specifically, do we have any insight on what's causing a high turnover rate within human resources?
Within our Human Resource Department, we have been developing changes within our department. Our last vacancy left with some military reasons and change due to that. We have had a pretty good turnover, but I feel real comfortable to say that we're on the right track. We've hired 2 people, Dustin Henshaw, that came out of the Public Service Department, and he's been here 16 years. I will tell you, and then we also brought in Linda Pardue, and she worked in the Civil Service Department at one point, went to Fire Department, has come back to the city of Knoxville, come back to Human Resources. What I think the main reason was that hiring straight from the outside with Human Resources is different in the public sector than it is for the private sector. Coming in, understanding private sector HR, getting that and building that. We now have a team that has both external and internal knowledge, and I think it's making a huge difference, and I think it's building. We also, with Mary Margaret coming in from the University of Tennessee and was the top graduate in her program, it has really made a huge difference about people seeing the value of public sector HR, and I think that's going to be the change.
Okay. One other question. We approved new, it's going to be hard for me to kind of verbalize this, but
Just say it.
to improve KPD recruitment, we created new positions, changed requirements, and I had the lateral transfers was a new recruitment strategy, and I had some concerns about how these new strategies might impact KPD performance, and whether we were agreeing to, in some ways, lowering the standards of our department, and it was something I wanted us to monitor. And as we've seen incidents occur in the news recently, it's often reported what recruit class that they're a part of, and I'm noticing a trend that some of the concerning incidences that have happened recently are from new recruits. Do we have any sort of internal monitoring system to track how the impact of these new policies that we have adopted or new recruiting strategies in KPD?
I can't address KPD's strategies in that regard. When they make decisions and how they're managing those performance, I can't talk about that. I know that they have SOPs or operating procedures that they have to follow, but that is not in my area. I'm not sure if Vicki or
Is it civil
someone
service,
else.
or is it all KPD?
It's not me.
Well, I think one thing too with KPD, I do think that the standards have not lowered for officers, but the way to become an officer has become more efficient, and Ms. Hatfield has done an incredible job at that. I don't think the team up here, I think once they become officers, it becomes the purview of the chief to monitor their performance about how they do in the field. But go ahead, Dr. Hatfield.
I agree with that. By removing the written exam, that really was the only major difference in the selection criteria, is removing that written exam. And all that written exam was doing, it was measuring sort of a basic level of cognitive competence, just a very basic. Because they have an extensive period of academic time in the academy, and then they still have a one-year probation after that. We felt like that was an acceptable risk, that at worst, you might hire someone who doesn't have the cognitive level to get through the academy, and if that's the case, they're probably not going to get through the academy. But I think that's the only measurable risk there, but I agree with David, that performance part's going to come in probably after and be measured by the department during that first year.
One other, with the lateral transfers, was there any change in our recruitment with, when, I can't even remember if we added lateral transfers as a recruitment strategy, or if we, so we authorized that new recruitment strategy. And I can't remember exactly what that entails, but it seemed like lateral transfers were able to kind of get on the streets more quickly than a new recruit.
That's absolutely correct.
And so they're coming in with different training than other KPD officers. I don't suppose we're monitoring that strategy at all in terms of if we're seeing concerning, infractions committed by lateral transfers.
I'd say that would be a KPD
Still
question.
KPD, yes.
But just anecdotally, I've only heard good things.
Okay.
The process allows for them to go on quicker based on their years of experience, but they still have to go through the basic academy and the field training program, but it is shortened based on their years of experience in law enforcement. But KPD will be able to answer that, and I'm sure we can ask some additional questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question for Director Parker. Talk about the IT master plan, why it's important and necessary, and what you hope to achieve with it.
Sure. It allows us to be proactive, so we want to make sure that we're on the right track as far as our cybersecurity, software, hardware approach goes, and making sure that our goals are aligned with the city goals, and those are aligned with the best practice in the IT industry. IT industry, as you know, changes very quickly, and we can get caught doing the same things we've always been doing, and we're right now, for example, we're working on a citywide AI policy. 2 years ago, we wouldn't even have known what that meant. So, it just changes so quickly, and we want to make sure that we're being proactive and aligning our strategy towards, industry strategies as well.
And so you're looking particularly for external expertise?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Councilwoman Ryder.
Yeah, Mr. Parker, when you mentioned that you're working on a AI policy, and in the past, you wouldn't have considered you needed to do that, kind of, what's the approach to that? What do you mean, or what are some of the concerns from your perspective?
Basically, people using ChatGPT to generate perhaps city documents, and they may not be accurate because a AI came up with that or pulled an image that they shouldn't have pulled, so it basically, ChatGPT is so easy now. I mean, as you guys probably are aware, you can pull anything, and it may or may not, it sort of sounds like it has to do with something, but it really doesn't. And we want to make sure that if the city staff uses ChatGPT or any other AI tool to gather, something, that it's vetted and it's documented that this was partially generated with ChatGPT or whatever tool. So we just want to make sure that we protect the city as far as the documents we produce and things like that.
So that there's a review process
Yes.
after the tool is used. I just, coming from an educational background, faculty, of course, were really concerned about students using it to do work for them. But then I've had some interesting conversations this past year with leaders in different business organizations. One of them was with a museum. Somebody else does marketing. I know somebody else who uses it for marketing. And I can't remember what the third person, but it was a group conversation, and they just all raving about how much they loved AI and using it to create, I guess, the beginnings of course, they went back and checked stuff, but the beginnings of like operations manuals and all kinds of things. And I just thought that was a really big contrast from the conversations we were having in the education circles. And so that's why I was curious what your paradigm was in approaching it. So
It's
appreciate
also
it.
from a data security perspective. You know, a
Okay.
lot of these tools are open AI, and what are they capturing?
I got you, because you're
So-
letting them open up and look and scan.
Correct.
Okay, okay.
So-
Okay, thanks.
Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you. I wanted to ask a couple questions about Title VI. And we have a new study that has been completed. I know there might be some overlap between you and the purchasing department with regards to that study. But wanted to ask, well, let me start right there and ask, how much does the recommendations from that study impact the work of the HR department?
The DBE study and the studies that were done is not impacting the HR department per se. When you ask about that, when we think about Title VI and what Title VI requires to ensure that no person is discriminated against, we are looking and we will work with the finance department, and in our HR department specifically, we ensure that we are providing services with minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, and we work with the DBE department to make sure that every quarter, there's conversations about what we're using our financial services on, and we make sure that we provide any type of services that we can through those things. But it is not going to impact the HR department per se.
So all of that goes through purchasing, is what you're saying?
Yes, that's exactly right.
And is the only role that you play to gather the reports each year?
That's exactly what I'm saying. As we look at Title VI, and one of the things that is different is that we are getting HR now, as I'm serving as the Title VI coordinator, will be much more involved in asking additional questions. This has just come about. And so part of what I will do is start attending additional meetings, and I will attend the first one in June with the breakfast, and we will continue to be involved from that standpoint. But this is something new for HR.
So I said I wanted to raise some concerns about the Title VI report.
Absolutely.
And I know this isn't something that started under your leadership. It's been going on for quite a while, how that report is structured.
Absolutely.
And I find it very limited, especially when compared to other cities, even other cities here in our state, to not have a full report from each department, especially KPD, is concerning. Can you help me understand why this is our city's approach to that report?
What I will tell you is that it is fully compliant. I think as we look at this moving forward, are there opportunities to make improvements? The answer is yes. Now being in a position to be able to ask questions, to recreate some of the departmental processes, I think in the future, you will see differences, more enhanced reports. But at this current time, the report meets what we need. But I think you're right. As it's been done in the past, that has been historical. And I hate to say that was done in the past and this is what we've always done. I think now moving forward, that it is something that I will take a more active role in asking additional questions, putting a more heftier report together. But I want to ensure you that right now, we are 100% in compliance and doing everything that we need to do.
Yeah, Ms. Parker, if I can jump in, you talked about the city philosophy administration. First, we are 100% compliant, but it is one of the reasons that the mayor wanted to embed Title VI in HR is because we now have a team of people that are trained. Same way with why we wanted to expand our capacity for ADA and other compliance and best management practices that, things that come out from the federal level. And so if you've got examples, you mentioned other cities, if you've got those examples of things you really liked, if you'll send those to me and Dr. Drummond and Dr. Hatfield and others, we would love to check out what you think is an ideal report. It'd be great.
Yeah, Memphis has a good report. It's very informative. It includes all departments. And they have, the goal of the Title VI coordinator is to come up with new ideas each year of what the city can be engaging in to address disparities. And so, that's where I would like for us to get as a city. We need someone.
I agree with you.
In that position. The other piece of that, which I've talked to some folks in purchasing, but purchasing's coming up, I believe, right? We need an ordinance dealing with the Title VI recommendations, and I've been told that the administration is working on an ordinance. I have a draft ordinance ready to go, happy to share it.
If you'd like to sit down and talk through that, I've sent you a few dates. I'd love to talk through it and sit down and see what your thoughts are about how you think we can improve our program. So, reply back. Beth will get us a time, and we'll sit down and talk about it.
Yeah, because there's just so much more that we can be doing. And I absolutely agree with you that I imagine we are meeting the bare minimum, but we can do more than meet the bare minimum, right? Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you. Earlier, we were talking about employee benefits. And I was directed to ask you, once you arrived, about the city's plans to look into our employee benefits and pension program.
I can't really speak to pension, but I can speak to deferred compensation.
Okay, yeah.
Sure.
To me, I don't really fully understand all of these terms, so
Sure.
please.
Our deferred comp plan is a 457B.
Okay, gotcha.
We don't really contribute to it. If employees put $20 in their deferred comp, we will reimburse them in their paycheck $10. So we have been working with our consultant, SageView, on what other entities with 457 plans do. Our focus with deferred comp has been transitioning from Prudential to Empower. That purchase took place in April of 2022, and we're finally migrated fully to the Empower platform. And through that, we'll work with their governmental team, which will also give us access to lots of resources and what other entities are doing with deferred compensation plans. I would love to see us move to contributing to that from a percentage basis. Like if a person's been here for 3 years and is contributing 2%, we will match that 2%.
Yep.
And then 5 years, we'll match another 2% to 4%, and then up to 6%. I think that would be a really cool plan.
Yep. Yeah, I am surprised we don't have that plan already.
I believe our pension had been, once we sort of like moved to the new pension system, that's sort of been my focus, is how can we supplement that pension system? There's a lot of cool things we can do with Empower as well. Like Empower can handle an intake from other systems. So potentially the pension system, so that people could get a true picture of their retirement with that 457 plan and the pension plan and any other assets they might have. It's an individual account. So I rolled over a 401k from a prior employer into an IRA. I could roll that in, so I get a true picture of what my retirement plan looks like. So there's a lot of opportunity. We're actually meeting with Pension on the 22nd to kind of talk about all we can do with this new platform.
Cool, thanks.
You bet.
Director Stickler, you've once again staved off any increase in cost to employees for benefits, but I think there was mention in the budget that that may be hard to do again in the future. Can you talk about the financial trade-offs we've had to make to, or any if at all? I'm sure there's pressure to increase our benefits costs.
Sure. So to talk about the health plan, it's really important to understand how we fund our health plan. So we are a self-funded health plan. I guess partially self-funded because we do purchase stop-loss insurance. So anything over a certain amount, a stop-loss vendor would pay. So because we are self-funded, we come up with premium equivalents based on what our total claims are. So our claims on a rolling 12-month right now are about like 17.3 if you look at medical and pharmacy spend. And so you take that and you figure out how many people do we have on the plan, what are the administrative costs associated with it, and you come up with a rate. We have managed to be able to keep that rate relatively stable and allowing employees to pay their portion, which it equates to a pretty small number when you look at it's $20+ million. I think employee contributions may be $3 million total. Those premium equivalents are how we determine COBRA rates. And like if somebody leaves the city, they would be eligible for COBRA coverage, 18 to 36 months. And as long as our COBRA rate is not more than the cost of our plan, then the DOL doesn't really care. But it's when that COBRA rate becomes more expensive than actual benefits. So that's really how we're able to keep those premium equivalents the same. Like the city pays for all the claims that come from any provider. Like Blue Cross, the claim is adjudicated either by Blue Cross Blue Shield, our medical provider, or Capital RX, our pharmacy provider, and the ultimate dollar amount is pulled from our bank account.
So the city is self-funded, and that is driven, the cost of that self-funding is driven largely by claims of the employees.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's very helpful, thank you. Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you. I was reminded by Mr. Brace about the ADA now being under Human Resources, right? No.
The ADA coordinator works directly in the Department of Community Development. They do not work, that person does not work under me, but what happens through Title VI, Title VII, any issues of compliance comes through HR as a clearinghouse matter when it deals with employee issues. I do not deal with ADA when it comes to building structure, any of those types of things. And we have staff that will support Stephanie Brewer-Cook, Ms. Cook, to support the employees, only for ADA accommodations and ADA compliance with employees only.
Yeah, Ms. Brewer-Cook who's the ADA coordinator for the city, is still in the Housing and Neighborhood Development Department. She has been in that department. Ms. Brewer-Cook was actually a political appointee in the mayor's office under Mayor Ash. And when Mayor Ash left, that position was protected with civil service and was placed down in what was community development at the time. That was I'm looking at Dr. Hatfield, 21, 22 years ago. And it's been in that position, in that department since that time. But the clearinghouse for all ADA, if anybody has a concern about ADA, is HR. And so that's the history on how that all kind of played out. But Ms. Brewer-Cook, who manages CODI, which is an advisory group for the mayor, is in Mr. DuBose's department. He'll be here a little later.
And so help me understand how the clearinghouse works.
Absolutely.
Who do we have in place to field those calls?
It is not a person in place to field those calls. We have an email, and if people have questions, they will call the Human Resource Department. I will be the initial point of contact, and then we have 2 employees within our department that will be available to assist if we need to deal with any type of internal investigations. But the way that the actual situation works is that if someone has an issue, they will reach out to HR as the clearinghouse. And if it doesn't deal with the HR department, if it goes directly to civil service dealing with promotions, or that type of thing, then it will be sent to that. If it will be sent to the civil service department. If it deals with another department, then we will work with the law department to ensure that that is going there. But what this is happening is to be able to document and to be able to get information and comprise this. So in a year's time, we will be able to give you information about how many, we won't be able to give you specific details, but how many cases, how many phone calls, how many emails, all of those things that have happened. So that's why we're making this and why you all agreed to have a clearinghouse to get that data together.
Yeah.
But it starts there. Yes, sir?
Yeah, I was just going to say, Councilwoman Parker, ADA is big and broad. And so there's a lot of pieces that go to it. So it's one of those things that every single person in the city is required to understand and understand compliance, right? The engineering director has to make sure that when we do city projects, capital, when we do paving with our curb cuts, that when we do those improvements, that we meet ADA. Anytime Cheryl Ely's doing a park project, we've got to make sure that that infrastructure work or that maintenance work meets ADA. We also have a capital improvements plan for the built environment of things we own. We've got to make sure that we're continuing to fund that like we have for the last, I think, 15 to 20 years. So everyone in the city wears the ADA hat. Obviously, Ms. Brewer-Cook, in her role, is to do a few things. One is obviously the advisory group. CODI is an important advisory group for the mayor and for the city, especially when it comes to what improvements we want to make on city facilities through the plan that was done a number of years ago. They're also there to be a sounding board if citizens have concerns or thoughts. A lot of times what Dr. Drummond deals with is an employee accommodation, where someone says, I have an issue and I need an accommodation, and obviously that goes into HR, and Dr. Drummond and her team, all of those folks in HR would then be able to help help that individual go through the accommodation process. And so there's a lot of pieces to ADA, but all of us in the city we're held responsible to make sure that we're compliant with it in all of our work areas. So just wanted to throw that out there.
Gotcha. That's a helpful explanation, and I agree that we need all departments to understand ADA and also Title VI. I think we should make it a goal as our city that, when the KPD chief or some other department director comes before us, if we ask about Title VI, they have answers, It's not that they're saying, I don't know about that thing. That's some other unimportant thing that some other department deals with. We need to emphasize on all of these issues, ADA, Title VI, any of our anti-discrimination work, that it has to be a priority of every department.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. And as we continue, all of the Human Resource Department receives training, and we support Ms. Brewer-Cook and her other part-time staff. We've paid for their training. We, in the HR department, is providing training for all supervisors under ADA and also under limited English proficiency. So the HR department is using resources to support the ADA and to ensure that all of training is provided. I agree with you 100%. It's everyone's responsibility, and the HR department has the ability to provide that and assist with, through our training coordinator. We're updating all of our Title VI training for all employees. We have it for every new employee that comes in. There's annual training for supervisors, and we are providing training or paying for training through Ms. Brewer-Cook whenever she needs it as well.
If I could speak to that just real quick. when anybody's on FMLA, which is handled in our office, as well as workers' compensation, when they come back with restrictions, we always loop her in because we want to make sure there's an accommodation. So like even behind the scenes, like conversations are being had, like she's aware of certain things, and then she can reach out to the employee too and make sure that they have everything they need when they come back to the workplace, given whatever they've had.
Yeah, I do feel a slight obligation since Chief Noel's not here. The question to Chief Noel was about the Title VI report. Chief Noel is fully supportive and understands Title VI, but he didn't have the details of the report. Dr. Drummond pulls all of those reports together. So that report is channeled through Dr. Drummond to make sure we're compliant. I mean, there's pieces that are in purchasing that they've got data that'll come out later about their efforts. So I just want to make sure that we didn't leave this impression on the table that Chief Noel wasn't supportive or understood Title VI. I think he's just not responsible for the report.
Okay, just to follow up really quickly, and to be clear, even if he doesn't write the report, I think every department head needs to understand what's in their own departmental Title VI report, especially if he has a commitment to addressing the climate at KPD. If that's top priority at KPD, that should be top of mind for him as well.
That's good feedback. I'll pass that along to him and appreciate that.
No, thank you.
All right, we're a little bit behind, but entertain any other questions from council members? Going once, twice? Thank you all for being here. Have a good day. All right, next up, Ms. Bumpus, Mr. Rowan, and Mr. Odom. We are in the Visit Knoxville, Zoo Knoxville, and Knoxville Chamber portion of the meeting for those following at home. Welcome. I believe most of us know most of you, but would you just quickly state your names and titles for everybody?
Sure. Mike Odom, President and CEO of Knoxville Chamber.
We're going to need a mic course for all of our speakers, compliance requirement.
I'll push buttons.
I'd rather see you all struggle as a team. It's more entertaining. There you go.
I liked it better when it was off. Mike Odom, President and CEO, Knoxville Chamber.
Kim Bumpus, President of Visit Knoxville.
Hi, y'all. Drew Rowan, Interim President and CEO of Zoo Knoxville.
Tom Jaramillo, CFO, Zoo Knoxville.
Thank you. And a special shout out to Zoo Knoxville for hosting our retreat earlier this year. It was, we got a lot done and it was fun.
Thank you. We were happy to have you and glad we could distract you with some animals for part of the time.
It was very fun. No one was bitten or nobody lost any appendages. It was
We're happy
great.
about that too.
All right. Does anybody have any questions to start us off? I'll go first. Mr. Rowan, related to the ravine, we're excited about that, obviously. Can you tell us about the timeline for that? And my question is also around an annual commitment. I saw a reference in here, I know it's new, but I saw there was a reference in here to annual upkeep and maintenance, as do most things where a lot of people gather. But what is your expectation for ongoing support from the city for that?
From the capital side or for the operational side?
For the operational side.
So we work through a contract with the city. It's a 5-year term. Right now, the operational support that the city provides is roughly 9 to 10% of our operating budget, depending on our annual budget for the year. That's critical support for us. We're a nonprofit. We rely on gate revenue, membership, and earned revenue through our development services to support the rest of our budget. Municipal operational support is one of those critical elements for us. As you look across the spectrum of zoos around the country, you know, the governance is different for every zoo. The amount of operational support that they receive from their local municipality and or state funds is different. I think we're in a really healthy place having you guys support 9% of our operational budget. We're not in a situation where you're floating the majority of our budget. We're earning our own money. We also have a healthy reserve now. So if something were to happen like the pandemic or a large issue with some of our facilities, we have the ability to keep our folks employed while we execute any of those improvements that are needed. As far as the ravine goes, that was a $1 million commitment over 3 years as part of that new capital infrastructure for us. A project that we're incredibly excited about. It is located right in the center of the zoo in an area that's incredibly steep. You guys have seen it in person. Almost an unbuildable area, but a beautiful area of old growth forest that we really wanted to highlight, take our guests off the main path, embed them within the woods. We can tell the story of the natural flora and fauna around East Tennessee. And as you guys know, it will not only be a daytime amenity for our guests, we'll also use it as a corporate sales and rental venue. And beginning in late 2025, we'll be talking more publicly about that area being the host site or the venue for a very exciting conservation-focused immersive night experience 5 months of the year. Timeline for that, sorry, I want to answer that as well. Timeline for that, we've got construction documents into the city right now. Civil was just approved. We hope to start construction in earnest in the next couple months with a completion date of second quarter of next year.
Okay. Inquiring kids will be
Yes,
happy to hear.
we're working on it, and we have a variety of other, small capital projects coming online over the next 12 months too. So hopefully it will keep the zoo exciting and interesting and attracting new guests.
And you mentioned a healthy reserve. Could you share what that is?
Yeah, so our goal for our reserve is 6 months of operating funds, should something happen that causes us to close down a portion or all of the zoo. Right now, we're sitting at about $5 million in reserve funds, which you guys know with inflation and us really focusing on paying our folks what they deserve so they can earn a living wage. That continues to grow and will need to grow to hit that 6-month mark, but we're at about 3.5 to 4 months right now of carrying.
Okay, all
Yep.
right. That's good to know.
We feel
that.
really good about that.
It's good to know the goal.
Yep.
Thank you. Questions from other council members?
We're just learning how to use our budgets.
Okay. We're only halfway through the day, it's, but, it's never too late to learn. Yeah, to be fair, I just learned about it 5 minutes ago, so. I have a teacher beside me.
Hey, sir, if I could just mention that the zoo is
Perfect, thank you.
a whole lot better off financially by having that reserve than they were, I'll say, 3 years ago or whatever. So, I mean, this is a big deal.
Yeah, we
It
were all
really
caught
is.
by surprise, I think, at that time. Mr. Odom, would you share with us information about the 2030 protocol?
Oh, Vice Mayor, I'd love to. So, as most of you know, I believe we talked about this last year during the this hearing, that in November of '22, we had produced a piece of work that talked about that with the oncoming next industrial revolution, that as strong as our economy is, it's not prepared for what's going to happen here in the next 5-6 years and long into the future, and that we needed to start preparing for that in a meaningful way. So after that work, which we're very proud to say a lot of people came back and said, hey, we agree with that, we started putting together the pieces of how to address that in a very meaningful, impactful way. And so the 2030 protocol is that new economic direction that we believe will prepare Knoxville for what's coming. So it focuses on 3 elements, and there are things that we've talked about before with you all. One, and the most important one, is being talent. 2 is the business climate that we have, and 3 is the infrastructure. And so the ultimate goal is to really transition Knoxville into being a place for computing-related environment and jobs. And better way to say it is just, if it's really the center of where our world is going to be is about the computer, and making sure that we have the people, the environment, and the places to be able to take advantage of it.
That has a dedicated webpage, I think?
It does,
What
it
is-
does, the 2030protocol.com.
Okay, all right. Yeah, a few folks sent that to me, so the word is getting
Oh,
out.
good.
Yeah. Councilwoman Ryder.
Yeah, quick question for Mr. Odom. So you don't have a sheet in our binder.
I'm sorry.
I know that's not your problem per se, but just help me out, because I would have to dig through this and figure out where it is. You guys are like a contract with us. We give you a set rate. Did that change in this budget? It's the same rate?
It's the same.
Okay.
I'm going to guess here, Councilmember Ryder. I believe it's been 7 or 8 years. The
Okay.
5 years I've been here, it's been the same rate. I believe it was 2 or 3 years before that
Okay.
as well.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Sure.
Ms. Bumpus, I think similarly, the city provides a contractual amount to Visit Knoxville is that right?
Yes, 100%. And we have an operational line, and then we have a few ancillaries like the film office, K-Town Connect, programs of that nature.
Would you give an overview? We had a long conversation about all the strategies that you've been working on over the past couple of years and emerging ones. Can you talk just a little bit about how attracting large groups or events here has changed over the past few years?
Yeah, 100%. So, right now tourism is still on a growth pattern. However, it is slowing down. But as far as retaining groups, a lot of our efforts, they're pretty much the same as it comes to recruitment. Obviously, our investment as Visit Knoxville into the Visit Knoxville Sports Commission, the 5 tractor trailers we have, the premium sport court, basketball systems, volleyball systems, we own all of those. So that gives us a competitive edge on all the destinations as we look at recruiting youth events to the convention center and to the W, which is the space underneath the Marriott. Right there on World's Fair Park. We also, one of the number one trends, and I think this is what we also talked about that came out of COVID, is people traveling with their pets. So right now we are telling the story to the leisure traveler through our documentary and Visit Barksville, and how you will visit Knoxville through the eyes of a dog named Hank. That has been a huge campaign that we've done that's already receiving awards, and it is all digital, so it's 100% trackable. So we've already generated over 10,000 hotel bookings from the leisure market through the campaign and through people that, find Knoxville interesting and want to visit from the outdoor perspective, whether they're actually traveling with their animal or not. So that's been a really good thing. And just to give you just a couple of stats that go in line with that, is as we are moving forward, our revenues have grown over 2%, average daily rates grown over 5.3%, and then the downtown average daily rate, which is what really creates the center of our tourism, and then everything else pushes out from that, that's grown over 8.5%, and those are just year-over-year numbers. So everything is still very, very healthy, and we're really excited, and we're in events right now, so.
I would just let you offer any, do you all do any post-visit research or interviews with people? You know how to get groups here, but in terms of their experience with the city and affordability or just excitement about amenities, what are you hearing folks leave with?
Yeah, every single group that comes to Knoxville, we do a post-event survey, and they turn it back in. One of the biggest feedbacks we get is, the friendliness of Knoxville. They love it here. It sells great in person. I think that's what helps our repeat visitation numbers. And then, as far as in the moment amenities that they might mention is obviously they do talk about, airfare and, what that looks like, and that we're one stop away from anywhere in the world. But sometimes that one stop away might be an extended pattern in which to get here. So obviously we deal with that in the moment when we're rebooking them. And then, everything else are obviously problems that we can always easily resolve. Oh, my breakfast was cold at this hotel, or, I checked in and people didn't realize my group was coming. And so we use that type of feedback to work with our hotel properties to really amp up their game when it comes to the amenities and to the recognition.
Thank you for that. We all have our own reason to love it here, but it's always interesting to hear visitors' perspectives and how they change over time. Any other questions by council members? Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you. continuing the conversation about policies regarding use of technology. We have public assembly facilities. We have buildings managed by Public Building Authority. I imagine lots of security equipment and other things associated with both of those items. Can I ask about policies that Public Building Authority has in place to manage those?
I think PBA is going to be up next. They're not up there.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I guess y'all are off the hook then, because I ain't got nothing for Zoo Knoxville, Visit Knoxville, or the Chamber. Let me ask this question, because I was sitting here making a list of all the people I wanted to talk to who aren't on our agenda. Like, I often have questions about the Knox Entrepreneur Center when the Chamber comes forward, and you get to happily say, that's not me, I can't answer. But we're not going to get a chance to talk to them during this process, it seems. Knox Entrepreneur Center.
Do you want to pretend to be Mr. Biggs, or?
It depends on what the question is.
Well, it was going to be about programs that the city funds for Knox Entrepreneur Center.
Then I can happily say I don't know
Okay.
the answers to those questions, so Mr. Biggs would be the right one.
Unless Mr. Brace or Rebecca Jane want to take a crack at it, maybe Mr. Biggs can, okay.
For future budget hearings, if you would get the council office a list of people you want to hear from in advance, we'll see what we can do.
Okay, awesome. The other one is city elections. Because we have an election coming up next year, and I noticed there's $500,000 in last year's budget that wasn't spent, and we did not budget anything this year for city elections. Perhaps, can we talk about that during the finance portion a little bit?
Yes, we can.
Awesome.
Sure.
Awesome. And the other one is mayor's office.
So there are sections for policy where Ms. Ball will be here, and then, of course, the urban design and development, Ms. Justice is here to speak to as well.
And you'll be stuck with me. Ms. Ball's father had open heart, so she will not be here. And Kristen Farley's daughter is graduating, and Eric Vreeland is out. So you're stuck with me on those two as well.
Definitely.
So I'll do my best. I have notes, though, so.
Okay, awesome. That's all I have. Sorry, y'all.
Councilwoman McKenzie.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So Mike, my apologies if you've mentioned this or not, but just wanted to ask, has the chamber heard any updates as it relates to the Amazon facility?
That question I can't answer. The update hasn't changed, and we talk to them fairly regularly. Their plan is still to move forward with that facility in the use in which they intended it to be, but as of right now, they have no timeline as to when that work will begin.
Okay,
Sorry.
no worries. And then Drew, for the zoo, I think that there's so many exciting things that are going on at the zoo. The zoo's, I think within the last 5 years, has really just established itself as a destination spot. And with the innovative thinking that we have going on there, it just continues to grow even more. And so it's a great enhancement to all the other wonderful things that Visit Knoxville that Kim works on. And so great collaborations on those things. I just want to compliment you both on that.
That's great. Thanks for that acknowledgement.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Ryder.
Yeah, so, Mr. Odom, I'm going to email Mr. Doug directly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was the point of contact with Amazon, right?
He is. He
Okay.
was and still is.
Okay, because they had a specific timeline So I don't know if they've backed off that timeline or they're sticking with that timeline.
I thought that the only thing that I know of was the original timeline, and that has long passed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
They
if there's
met
a
with
new
us
one-
last fall.
Okay.
The mayor, myself, I'm trying to think who else was there. Doug, there were other people there, I just can't remember who they were. But anyway, they told us they would start staffing that facility, they would start hiring for that facility in July and have it staffed for, what is it called, Prime Day? I hate shopping online.
I
so-
understand, it's Prime Day. You're
Is
right.
Prime Day an
Yes.
October thing?
I think so, yes.
Okay, so at that time, last fall, they told us they would be up and running for Prime Day. Since then, people have come to me with other rumors that I keep meaning to email Doug and go, what do you know about these rumors? So I drove out there yesterday, actually, for another errand, and there are people doing some stuff in the parking lot, which is what they told us when they met with us was in October, was that they had some facility upgrades for, with KUB to work out, to be operational, and to get that all ready by this July. I'd say seeing people doing things in the parking lot on the ground yesterday would mesh with that. So we'll see if Doug has better
Yeah,
intel.
and Councilmember, I actually communicated with Doug this morning, who's
Okay,
out of town.
okay.
He confirmed that there is no timeline, so maybe that's changed, and we did not communicate that to you, but I will
Okay.
find out, and I will let you know.
Okay, all right. Well, because the other concern that when we left there last October, I said I was going to go back and take pictures and send them. They, the Amazon folks, because they came in from other places, none of them were local, are not fully aware of what all they own. They are taking very good care of what they are paying attention to that they own, which is the building and the immediate grounds. But when you drive into the facility, you've got all these other businesses in that outer ring.
I know exactly
And
what
then you
you're
have
talking
this pockets of weedy disaster that are actually owned by Amazon. So no one's taking care of it because in their mind, it's not theirs because
Right.
it's not part of that centerpiece, but it is theirs. And like yesterday, I had to kind of go around a huge pothole and that's impacting everybody on the out parcels. And I know like during the elections, someone put signs up trying to blame the city for some of the weeds and stuff when it's private land and, you know, we can't really have our public works folks maintaining
Of
private
course not.
property.
We
so-
will take care of that.
Oh, that's okay. We just need to confer about it and be like, hey, while your landscape folks are coming out here and doing all these great things, you just need to do these little corners
Absolutely.
that belong to them and not the city. So, okay. Well, I, like all of us, I'm not even going to point to any particular councilwoman or person, really want to see some life out there.
As do we.
So, it's killing me. Okay.
So let me just add to that. I mean, one of the reasons I think we all were so incredibly excited about that facility being built there and the location was the accessibility for so many people in communities to be able to have, you know, really good paying jobs with benefits. And so if you guys would just keep us posted between the two of you in your conversations, because they have to have hiring fairs, they have to train people, and that takes time. So I really wish they'd just go ahead and just be honest with us about what's really going on and when they're going to do something or
Absolutely.
not. Because I do know there are a couple of people who live in my community that are now actually driving out to Maryville for part-time jobs. And I just think, wow, you know, just the strain on a person driving out there, and it's like night shifts.
Right.
So if you'll just keep us posted.
Absolutely.
Thank you,
Happy to
between
do so.
you and Councilman Ryder. Thanks.
Councilwoman Ryder.
Yeah, and I'll just tack onto that, like I went and visited one of the newer restaurants there in the outer ring and the poor guy was struggling. I think he'd come from another place up in the Tri-Cities area and I told him, I was like, oh, well, this is what they told us. So you hopefully will soon have employees and people that are leaving and coming and going that will be your customers and will help, you know. So there's just businesses there that are struggling in the shadow of that. So it's just, my heart is for everybody around there and I don't know. It's just a long,
We'd like him to
hard
get started as
road.
well. We completely agree.
Yeah, all right, thanks.
Sure.
Go eat there, I guess. Go
Yeah.
eat in some of those places because they need it.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, thanks for being here today. Okay, moving right along. Next up is the Public Building Authority and Public Assembly Facilities, ASM. That's a good idea. Like us three or, okay, sure. Welcome, Mr. Rosenberg. We've been up here before, but if our other two guests could state your name and title, that would be helpful.
Thank you. I should know that. Good afternoon. I'm Jane Burritt, and I'm the Administrator and CEO of the Public Building Authority.
Thank you.
I'm Mary Bogert, General Manager for ASM Knoxville, and we manage all of your public assembly facilities.
Thank you for being here. All right. There's a significant number, I believe, of capital expenses for these folks. Any council members want to start off with questions? Councilwoman Parker.
Since I've already tried this question, might as well go ahead and wrap it up. But I was asking about our public facilities and technology that we're using, policies that we have surrounding our, especially, video equipment that we're using, data storage, all of that.
So we have 2 command centers that have over 1,400 cameras in
Okay.
them.
Yep.
We have video that we share with KPD or upon request. If you would request a video, it's going to be authorized through me finally. If we're in a situation where KPD is investigating something, we cannot release it. But as long as we do that, then I authorize it. We also have 2 individuals that check those reports monthly as to who has accessed any videos we have.
And now KPD is acquiring this new Axon data storage program. Have there been any conversations about how Public Building Authority cameras might link into this more expanded, video monitoring system?
I don't know that we will have access to that system. We do monitor the public safety building itself, but I don't know that we will at this point in time.
Well, and from my understanding of how Axon explained it to me is it wouldn't be something that you would have access to, but it would be an agreement between PBA and KPD that they have kind of like an automatic access to those cameras so that if they're, tracking an individual, they're able to patch into different cameras to be able to see where that person has gone. Doesn't sound like those conversations are.
There are systems that are very capable of doing that, but I have not heard about that yet.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. How about our assembly facilities? And our policy, and is it integrated with the city servers? Are you all managing that separately?
We manage it separately, but as I understand, I think KPD has access to what was installed at the Civic. We're in the process of upgrading the cameras at the Convention Center and World's Fair Exhibition Hall.
Yep.
And I can't speak to those, but I know that it was the same system that the Public Building Authority has.
And I don't know if you were here earlier for the conversation about the amphitheater, but just some concerns about the sound at that facility, and
Yes.
wanting to make sure that was a priority with the redesign.
I did hear that, and
Okay.
we will make sure that that is. I know the symphony is actually having their concert there this summer on the 4th of July, so we'll definitely
Test
make
it
sure
out.
we check that out, but thank you.
Awesome, thank you.
I wonder if we could take a moment and just introduce, behind me, I've got my Director of Security and Life Safety, Alex Fasaro, and then my Director of Finance, Robin Smith. Thank you.
Welcome. I have a question related to the contract increase for PBA. It's referenced that I believe the purpose of that is for increased wages for staff primarily. Is that the case?
Mainly what our increases this year, we added the public safety complex to our portfolio. And then we do have, all employees will be starting rate of $15 an hour now. So that was important for us to get across the board. And then contracts have gone up, utilities have gone up.
Sure.
So in general, the maintenance expenses such as elevators, custodial, all of those things have increased. So those are the main reasons for the budget.
But this increase will allow you to get wages to $15 an hour?
Everybody will start at $15 an hour. That wasn't, through the parking area, that wasn't consistent. So
Okay.
we've now got that.
All right,
Thank you.
thanks for that clarification.
Vice Mayor, just one comment more on our facilities, especially the facilities that Mary's team manages. And I know that Mr. Rosenberg, I know the mayor's brought this up. We have some aging facilities. The most critical right now is Coliseum Auditorium. We have invested dollars into that facility, but one of the things the mayor has asked Grant, Mary, the PBA team, myself, is to dig in on a solution to not just Band-Aid, but to actually try to make a real impact and get those facilities up. So I think next year and the year after that, you're going to start to see this plan roll out to really try to address significant deferred maintenance. So just wanted you to know that.
And that would be a good example, while I'm at it, of capital expenditures that are around maintenance and completing and updating as opposed to new build.
Absolutely.
Ticket items, okay.
Yeah, we need a solution, especially for Coliseum Auditorium. The users, it's tired, and the major infrastructure is original to the building. We've patched in some new stuff, but it's difficult to patch in new with really old. So we're working on what that solution looks like.
I find its age endearing, but maybe not shared by all.
It's endearing until the air conditioning goes out.
I understand.
And
yeah,
then it's hot.
There's a whole bunch of basics here of keeping things cool and doors locked and understand. Councilwoman Ryder.
Yeah, so along the same vein, there's a lot of capital building projects here, and I was looking at what did get funded, which all seems worthy and needed, and then also what didn't get funded that also seems worthy and needed. So rather than focus on the things that did get funded, I just want to ask a few questions about the things that didn't get funded in the capital projects list. And some of them have big ticket prices and some of them are less. One thing, the first one on the list that didn't get funded that probably has the biggest ticket price outside the amphitheater is the Vol Landing maintenance upgrades. That's almost $4 million, didn't get funded. One of the things for me is I love water. I think it's a great attractor for visitors, for people who live here, whatever. And I will say we're doing better with engaging our waterfront than we have in the past. When we added things like Suttrie's Landing and, just giving people ways to get to the water and enjoy it and experience it or access. So this is a pretty big ticket thing, and you've got some things in the request about safety and access and keeping the restaurant and all that stuff open. So where are we with not doing these repairs? And are there ways to do pieces and not all of them and phase things, since that's a $4 million request?
It's a big request, it
Yeah.
is. There is a possibility of a grant approval on some of that funding for volunteer landing. We're hoping for that.
Okay.
When the Vol Landing was created, splash pads were not up to code for what they are today, so we can't use those. The pump house has issues, sidewalks have issues there. So there's just a lot of variables with people traveling back and forth for football and that. There are things that we feel we need to upgrade. And I think, we can try and take them off at smaller sections, but some of it is all integrated together because of plumbing and things like that.
Okay.
So,
I guess what I would just hate to see us in the future, because we have deferred maintenance, have to close down any section for extended period of times. So, because what you're saying to me is that things are tied together and it'd be hard to do things in a piecemeal fashion.
some of that,
Okay.
yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anyway, just noting that. And then I would just say, I noticed that some of the Blackstock parking lot improvements, which is also $1 million, that's a big ticket price, that's safety related there. Some of those. Lighting and security type things, I think was what was in there. Drainage. camera and lighting upgrades. So there's existing cameras
We
there.
have-
I know
we
there's
just-
some lighting.
Yeah, we just installed new cameras there, and the
Okay.
lighting is being upgraded. You know, it's a shared facility.
So
Mary-
even though this didn't get funded, the camera and the lighting did get,
We did that out
Okay.
of the park budget. So
Okay.
it's a shared facility. Mary and I both use
Okay.
it. We also have, you know, STEM school
yeah,
students
well, that's
parking
why
down
I'm
there and
asking.
others. So
I have a kid
yes.
that parks there when he's not grounded from using the car.
Right. But yes, there are things that we're trying to do to make it a safer environment.
Okay, all right. There's just a lot more demand on some parking downtown and stuff and that,
Yes.
like with the concert last weekend. There's a lot of people coming and going late at night and also the students that use it. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Want to thank one of the PBA employees, Brian, who takes care of us every other week in this room on Tuesday evenings. Does a very good job, allows our meetings to flow efficiently, and we have trouble with binders, so
Wow.
we're not an easy group to help.
I'm glad he's here. And I
Yeah.
will tell you, we're going to try and make some upgrades in here in the next few months. So
Okay.
slowly, and it's hard room to book, but we're
Okay.
going to try and upgrade some furniture, make sure that the AV is working properly, and address carpeting issues on the dais.
Well, it's almost, it's inevitably something doesn't go according to plan, and he does a great job.
Thank you. I'll leave it.
Councilwoman Parker.
That actually was my question, was our long-term plan with this AV equipment?
We have upgraded the AV equipment. Now, there's still another step for that to happen, and I actually got a call from Mayor Victor Ash this morning that he has a disability, hearing disability, he was having a hard time hearing. So we're addressing that right now. But I'm hoping after this next round, the AV will be what we want it to be. I think there's been some times that the batteries may have been taken out of mics, things like that. So we'll make sure Brian's checking everything beforehand so that we do have a good sound system.
What about our indicator lights? Are we stuck with just this light now?
You have the indicator at the main table as to what kind of will allow who to speak and the number that place they are in, so.
Yes.
Yes.
We are stuck.
I take it you don't like it.
Well, it's helpful to know that the chair has it on their screen, but it does seem like I have to now wave my hand to get attention, you know, rather than having this indicator light.
Okay. We'll kind of.
Councilwoman Ryder.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say, Ms. Burritt, since we're giving thanks out for your staff and everything, I attended the Southern Skies event last week, and I felt terrible leaving at 10 o'clock with the mess that your staff had to clean up. Public Works actually said it was your staff.
Yes.
And
yes.
someone from Dogwood asked if I wanted to stay behind and clean, and I did, kind of.
Oh, did you?
So kudos to your staff for putting things back.
Thank you.
Because obviously everyone had a good time, but a lot of people left stuff. And you guys had quite a bit of work to do. And I know you guys always, you have a lot of staff that are running around taking care of stuff like that.
Thank you.
As I know, Ms. Bogert, you guys do run a lot of facilities and have lots of events with lots of big crowds, and you guys have to get the shape back again after all the folks have come and gone. And so kudos to everybody for putting it back together.
Any other questions? If not, thank you all for being here. Appreciate what you do for our city. Thank you.
And hey, sir, just to let you know, Ms. Farley Communications is not going to be here because she's doing something with one of her children graduating from somewhere. I'm sorry, I don't know where. But, and Eric, her deputy, he's sick. So bottom line is Kitchen is prepared to answer any financial questions regarding communications department.
Mr. Brace said he was going to answer some of these questions, so
Okay.
between the two of y'all, how do we use AI on Instagram? I'm just kidding. I would like to hear a fun answer.
Can we go back to Title VI?
Okay, so to our Faux Communications Department. Do we have any questions, Councilwoman Ryder?
I'm not sure this is a Kitchering question, so it may be a Brace question, but you can try. You can try and put your communications hat on. I see that one of the requests, and I'm trying to figure out if it was funded or not, and I think you guys can, I'm pretty sure David Brace can answer this, but, so I see one of the requests was a new website provider, and I've heard conversations about changing things with the city's website. Is there?
Yeah, so look, Kristen has provided me great notes.
That's great.
Becoming increasingly frustrated with Provider. So our
Is that the name of the provider, of the current provider?
So we have a third-party provider. We've had some issues with it going down. And then there's actually the website itself, the content and how it's structured. This administration wants to do a big upgrade. The last time it happened, it was when Jesse Mayshark was here. And there was a big upgrade done. That's a project. And so it was in the hopper. And then as we looked at our ability to have time to do it, we've decided that's something we want to do the following year. So you're going to see this. It was not funded, but it'll be a request that goes back in for the following fiscal year. So I anticipate us doing that in the following fiscal year. It needs to be done. It's choppy, and it's not what we want it to be for people that need to access information. So it will be done the next fiscal year, I believe, if we have funding for it.
Okay. I've always used the search feature a lot. I'm a big fan of search engines and using them. And the city website, even before I was a council member, as a community member, I think it's not as functional as it used to be. Like, I think when you put in keywords, it's not necessarily bringing up the most relevant stuff as it used to be. And I don't know that's because there's orphan pages in the CMS or whatever, so anyway.
It's very clunky. There's a lot behind the curtain. It's a mess. It needs to be cleaned up. It's just a project that is going to require a lot of time, not just from the comms team, but from every single director. You got to rebuild it from the department level up. So the decision was made, let's push it out a year. You can only do so many things well.
All right, thanks.
Councilwoman Parker.
My comments were on the same topic. Of course, this was only requests from communications, but I just wanted to emphasize how important I think this request is, and I'm happy to hear that it will move forward next year. I think there's a lot of room for improvement with our website, and it not only would help with engagement by our residents, but I think it would help with employee recruitment. And I think of a website as like your digital front door, and this is what we are, sharing with the world of who we are and how accessible we are as a city even. So I just wanted to encourage and say I'm happy to hear that this investment will move forward eventually, because I think it's a really important one. I also did want to ask, there were prior requests from communications for some staffing support to improve like video production and social media engagement. All of that seems to be going well. Have those needs been addressed in that department?
We hired a videographer.
Okay.
And so that person is on board. And I think that has significantly helped us from just getting information out, right? And so, and then there's been some other needs. I think, Kitchering, you've been able to meet some of the camera technology just better. You want to talk about that?
Yes, we've been able to do some small increases within their operating budget to support their needs. So we were able to do that this year.
Awesome. Thank you.
Any other questions for our award-winning communications department? No? Okay. Well, Councilwoman Parker.
Well, I just noticed that the next page is the mayor's office. And I don't want to mess up our break, but is there room in our agenda to talk about this budget item?
Sure.
Communications is part of the mayor's office. We have multiple departments that we title under the mayor's office.
That's a good point.
There's various organs sprinkled throughout, some we've already seen.
Okay, so this
in the
says mayor's office, but it's just the communications budget.
Yeah.
Well, no, so the mayor's office page is going to be like for staffing of the mayor's office. So like, Sarah, I don't know what her actual title is. This will cover like her salaries, and operating supplies for the actual mayor's office. The page after that is gonna be policy, which I think is what you're looking for.
And that's the bulk of the program expenses coming out of there.
Yeah, Ms. Justice is going to come up, I believe, after, first, and then policy, but any other questions broadly about the mayor's office, we might be able to tackle that at the end under finance if you'd like, but I'll be here all day, and I know that the team will be, so.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, let's take a break. We will resume at 2:20. All right, we will return to our agenda. Up first, we have Urban Design and Development, Chief Justice, and, yeah, I guess just yourself. And your partner, Ben Bentley, has joined us. Thank you, Ben. We're excited to see you both. All right, we have most council members, some council members here. Only strong survive, so thanks for being with us. All right, so RJ, is there any words you want to introduce before we get started with questions?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. Well, we're coming
Yeah,
back.
I mean, I can tell you why you're getting your bearings, Lauren, or Council Person Ryder. Urban Design and Development doesn't carry a lot of budget items. We work interdepartmentally and with our agency partners most of all, so you won't see a long laundry list of capital items there.
I'll ask a question or maybe make a comment. We do have in our packet a summary of the pilots, and I think that falls under your remits.
Yes.
And I think I'm looking at, just for the public, we have, let's see. Yeah, on page 38 and 39, I believe. Page 38 are those that have already expired. I think you're tracking along, and then others. Currently, it looks like on page 39, we have 4,511 affordable units across, let's call it 20-something properties. I will say that I have been happy to see the creativity of the two of you, particularly as it relates to incorporating affordable housing whenever possible. We all are aware of the housing options where it's only affordable housing, but that being dispersed across the city is great, and where possible, I think this council has been willing to support that. So thank you all for looking for that.
Great, thank you.
That's more of a comment than a question, obviously. Do any of my colleagues have any questions? Councilwoman Ryder.
Councilwoman McKenzie. seems-
Councilwoman McKenzie.
Oh, okay. Rebecca Jane or either Ben, quick question. I'm a little curious about moving the $500,000 from the convention center operations to KCDC for improvements to west-facing Tennessee and condos and Marriott Hotel facade. Are those not private entities? I guess I'm a little, if you can help me understand why we would be, is that a pilot or something?
That was, boys, that was a budget amendment last fall where that was part of a public-private partnership where we partnered with the Marriott and the Knoxville Makers to do a facade improvement. So the facade that faces World's Fair Park, that was a public-private partnership, yes.
And it would be artwork or something?
Yes.
Okay.
That is correct, and it was part of an amendment.
Okay.
I remember that.
Yeah, I slept since then.
Wow,
Once or
that was a good
twice,
blast
yeah.
from the past.
Okay, thanks for that reminder.
That actually, oh, do I get to speak now? Okay. That made me think of something I don't necessarily see here, although maybe it is somewhere. And so because I was thinking of a different Marriott, because I swear it was a Marriott too. The whatever Pyramidal Hotel there behind the big basketball, did that get a pilot?
No,
Oh, what's going on there? Do you know?
it's a private development for student housing. They have a permit, but I haven't seen much movement up there.
Okay.
But it is not a incentive project.
No pilot, no TIF,
No.
just people doing their thing?
Just a
and-
permit.
Or not doing
Private
their thing?
development, yep.
Okay, all right. I guess it was just in the paper. We didn't vote on anything. Interesting. Okay. One other question that I have. So in our packet here, we have all kinds of info, and you may not even know what we're looking at. It says economic development, and I suppose that's you. Proposed budgeted positions, 7, full-time positions, 7. Who are the 7 people?
7 people. Some of those are not fulfilled, but in economic development, policy, urban design and development, we have myself, we have Jeremy Walkup, Liz Albertson, Wes Seward, and that is the current staff.
Okay.
So that's 4.
Okay. I'll ask somebody else, Savannah. I don't know where that number comes from at some other time. I don't know. Anyway.
We do
Yeah,
have
those
open
fo- there's-
positions.
There's 5 folks in there, and I think they've got 1 open position.
It does say currently 1 vacant. I was just trying to figure out how to get to the 7.
7 was FY '24.
It still says 7.
Okay, well, we'll get back to you.
Carter
I'm not sure.
Hall, Cheryl Ball. Who are these people?
So there's a policy, and then there's urban design development, which actually used to be named something different when Ms. Welch was here. So there's been a little cleanup on that, but we'll get back to you on why that
Okay.
says 7 and not 5.
Okay.
If we've got some extra folks, I'm sure RJ would be happy, so. But we'll check on
I just want to
it.
know who her friends are. Okay. I don't think I have any other questions.
Councilwoman McKenzie.
Thank you. I think this one is for Mr. Bentley. We have an item here, emergency shelter grant projects, and it shows a 561.5% increase. Is that emergency shelter grant, is that for people that may be being displaced because of renovations or something? Could you help us understand that just a little bit better?
So I'm actually, and I'll admit I don't see what you're looking at, but
Right.
I don't think that would be one of our programs. I think that would be under housing and neighborhood development.
Oh, that would be Mr. Dubus.
So maybe in the next
Let's
session.
put a pin in that one.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Got ahead of myself.
It is 5. That was my mistake. I copied over from last year by accident.
I have a question around the additional funding for KCDC as it relates to the Magnolia Avenue corridor. Can you talk about, it says in here that it'll be used for site acquisition, due diligence, implementation of public incentives, and site planning. Would you use those funds within the existing staffing that you have? Is this to be used to hire more staff for this particular corridor? Is it just used for external expenses associated with the corridor?
Yeah, so this would be either reimbursement of existing staff time. There's some of that work in terms of creating a redevelopment plan and the public engagement that goes into that. But the bulk of this would be directly related to project expenses in the Magnolia corridor. So in some cases, this might be, acquisition of an easement that's needed for something, or it could be environmental remediation, or it could be the study of the corridor to make it more walkable. Any of those items that are truly external partners related to the redevelopment plan.
Okay. And I'm assuming Knox County Planning will have some of their resource allocated to this corridor as well, which will be a different type of planning and use, planning expenses, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you. I'm going to try to reiterate some of the concerns I'd raised previously with some KCDC developments. But it seems like we have maybe an informal policy currently when it comes to our pilot program that one thing that we're looking for, if it's a project that includes housing, is that 10% of that is going to be affordable or dedicated to being affordable. What I was commenting on the other day was in regards to when we as a city acquire property to be redeveloped. At that point, if that is city property, we're going to put out an RFP, we know what we're going to do, whatever. But at that point of acquisition, we have an opportunity to package a project differently than how we are limited when a private developer comes to us with their own private property that they are looking for an incentive on. So I see that we have a commitment both in this KCDC allotment, and I believe I saw it in another place in our agenda, I'm sorry, in our budget, about acquiring properties, redeveloping underutilized properties. Do we have funding? I guess what we're looking at is all that's come into KCDC, but sometimes there are other parts of our budget, maybe the capital budget, maybe other parts, where there is other funding sources that KCDC is considering when assisting in the redevelopment of properties to help the city imagine how we might turn something into, you know, more than that 10% of affordable housing units.
I think that's a really good point, that when land is publicly owned, whether it's by the city of Knoxville or KCDC, we do have a lot more flexibility to be creative in that space. And so the 10% is a good start, and as you mentioned, that is predominantly used with the private sector development, but we should view publicly owned land, or we could view publicly owned land in a different light.
And do you feel as a city, in order for us to pursue more projects like that, we'll need to budget more towards those types of projects that have more than that 10% affordable housing threshold?
Yes, I think as from a land acquisition standpoint and from creation of mixed income communities, which is kind of what we're doing and I'm very into, yeah, that would be a net positive to the city.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you for being here. We will move on to the next item on our agenda, which is policy. I understand Chief Policy Officer Ball is not here, so we're back to the communications team again. But we're also going to invite Director DeBose, Ben, if you'll stay with us a bit, and Director Kelly from CAC.
Just to let you all know, CAC is going to be one of those tabs at the top of the binder.
Welcome, everyone. Looks like Councilwoman McKenzie is going to get us started with some questions from council.
Well, I'm just going to just repeat my question. I think you already heard, Kevin, which was if you could speak to us a little bit about the emergency shelter grant and what that specifically is used for, what demographic?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So there's the emergency solutions grant, which provides support for, our homeless agencies. Then there's that's all federal funds, but there's also two types of local funding that also helps. One is a match toward that ESG, and the other is just, general support for homeless agencies. But all of those funds go to housing instability type work.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Parker.
Well, and to follow up on that, and you may know this or may not, maybe finance can help, but I thought that budget line specifically previously had gone to fund the low barrier shelter. Do you know if the money for that shelter is included in that budget line?
Yes, that's correct.
Yep, okay, thank you.
For the Emergency Solutions Grant, yes, that's correct.
It's included in that budget line using federal
Yes.
grant money?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilwoman McKenzie.
Thank you. I now switch to CAC. It's good to see you this morning, Ms. Kelly. See here some funding that's requested for some repairs to the LT Ross building. And I'll tell you, I'm just shocked to hear that we've got a roof that has not been replaced in 24 years. And how it's, you know, with all the bad weather that we've had, especially here recently in the last couple of years, it's amazing. And then also tile floors. And so I'm really happy to see that those things are being requested because like some of the agencies that we support, CAC, and I've seen it with my own eyes year after year, gets more than its share of people and residents from our community that need assistance. And that line up in there. It's always busy each time I come in there for help through CAC. And so I think this is a long time coming, and I'm glad to see that this work will finally be done. And then also, could you speak just briefly about the Head Start support request?
Yes, I'd be glad to. And I have a couple of people with me I'd like you to introduce. Jeffrey Vincent is here, and he overjoyed about the roof repair. He does our housing and energy services, but he also is responsible for the maintenance and everything at the Ross Building. And then I have Renee Hagee with us, who's the Head Start Director, and Dottie Livers, who's the Office on Aging Director. That includes the O'Connor Center, and all of their operations, you know, are really important to CAC and to the community. So I thought it'd be nice for you to get a chance to, you know many of them, but I'd like you to meet them anyway.
Right.
So as far as Head Start is concerned, you know, we built the Western Heights Head Start Center with our partner, KCDC. And of course, partner KCDC needs to be repaid for the work and the expense that they went to. So in the Head Start budget, we have about $300,000 a year that goes to pay lease payments on the Western Heights Center, in addition to funds that we are also paying on the North Ridge Center. This is a very good way, has been a very good way to have increased Head Start facilities without having to raise large amounts of capital. So we have a nonprofit partner like KCDC. They build the building. We lease the building from them to repay the money. When the building is paid for, it remains a KCDC property, but they allow us to use it without cost, and then it provides the non-federal share for the grant going forward. So it's a very good way to do this, and at least it was until COVID and until the increases in staffing for teaching staff. And that is now what our big problem is. We're very happy that the schools are able to do the things they're able to do for the teachers, but we compete for the same people in some cases. And so we have had, as you know from CAC board meeting, we've had Head Start classes that we have been unable to open. So we're doing a right sizing of the program, which basically means you reduce the number of children to fit the amount of money that you have. And so we're trying to raise salaries and make the working conditions better by reducing class size and providing additional support in those classes where we have very high-risk children. And we think that that will enable us to open this reduced number of classes. So we would like to support the Head Start budget by relieving them of the extraordinary expense of this $300,000 for the repayment on the Western Heights Center. And that money in turn can go into further increasing Head Start salaries to make them more competitive. And we've made a similar request to the county. So if we have $150,000 that has been requested from the city and $150,000 that's requested from the county, then Renee's budget will be supported with that additional funding, and she won't have to, she'll have that money to add to her personnel salary money. So it won't solve the problem entirely,
Right.
but anything that we can do to get ourselves inched up closer to where the schools are, and the things that we can do to make the job more doable on a day-to-day basis by reducing the class size and providing additional classroom support for those classes where we have children who are very high need, and that assistance is desperately needed in those classes.
Right, thank you. And if memory serves me correctly, I do think that for the children that were more higher needs, that there was a higher staffing ratio per child. Was that correct in the report?
Yes, we're going to have a teacher and 2 assistants in those classes.
Okay.
And we'll have the class size reduced to 15. Is that right, Renee? Yes, to
Okay.
15.
And I think subsequently, there were about, was it 30-plus students, children that would not be able, we'd have to reduce the enrollment into Head Start. Was it by about 30 children?
It was actually more than that.
Was
We're
it?
proposing a bigger drop than that in order to get to the class size that we need.
Okay.
No children who are currently enrolled will be unenrolled.
Well, it just won't be
It's
able.
simply a matter that there will be fewer Head Start slots. And I'll have to say it's something we are doing only because we have to do it.
I understand.
We have
yes.
really been told by our funding source that if we do not have our classes open, we will lose the federal dollars. See, we can reduce the class size now and keep all of our Head Start money. But if we don't get to the place where our classes are open and the children are being served, then we are at risk of losing Head Start funding. So this at least puts us in a position of being solidly staffed at a reasonable level so that when increases come in Head Start, we will be in a position to build our numbers back up again because we do have facilities and things of this sort for it. So with the waiting list that we have for Head Start, this is the absolute last thing we want to do. And if there was any other way around it, we would not be taking this direction. But, and we're not the only program in the country or in the state. This is really pretty much across the board.
Right.
So, but we appreciate the support. It will make a big difference and be a sign to the regional office as well that, you know, our community also supports Head Start and wants to do what they can to help the problem.
Well, we certainly appreciate you and your staff and the work that you do every day to help support our communities and our children, so, and our seniors. Thank you.
No, thank you. You're welcome.
Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you. First, I wanted to start with a question for finance, if that's okay. I know in our charter, we have that Parks and Historic Preservation funding requirement that's either expired or it's about to expire. Do you know where we are with that, the timeline?
You're talking about the $250,000 per year? Yes, ma'am. I checked with the law department and confirmed that, and the bottom line is, as long as we appropriate at least $250,000 a year, we actually appropriate millions, as you just saw in Parks and Rec's budget, towards the upkeep, maintenance, and so forth of parks and/or greenways, then we've met that requirement. And we've exceeded that every year. The last year that is effective is for FY '25, the year that we're about to go into. And, you know, we're going to far exceed that again, but that's the last year that it's in effect by that, forget what it was, an ordinance or resolution, whatever it was passed.
And I bring that up during this portion because I see under Housing and Neighborhood Development, a budget line for historic preservation. Do we know what that amount is for Historic Preservation Administration? No change in the amount budgeted. Is it 300,000?
300,000.
300,000. And so that alone would meet that requirement of the
That
charter.
alone would meet it, but then again, you go back to like, what was it? We had 800K, I think, and Parks and Recreation for parks improvements. We got so much for greenway corridors and that type thing. Actually, that thing was put in place some time ago. 250K doesn't even get you far down the road, so until you brought that up, truthfully, about 2 years ago at one of the budget retreats, I didn't think much about it because I knew we were always going so far over it. But I had read that, so when you said it, I dialed in on it, and then I checked with law to find out, all right, we're meeting this, right? Yes, we are. I'm far exceeding it.
I wonder with our commitment to historic preservation at this $300 level, does the department anticipate that continuing in future years?
Yes. We will be working with Chief Justice and her team on moving historic preservation projects forward and collaborating through our public partnership process.
Okay. I did want to go back to that emergency shelter funding to get a better understanding of the increase. It says a 560% increase.
Ma'am, if I could address that, here's the deal. You see that increase because it's a direct response to the state's recommendation that we budget for all of the grant dollars. In other words, for years, we only budgeted for the new grant dollars that we were going to be receiving in a fiscal year. So in the emergency solutions grant area, now, since we're doing what the state has said, they always want to tweak the budget a little or tweak the act or whatever. So anything that we had that was sitting there in like a fund balance in that special account, we have, now you see that put in there plus the new money, and that's why the 561% looks like a 561% increase.
Okay, perfect. Thanks for that clarification.
I wouldn't have jumped on that, Kevin, but that was kind of
Hey, I appreciate it.
inside baseball. And
And then a couple of more questions for your department. We have ARPA money. That's being moved from housing and neighborhood development? Am I reading that correctly?
Me again, ma'am. No, there's 950,000 that's being moved from a lot of smaller projects that we weren't going to, like, for instance, $87,500, that was for the ARPA vaccination incentive. That's long since passed, but we still got to do something with that. We at one time set up some administrative money in case we needed to hire somebody to help us administrate the ARPA grant, all that type thing. $6,900 in a behavioral mental health thing that we gone as far as we could on that. What we done, we put all that together, it comes up to a little over $950K, and we are giving that to Housing and Neighborhood Development, so Kevin and his team can use that for property acquisition for affordable housing initiatives. That's what that's about.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
One little just kind of nugget I wanted to drop is, as we're considering, well, this doesn't sound like an application project, a process where the department would be able to learn about new projects that could potentially be funded by this money. There are projects that I'm hearing about in the community that community members are, taking the lead on. For instance, a community land trust that could be a good project to receive some of this funding. Are you aware of that project?
Yes, I met with a gentleman, and I will say that ARPA money, Congress has set a deadline
Yeah.
for it to be encumbered and another deadline for it to be spent.
Yeah.
So I have to have a project that's ready to go really quick. Ben and I are working on something that we think is really special that will, utilize that money from an acquisition standpoint.
Yeah,
and you're-
I'm sorry, I was just going to say, Ms. Parker, you were talking about land acquisition and then being able to absolutely directly impact the affordable housing units in our community. That's exactly what Mr. Bentley and Mr. Dubose are working on with this redirected ARPA money, is how do we get active on acquisition and then turn that property around and get affordable housing units out of it, so.
I was just going to say, it sounds like you're not ready to tell us about this exciting project.
I don't know if we can.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll hold off.
It's going to be coming to council shortly.
Okay.
But the bottom line is, that's something that keeps me up at night. Are we going to be able to obligate encumber, using the local government vernacular, to all of this ARPA money? Because that ARPA money has to be encumbered no later than December 31st of this calendar year. And that's why, one reason it's going to Housing and Neighborhood Development. Kevin and his team felt like there might be some potential projects they could make that move and make it move fast for affordable housing. So,
I don't know if this would qualify for that funding, but another thing that I want to continue to push for is city support of a lot of the grassroots organizations that may not be able to manage a federal grant on their own, but could receive, KUB assistance or, those small monthly types of assistance that has a huge impact on them being able to continue operating. But just wanted to drop that. Okay, the other thing I wanted to ask is about the ADA under housing. I see there's funding for the 40th anniversary of Cody. But some concerns coming out of that office around capacity and, there's obviously multiple offices that have limited capacity and want more staffing, but would love an update from you on those discussions.
Sure. That office is staffed at 1.5
Yeah.
persons, and, I requested that person to go full-time. And through this process, what we as a city have determined is that we are adding a lot more capacity to ADA through the human resources. And so, that employee that we hope to move to full-time is somebody who we highly value, but we'll have to find other ways to make that happen.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I have some questions, Mr. DeBose. Couple particular ones. The warming centers that was used this winter, I see a request for funding for potentially doing that again and the security associated with those.
Yeah,
The security for those, were those KPD officers or were they,
they're private security.
okay? And we plan to, intend to go that same route next year?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's a request to share data between HMIS and CARM in the budget as well?
Yeah, and that's just an increase. We've been doing that.
Right.
And it's been funded at the same level for, you know, I don't know, 6, 7 years. And so the additional dollars were just, you know, a natural, you know, upgrade to cover some of their new costs.
Yeah, we rely on a vendor for that connection,
Yeah.
right? And that's what that's for?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then the budget for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, I think, is 8 million and some change?
Yes.
I've heard the mayor say, and we've seen evidence that, I think she uses the multiplier of 15 for every dollar we put into housing. That's what the private market returns. One of the things that you and I have discussed that I just want to kind of mention here is that the dollar amount we put towards housing is important, but the real important thing is the metric that we're aiming for. So we could always use more, and I don't think there will ever be enough, particularly given the circumstances we're in now. But I think it's important that we've got a good housing dashboard now, so if we could elevate the goal, I think, of what we have, of how many units that we
Yeah.
need or are behind. Can you kind of expound upon that? How many units of housing do you think we are as an overall market behind and what our goal is?
Yes. So in our Attainable Resilient Knoxville plan, we have determined that we need 6,000 to 8,000 units by 2029 to cause the market forces to return to some of the affordability and attainability factors that we had before. And, you know, I'm asked all the time, what is our housing deficit? And what we really mean by housing deficit is the number of units that are going to, you know, help us achieve the vacancy rates we got really tight. And in a tight market where there's little availability, that's when the prices go up. And so that 6,000 to 8,000 units not only accounts for the current gap, which I personally put at 4,000 to 5,000, you know, in terms of having that effect, and the new growth, which, you know, our projection says that we need to grow by 540 units, 41 units per year over the next 19 to 20 years. So that includes both of those numbers. So good 6,000 to 8,000, we think will put us where we need to be.
Thank you. I think that's helpful. I think this council's all generally supportive of more housing and affordable housing and placing it all over the city, building into existing developments, as I mentioned earlier. And so I just think it's important for the entire community to know what the goal is and not necessarily focus on the dollar amount. Now, the dollar amounts need to produce a certain amount of housing to get to that goal, but I think the goal is the important part, and that's what we want to see shrink. So whether it's 8 million, 30 million, or we empower 100 million from the private sector, what we want is that number to go down. So I just want to lift that up. Are there other questions from council? If not, thank you for being here. Thank you for your role in our community and what you do, and we'll move on the agenda. Next up is, let's see, Knoxville, Knox County Planning, Strategic Policy and Programs, and the Office of Sustainability. Hello, if you wouldn't mind stating your name and your title for council, we'll get started with some questions.
Carter Halls, Director of Strategic Policy and Programs.
Vasu Pramlani, Director of Sustainability.
Amy Brooks, Executive Director of Knoxville Knox County Planning.
Thank you all for being here. Director Pramlani, welcome. I think this is the first time we've had an exchange together with you, so thanks for being here. Thank you for what you're about to do at in our city. All right, so along those lines, who would like to start with any questions for these three directors? Councilwoman Ryder.
I'll jump right in here. Ms. Primlani, sorry, is that the correct way to say your last name? Primlani? You're new here and kind of, I guess, came in the midst of the budget process. So just maybe this is a chance, one of our first chances to be able to speak with you in a public setting. Kind of what do you see going forward? Any big changes or plans related to the budget or otherwise?
So there's two things that I'm going to be looking at. One is an internal municipal reduction of GHGs by 50% by 2030.
Okay.
And the second one is a reduction by 80% for the entire community by 2050. And for those, we are particularly focusing on this year and the IRA to maximize funding so that we can be funded out 3 years from now. So that's the first focus that I have. Largely, we're going to be looking at three things. We're going to be looking at not just climate mitigation, but adaptation and resilience as well.
Okay. All right. So some programming that'll get out into our community for the adaptations in the residential.
Well, out in the community, my first focus is on transportation because that accounts for 54% of the internal emissions and 59% of the community-wide, and they usually are quite obdurate. So that's the first thing I'm looking at. So we've been in conversations with both CAT and internal fleet, and there's a good bit of innovative projects we will be taking on.
Okay. All right. Well, excited to hear about what you have planned for us.
Thank you.
I'll give my colleagues a chance to ask some other questions, and then maybe I'll come back to some of our other folks up here too.
Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you. I'll just go down my list, and I might have more questions as I listen to the discussion and go through my documents. But yeah, okay, so I'll start with planning, because planning is in front of me. But I'm trying to see what was funded. So there wasn't a request for an annual increase in the staffing allocation that was approved, right? Yeah?
Yes, there was a request, and it was included in the budget.
Okay.
Ms. Brooks, I believe was that around 185,000?
Yes, that's
Yeah,
correct.
185,000. It was requested and included in additional funding.
It's one of the top tabs
Yeah.
if you're looking for it.
Sorry, I'm trying to read it. This is our first opportunity to read it, so I don't really. Okay, last sentence is what I wanted. So this increase will allow you to add up to 2.5 full-time employees. And this is not a one-time expense. This will be an ongoing, permanent expansion of the.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was trying to clarify. Okay, I'm going to move on to Office of Sustainability, which is not in front of me at the moment. But I will say welcome, and it's wonderful to be able to, finally speak with you as a body and hear about the priorities of the Office of Sustainability under your leadership. Still not finding it. It's in the back?
Yeah, if you're on planning, it should be the next tab on the side.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, all right, all right.
Ms. Parker, if you want me to jump in, there were really two requests that were funded. It was again, it was a fleet electrification request, and it was a community charging request. And I'm sure that Basu could jump in and answer. I don't have the details, but I think you've got some info on both those items.
Yeah, and also in addition to that, as much as you can, helping us get an understanding of our goals when it comes to community charging.
So there's a few things here. First, we'd actually asked for 455,000, and we were granted 100. So of that, 50% is for our fleet electrification, which is right in line with our goals, the citywide goals, and then 50% for community. Now here, I would like to say that there is a federal push for EVCI, electric vehicle charging infrastructure, in just as 40 communities. At the same time, my contention is that generally folks living in those communities cannot afford EVs. So we're going to come up with a bipolar approach, getting them the most expensive EVs, which are our electric buses, $1.2 million a pop, and the least expensive ones along additional electric vehicle lines to be able to move in zero emission ways, which if you don't pay attention to this, we'll just have EVCI in those communities and they won't be able to use them. I'd like to combine that with resilience to have solar PV, so when the grid goes down, we're shifting our fuel to electrification, but when the electricity goes down, we suddenly don't have fuel. So we're going to build resilience in both at the Magnolia fleet, so the electric buses can be charged in the event of extreme events or the grid going down, as well as these local hubs, which we would like to situate in low-income communities, KCDC properties, et cetera, so that we can still move. So that's kind of, because equity is very intrinsically situated, not just programmatically, but at the federal level.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that explanation and that approach. One of my concerns, and it's like trying to figure out what's the best approach, is the need to create policies that move us as a community into, making some of these investments and upgrades, but at the same time recognizing that for parts of our community, they're not going to necessarily benefit from some of these things. One thing I think about are the in-home charging requirements in low-income communities. How do we, prepare our city for the future, but not, further gentrification and things like that, but provide services that actually serve the folks who live there now?
So that's precisely what we want to provide them, the ability to go to work. There is going to be a back-end prosperity building aspect of that as they are better connected. Because there are equity pieces in terms of access, as well as if you look at the tree canopy, there's a difference between, say, Sierra Hills and East Knoxville. And I want to equalize all of that for the sake of all of us. And if all of us aren't in it, it's not going to work. So around that, for multifamily home units, we can use what's called street furniture, existing poles, street lights, and build EVCI from that, and much cheaper than previously anticipated because I'm using other strategies as well. So it's going to be absolutely fantastic, and we are leveraging funds also, so we don't have to put anything in. You'll see stuff coming down the pike where we're not required to do the matching funds as a city, but we are leveraging our CBO partners as well as other in-kind services. So you'll see that coming down.
Awesome. Thank you for that. For strategic policy and programs, I don't really have many questions, but there was kind of a continuation of the a conversation around the mobile delivery devices. I cannot remember what they're called. And I did get a follow-up email from the company that's currently operating at UT, and I wondered if those conversations are continuing, or if you think there'll probably be a pause before the city returns to a potential policy around that.
Sure, I would expect at this time that those conversations will largely be paused until we can see how deployment looks in other cities. Local representatives from Vol Dining, had expressed to me that their current operating service area, which was not impacted by the ordinance that was adopted, was working well for them, pending some, further down the line development that is still accessible to them with the ordinance that went into place. I think at this point, we're probably just in a bit of a wait and see how the technology still develops and if we want to revisit it in the future.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Councilwoman Ryder.
Okay. Ms. Brooks. So, I see you had a couple of requests, and you had some things not funded. On the one hand, let's see, there's the additional staffing. And then there's the development of pattern pre-reviewed plans. So I see that request, it wasn't funded, but it's approximately 45,000. Is that what your guesstimation is
Yes,
for that?
that was what our estimate was.
Okay. How'd you guys come to that estimate? Just curious.
We talked to, there's not a lot of communities that have done this.
Okay.
There's one in Indiana, and so we had reached out to a few of those and inquired. And then also just looking at how much an individual, when you purchase an individual plan, how much that would cost. So we were estimating out how many could we do for a
Multiplying.
reasonable, yeah.
Okay, okay. All right. Which municipality in Indiana did it do?
South Bend.
South Bend? Okay, interesting. Okay, because we can go online and look at what they have. Is it something that's?
Yes, I'd encourage you
Viewable?
all to take a look, and I'm happy to send that link out to you all,
Okay.
but.
Yeah, I know, I'm pretty interested in that. Then the other big thing that you asked for, the larger ticket item that didn't get funded, was the updating of the general plan. And I feel like we put a lot of pressure on you guys there's some various things that need to be updated, and contributed to some lively conversation here last Tuesday night, so a smidge related. I guess the thing is, how much longer can we go on not funding an update to the plan? I don't know that that's a fair question to you, but.
Let me jump in
Yeah,
very quickly, just
sure.
from the administration's point. We absolutely want to do that work.
Yeah.
We also know that is, it's a substantial project. Some of us have been through the recode process and obviously advanced NOx, the amount of work that's going to go into that. That's a goal to complete during this administration's second term. It just wasn't something this next year with Transforming Western, reconnecting communities, and some of these other big projects we felt like we could immediately take on right now. But it is something that I think, like the website, you'll see in the following
Okay.
fiscal year.
So one of the things that are in here, so I guess the 650, where does the estimation come from? Is that like paying an outside consulting company? Like, what would it cover?
That would primarily cover an outside consulting company to come and assist.
Not Camiros. Just my 2 cents in case it gets voted on when I'm off this body.
I don't think that they do long-range plans.
Okay, good.
So yeah, I
good.
think we're safe there,
Sorry.
yeah.
No, I'm just being blunt, catty and blunt. Okay, it's just important. We have a lot of community members who will point to the small plans, the small area plans, And granted, that's not part of the stuff that's, guaranteed or whatever within the charter or the ordinances. The small area plans are there, and they're very grossly outdated, and people refer to them when they say something is warranted or not warranted, and they're just not up to speed. So it hinders us, and it hinders valid commentary when members of the community are looking at their areas for things and changes that have happened and are happening. So, all right, thanks.
I only have one question for Director Brooks. The council at our retreat provided a list of priorities that we would like to see planning include in their work plan. So I know you've got also the county side of your work to consider, but have you all finalized your work plan that is driven by this budget?
Yes, we have. Would you like for me to address the
Yes,
the
please.
items that you all had
Yeah,
identified?
I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, so item 1 on that list was related to the corridors, the corridors for redevelopment, initiate necessary studies and programs. I will say that we have a number of efforts that are currently underway that we think that addresses this item. So we have the areas of persistent poverty grants that you all approved fairly recently. We're working with CAT on that. The Magnolia Avenue redevelopment plan, we'll be working with the city and KCDC on helping support their efforts there, assisting the Office of Sustainability on some of their work to promote connections of the disadvantaged communities to public transportation. We're also supporting CATS Reimagine, the implementation of that. So we'll be making some major updates to their routes and their route maps. And again, supporting the implementation of the Reconnecting Communities Initiative. So lots of work underway related to corridors. Item 3, I think was a bit of a bigger ask, but I think that there are parts of that we could start to tackle with this particular work program.
This is just for everybody else that doesn't have them handy. This is the vacant property inventory for city and corridors.
Yeah, so with the corridors, we could start to address that through the work that I just mentioned,
Right.
In particular with the work that we're doing with CAT. And, we can start to think about how we would create a type of inventory for the entire city. Again, that's going to involve other departments. It's not just going to be us. And I think it would be plans review and inspection. It would be the property assessors. And we want to make sure that we can keep that information up to date. And so we
Okay.
don't want to just create something static and.
Right,
so
just a report that we look at one
Yeah.
time and, okay.
So that might cover a couple different
Okay.
work programs. And then items 5 and 6. So these, and right now are, we can start to include them in our discussions with plans review and inspection as we're looking at zoning code updates. But we really will be looking for you all to provide us a little bit more information about what desired outcomes you want associated with those.
Just for
We-
council as a refresher, the numbers 5 and 6 she's referring to are review homeless sheltering, social service zoning, and evaluate institutional zone to consider changes. So you need some further direction from us on our desire for that?
Yes, what you're hoping
Okay.
to achieve, yes.
And the only thing I think I didn't hear mentioned were the CG1 design standards.
Yeah, so CG1 design standards, we do think that could be part of the conversation as we're working on these corridors as part of that persistent poverty grant. I think there's going to be some recommendations that come out of that of tweaks that might need to be made to the code.
Okay.
So again, that's been on our work program for a while, and it'll stay there.
Okay. In honor of Councilman Roberto, I couldn't leave that out. And we already covered Councilman Thomas's corridors. So, did we miss anything for Lynn while she's away? I can't think of anything she would have asked about. She's a big corridor fan too, so. All right, any other questions? Councilwoman Ryder?
Yeah, I just, as a tidbit, Ms. Brooks, one of the questions was about an inventory or one of the requests was for an inventory of blighted or vacant properties, I guess. It's probably, Debbie Sharp's not here, but I don't even know if she's aware of it. At one point, the Office of Neighborhoods / Becky Wade's department had something of that nature. Because,
We did an assessment of specifically around neighborhood codes enforcement.
yeah,
It was actually when Mayor Harrell was here.
it's a long time ago.
Yeah, we had a vendor, we were part of a project with other cities. And so it's been a while and that changes every day, you know?
Yeah.
And that was more based on the legal definition of blighted properties that were vacant
Okay,
versus just, a big box on a corridor that's vacant, which is not blighted, it just happens to not have
Right.
anybody in it. So I think what council has asked is, what are those opportunities on the corridor specifically that are open, vacant?
specific to corridors.
Yeah.
Is that the ask, Amy? Is specific to corridors?
My understanding is it's specific to corridors, but
Okay.
also citywide.
Okay,
Was it part of
okay,
the ask?
okay. Yeah, I'm guessing what Massey's department, it was like an Excel spreadsheet or something, and it's probably quite stagnant and hasn't been touched in a really long time, but, all right.
Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you. Director Brooks, I had a question for you. When the Planning Commission reviews the capital budget, are there certain criteria that the Planning Commission is using to guide their decision?
No, there is no specific criteria that they've been given to evaluate the CIP.
Okay, so, well, I don't really know how to move from that question, but I guess I'll just make a statement rather than a question. We need, let me not say that, because we might have a process in place, but it's not clear to me at this moment what it is. But as we have, multiple projects moving forward, and we just, Mr. Grace talked about Chapman Highway and South Knoxville projects recently, and as I was looking through the budget, I noticed a couple of projects, like there was Henley Street Bridge, something. There's something with the Henley Street Bridge, pedestrian improvements or something like that. And there's other stuff. There's like multiple projects that are going to happen right around Henley Street Bridge.
That was I think a Chapman Highway multimodal. There'd been a plan and a study, and it's a state route and TDOT. There is a lot, so.
Well, and so my question is, how do we plan for, trying to ensure that there's still movement within the city? We're not over-congesting an area with too many projects. We may want to budget for something because it's a priority, but start it a year later while another project on the other side of town gets completed so that, we're not disrupting the flow of the city too much. Can you help me understand how the city engages into that?
So I'm going to start high, and then Amy Brooks, I'm sure, can talk a little bit about the TPO and federal funding, so I think I'm going to go back to the need for really what the county did. If you look at our recode and our zoning, we tackled a zoning code. The county has hit their comprehensive plan and done a really good job, I think, of hitting the big picture, then digging into their zoning code. And I think we need to now, after we've done recoding our zoning code, we need to go back and hit the big picture. So that will be really important to start to tie land use with infrastructure and get those tied together. That's what the county has done, and I think we want to get there before this administration now. So that's super high up. So how do we plan for effective movement of people, bicycles, walkers, cars through our city? And right now it's a mix, so it depends on the funding type, oftentimes through the TPO. Oftentimes our engineering department is aware of health and safety issues, Vision Zero and others, just through our own studies on city streets. So having that more coordinated through, again, updating the comprehensive plan and tying infrastructure to that plan and land use is going to be really important long-term. Right now, it really depends on the funding source. A lot of our bigger projects are tied to federal dollars that are routed through the TPO and the TIP and our engineering department in coordination with planning. Amy, is that a fair statement?
I think you did a great job there, yes, explaining TPO, yes.
Yeah, that is helpful. I do think that's a little bit different than what I was asking. I'm just saying, like, in one budget year, you know, if we had 10 road projects on Chapman Highway, that might inhibit traffic on Chapman Highway,
Yeah.
right? So that's what I'm talking about is
Okay.
all of the projects that we have listed in this budget, do we have someone in the city who's thinking about, will all of these projects be able to move forward at the same time and not hinder the city?
So is there one person? No. Are there teams of people that think about how investments happen? And I think Chapman is a really good example where you have a state route. You've got, which means, TDOT, Region 1, our team, and the TPO, and potential federal funding. And then you've got city investments through the South Waterfront. Oftentimes where you have investment in redevelopment areas, the infrastructure is in a condition that needs to be brought up, especially the transition from an industrial waterfront use to a mixed-use redevelopment like we've seen in the South Waterfront. And then you've got a mix of public sector improvements as well as like streetscapes with the private dollars happening right next to that. Usually when we go into these areas, KUB needs to upgrade their utilities. So there is going to be some slowdown. So where you see investment and interest is oftentimes means there's going to be infrastructure improvements at the same time. Mayor Rajero used to say that those orange cones or orange barrels on the road meant that there was redevelopment and new investment, and that's fairly accurate. I know that Chapman for about a month or two had a lot of congestion. KUB came in to upgrade some infrastructure, and it had it down to one lane, I think, coming into town. It was pretty choppy in the morning. So there is a team of people. I would say that the planning team, the urban design and development and engineering work pretty regularly to try to manage that as best they can. But when there's investment and there's old infrastructure, it takes a little time to bring it up to par. So,
Thank you.
yep.
Any other questions? Director Hall, just a question around noise control downtown. Do you want to give an update on the city's plans in that regard this year?
I'm happy to give an update on where we're at with the noise enforcement cameras, if that's okay. I know
Yes,
that
please.
KPD is working on some enforcement strategies on their end. As far as the noise cameras go, where we're at with that is this budget does include $80,000 to procure 2 cameras. Either how we procure those cameras is still a little up in the air. What we're really looking at doing is bundling that in with the red light camera. I know that there's a discussion about that RFP going out potentially this year, earlier in this budget hearing. Either way, we are still working on, really what the holdup has been with those is we ended our demo period. I know we did a council workshop on how the demo with the noise enforcement cameras went. The holdup has been really figuring out a way to use those cameras to cite violators of our noise ordinance. That's something that we were not able to do during the demo. We were waiting sort of really on a private sector solution to come up to fill the back end of that, like the red light cameras do offer. Looks like we're going to be able to make that happen in this next fiscal year, so this funding would allow us to act on that opportunity when it comes up.
Okay.
Yeah, I do want to jump in. Look, noise in downtown, noise in our neighborhoods is a big deal. There's been a lot of discussion on Facebook and other social media outlets. I think urban residents are frustrated and neighborhood residents with modified mufflers that are really, really noisy. So I'm actually pulling together a meeting with KPD and with our traffic engineering folks. We've got to do some just traditional enforcement. We've done some, but we need to do some more targeted enforcement and then be really public about that so folks are aware that it's just not appropriate. So you'll be seeing more of that over the coming weeks, and because it is very frustrating for people who are trying to enjoy an evening downtown or who live downtown or in other neighborhoods as well. So
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, thank you. Appreciate you being here and weighing in on these things. All right, next up is a return to finance. Mr. Evans? Can you all go down there? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I want to address one thing that Councilwoman Parker brought up a little while ago. Ma'am, you were asking about the elections. And what we do is we'll budget like for this past or the current FY, the FY that we're about to end right now. We budgeted, I believe it was $500,000 for that because we had several members of council running for election, and we also had the mayor's election. And then in the years where we don't have an election coming up, like in FY '25 that we're talking about the proposed budget for, we'll usually just throw $10,000 in there as almost like a placeholder. And then the next year, if we've got a budget, then we'll put $500,000 in there again. And that's generally how that happens. You were mentioning that earlier.
And I may have been reading it wrong. What struck me was it seemed like we budgeted last year but didn't spend it.
No, this in the
fiscal
FY
year.
that we're in, oh,
Yeah.
yes, ma'am,
We
that's
spent it.
spent.
Okay, I
I
read it
remember
wrong.
getting a hard copy invoice. But, yeah, I'm willing to answer any questions anybody's got about our finance department's budget. It's pretty meager compared to most of them, but
I do have one question around vacancies. It seems
Sure.
like for the past 3 years, you've hovered between 7 and 9. Is that average? It sounds like you're,
we're
are you in dire need of people?
No. We're understaffed, but we've got, I believe it's 9 vacancies right now, 7 in accounting and budget, and 2, I believe, are in our revenue division. And we are working to fill those vacancies, but it's nothing like it was several years back. We've come a long way since then, but we've got, and one that's going to be filled was the new position that you approved. We just don't have the money for it till we go into the new FY for the contract compliance officer, also in purchasing division. That's getting ready to kick in. We're locked and loaded and ready to get that thing out there, but got to have the money to do it. But no, our vacancies, yeah, they're about where they have been. We're taking some active steps. I know Kitchen is, like we've sent HR what we need to put in for like a comptroller, and there's some other things that we're working on.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Evans? If not, we'll move on to the next department, which is the Law Department. Mr. Swanson, welcome. Welcome. Is there anything you'd like to say before we ask any questions?
I appreciate being here. This is the part where historically I tell you about how proud I am of the lawyers up there and the work that they do and the support staff that support them. I'm still very proud of all those things, but I've been told I'm not supposed to tell you that this year and just let you ask questions.
Okay. All right, well, let's open the floor. Any council members' questions for Mr. Swanson? Councilwoman Parker.
It looks like small increases in the department. Is it largely the cost of living increases that are part of salary? And are there some real increases in expenses?
There are those. Other than that, the only increase that we've got is we've got some equipment that is very old and not serviceable anymore for our support staff, and we've needed to replace that, and so we budgeted to do that. We've got desks where the drawers don't work, and they're dented up. They've been there for 20 years, 30 years, whatever.
Gotcha. Can you speak on the agenda management software at all?
No, ma'am, I cannot. Maybe somebody else can. Amanda, our office.
So the agenda management system, our Minute Track that puts out the agenda that you all receive every other week, it's no longer being supported.
Okay.
So we are looking at new agenda management software that we are in. We've been about 6 months now working on it, getting it built, making sure it's right for the needs of our office to put the agenda together and to make sure it's right for you all. So we're probably still about 4 to 6 months out. It may be early fall, hopefully, is kind of what we're shooting for. But there's no guarantee, but we're working on it.
And it sounds like something that will perhaps, that is needed for, the law department, but from our end, it'll all look the same, perhaps, or will it look different?
It's our hope that it will look very similar. It's going to be a web-based system as opposed to installed on each local desktop. And we're hoping to customize it just a little bit more than the existing product. We've been working with Mr. Johnson's office on that as well, so he's part of the testing of that as well. So hopefully the product that we get to council is going to look substantially the same.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
And I know my answer sounded a little flippant, but the truth was, I couldn't help you with that because I don't know how all that stuff works.
And I knew that was going to be your answer, to be honest, but.
All right, if no other further questions, or do you have another one?
Nope, sorry.
Okay, thank you. You all set a record today. All right, next up, City Court. Judge Cavanis, I think I saw you come in. Welcome. The microphone is all you need to turn on, and yeah, you're ready.
All right. Well, thank you, Vice Mayor Smith, members of the council. Thank you for having us here today. I thought it might be helpful, just since this is my first time here, for this reason, just to give I suppose a brief overview of my view of the city court's budget and sort of the fiscal operation of the city court. I won't take long to do this, but I suppose the goal of all government to some extent is to relatively break even with the income and revenue it generates versus the services that it provides to its citizens. And city court is no different. The structure of city court is that we are really driven entirely by the court costs and fines that are associated with any ordinance violations that make their way to the court and are adjudicated in the court. And then that is directly tied to the number of tickets that are being issued by the Knoxville Police Department. And of course, as we all know, that just fluctuates at any given time based on what's happening in the community and also the needs of the department. And so I think what we see historically and what is true this year is that city court is largely self-sustaining, and we're not losing money, but we're also not profiting off of these fees and fines either. They really are, we are keeping it pretty between the lines of using these court costs to fund the operation of the court, fund the goals of accountability using these fines and fees, but also, and also to just promote community safety through the adjudication of the ordinances and violations that come into the court. And so for all of that, I think is just the backdrop to say that with our budget this year, we see really the only substantive increase is in our rent that we're paying to PBA for the use of the public safety complex. That is by far our largest expense, and of course, that's not one that we have very much control over. But other than that, some of our office supplies went up a relatively nominal amount, and then also some of our travel expenditures and airline expenditures. And I think that is, all of that is really just due to, those are numbers that we haven't really looked at in a few years. You have a judge who doesn't love driving as much as the previous judge did, and so requested a nominal increase in our airline budget. But ultimately, from our day-to-day operations of the court, we really did not seek much of an increase, and it's just that rent that went up. And so,
Council, thank you. Councilwoman Ryder.
Yeah, I just was, Judge Cavanis, I'm not familiar with any travel that the city court is involved in, since you brought that up. Where to?
Well, no plans
How
yet.
far?
Although well, actually, I should say, within the last 2 months, we have been to Murfreesboro, both myself and Ms. Coleman, our court administrator. We have mandatory continuing learning requirements each year. I believe Ms. Coleman is 3 hours, and right now I'm mixing up. I have to do them as a lawyer as well, and I have to do both. And so I think mine is 6 as a judge and then perhaps 12 as a lawyer, but don't hold me to those numbers right now.
Continuing ed credits
Yes,
required.
and so that's, in terms of travel, that would be the primary expense, would be any relevant conferences, which they do hold, both on the administrative side of things, through MTAS, Municipal Technical Assistance Services. They put on statewide conferences, and then, of course, there are judicial conferences as well. So that would be the purpose of any travel for the court or for the court staff.
Okay, all right. And then Ms. Coleman, I just wanted to ask you, I know Judge Cavanis can't comment, but how's the new space? How are you adjusting to that? Got a brief visit and tour of your office right as you got there. And I don't know that you guys were quite settled when I came through on the tour, so how's it going?
Well, now that we've gotten settled, it's a wonderful space. The courtroom is beautiful. We have several people that have, or other departments that have wanted to use it for different reasons and meetings. And, you know, we have space. We can walk down the hall without having to turn sideways now to let someone pass. So it's a very nice facility, and we enjoy the space.
So it suits your needs and the clients that come in's needs,
Yes.
the public?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
We can help. Previously, we could only help one person or 2 people at a time, and now we can assist 4 to 5 people at a time if needed. So the space is definitely suits us.
All right, okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you. Judge Cavanis, since you have taken your office, your seat, you have engaged in some interesting and needed collaborative community outreach efforts. I was wondering if you could tell us more about what programs you see the being able to carry out in this upcoming year.
Sure. I think that perhaps the most visible effort that we have been focusing on is addressing this issue of folks in our community not having a valid driver's license. There's approximately 77,000 people in Knoxville and Knox County who don't have a valid or who have a revoked or suspended driver's license. And of course, that can be for many reasons, but one of the reasons is because of how our state law, the non-payment of court costs and fines results in the suspension of a driver's license. And so I'm very grateful to our county leadership. Mike Hammond in the Knox County Clerk's Office has done some really phenomenal things in being very purposeful about addressing those issues. And so some of the collaboration we've already been working on is through a driver's license reinstatement fair back in March. We collaborated with the county and the state. The Department of Safety sent representatives, and folks were able to pre-register for that event. They were able to appear in front of the judges to address any legal holdups that there may be on their license. And then there were representatives from the Department of Safety there actually with their equipment and their computers that they could process that paperwork. And there were about a half dozen people who actually left that day. They were able to print a driver's license at that event. And so there were many others who, because they hadn't had a driver's license in so long, they maybe needed to take a vision test or a driving test, something like that. So they weren't able to actually do it that day, but they addressed many of those impediments. And so I think there's also some efforts that we're making internally to ensure that when someone does come before the court, perhaps it's not the reason that they are actually there. They may be there for one reason, but in the course of talking with them about their case or the circumstances of the case, it becomes apparent that there's another stressor going on in their life, such as housing instability or financial instability, or perhaps even mental health or substance abuse issues. And so one of my efforts has been trying to just really have communication and, whether it's lunch or a sit-down meeting with some of the folks in our community who are already working on those issues, so that if nothing else, I might have a business card sitting on my desk, and that person, when they leave, they can at least leave, hopefully, with a contact point that if they choose to engage in those services, it's not court-ordered, but if they choose to, they at least maybe have some guidance and some direction in addressing some of those questions. And so really, I think overall, to answer your question, recognizing that city court is an important touch point in the community for many, many people, and the issues that those folks come into court with, our goal, we may not be able to fix all of those issues through the court system, and in fact, we won't be able to, but hopefully that person leaves at least with more guidance or more direction than they came in with. So.
Well, I think they're wonderful initiatives. I've loved hearing about them. I think they're needed in our city, and I wanted to applaud your leadership for making it happen.
Thank you.
And I look forward to more innovative ideas, I'm sure, that will come from your leadership. So thank you so much.
Thank you. More praise would be accepted.
Any other questions? Thank you. Congratulations on your new role, and thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me here.
Okay, to finish us up, the legislative body, that's us and our staff. I thought first I'd ask Ms. Kirk to give an update on the audit.
Yeah, sure. So there have been a few changes over the past year with the audit committee. I think you're probably all aware of. They did come before council for a vote. So the committee now has 3 citizen representative seats on it. 2 of those are currently filled. If you know anyone that wants to serve, please have them submit an application, because we're still trying to fill 1 seat. Also, throughout that, we did establish a work plan, which included working on risk assessments for 3 different departments, and then based on those risk assessments, completing audits. And this year, I've completed 1 risk assessment for the fleet department that resulted in a kind of mock OSHA audit that I performed with a new risk employee who has moved. He's left now, so that position is vacant again. But we did that before he left, and that report will be going to the audit committee in June. And then whenever this body is ready, I'll be happy to give you all an update on that as well.
Thank you. I just had one comment on this. As council is aware, in our retreat in February, we all agreed that we could do a lot more good in the community. We are close to the constituents, and so if we could increase our 202 funds, we could provide more small organizations with better funding to do neighborhood or just community good work. And so those funds have not been increased since 2005, so we're working on 20 years of the same. And this year, we have $90,000 more. So 5,000 more per council member have been added. So cheers to council for agreeing on this need, and grateful to the mayor for proposing it in her budget. With that said, are there any other questions of Will or Savannah?
Yeah, that's what I want to clarify.
Add up.
Oh, sorry. 5,000, sorry, Will, were you going to?
45,000.
Oh, you said not, okay.
The total
Excuse me.
amount is 15, or no,
Yeah, it's not 90,000, it's 45,000. Excuse me.
Okay, okay, because I was
Yeah.
like, you're holding half of it to yourself.
So
District
council,
one's killing it.
so
No.
just to clarify, council right now has $10,000 per council member to use for 202 funds, and this would increase that to $15,000 per council member.
Gotcha.
yes.
I was trying to tuck some more into the first district, sorry. Yeah. Councilwoman Parker.
I didn't really have anything, but I will say that I'm happy to see that increase, you know. And I hope that it continues to increase because, you know, I think 20 years later, we are in a different place and it'll, you know, we have other factors to take into consideration, including the capacity of our city council office staff. But I think we can do a lot of good by incrementally increasing this budget line, so I'm happy to see that.
I did include I think it's like 2 or 3 years of what was spent in that fund. So the requests that we received and what their full request was and how much of that request council was able to meet. I am a little bit concerned about this increase causing additional applications, which may be difficult to deal with. Which we will handle. But if it doesn't cause an increase in applications, then I imagine it will cause an increase in the amount that each organization requests. And so I wanted to let you all have this information going into July so that when those requests start filing in, you can give more per applicant and we don't end up in the fourth quarter with a lot of funds and not a lot of applicants.
Vice Mayor, can I make a comment, please?
Yes, Councilwoman McKenzie.
And Savannah, in a perfect world, that probably would be how it's going to be, but more than likely, there are going to be more people that potentially apply for 202 funds. In that event, is Angela trying to be able to assist with that, or could that be an option?
So Will and Angela are both informed enough to do it in my absence, which they will get some practice at later this year. But it definitely is not within their job duties. So I guess that would be up to the vice mayor and or this body as to whether they wanted them to take on those duties. You know, I think this year is going to be a kind of see what happens. Of course, as my duties pick up with audit, that's where I'm concerned about the applications coming in. We'll just have to wait and see, I think.
Yeah, and with that said, because to be honest with you, I would hope that more organizations do take advantage of applying for the 202 funds. So I think I would like to challenge us to say, is there a way to streamline that process? Is there a way to make it more automated? You know, going forward. So, yeah, thank you. But yeah, we do know that it's time consuming for you and appreciate the work that you do. Thanks.
Councilwoman Parker.
That conversation made me think about HR policies and maternity leave. And what are our policies in the city? It doesn't seem like we're budgeting for some temporary staff to take on work of those who might be taking leave.
So let me separate out our leave policies, and I'll have to get you I just don't have that in front of me.
Oh, yeah, no.
But the temporary staff, I think any time, like for example, if someone in the recorder's office was going to take off because of an event and they needed temporary staff, anytime that happens, we get that routinely. We would want to provide what we call a temporary full-time or temporary part-time employee. And we work all the time with departments. So again, if the vice mayor, if there was a window where that needed to happen, we just need to know about it. We'll work on it in finance.
Within the current budget?
Yeah, usually we'll do, of course, we'll do it in the current budget, and so, absolutely. And that has happened where people have perhaps been out for a sustained amount of time, and we need to bring somebody in to just fill that void. So we'll make sure that we do that if that arises.
That is something that Will and Angela and I are paying attention to see what kind of needs there will be in the office in my absence, what they can handle for a little while, and what they may not be able to. So a lot of that will depend on, of course, their work level at that time, too. It helps that it's not an election year.
Yeah, I imagine.
Councilwoman Ryder.
Yeah, I would just say I agree with Councilwoman McKenzie's comment about, maybe there are ways to streamline it. I feel like part of my support in asking for more 202 funds is that there are already a large number of people asking for funds, but unfortunately, usually they're asking for, thousands, and sometimes we can only give them $200. Even each, and sometimes we make it to maybe not even half their ask. So my hope is that we can, help people. I can't think of an adequate, but let's say somebody asks to build a tiny little bridge, and all we can do is give them the money for the paint to go on the bridge, and they can't even afford to get the bridge. I mean, I don't mean a real bridge. I mean, you know what I mean. Maybe a bridge over a koi pond. But the point is that is a comparable example of they need to build a bridge over a tiny little pond, and we can't afford to help them buy the lumber and the whatever to do the community project, but we could afford to give them enough money to do the paint. And so the hope is, my predecessor was really big on funding tangible things like playground and parks equipments, things that were enduring and that would be around. And with inflation and increases in things, it was just very hard to fund anything more than the pizza at the end of a community or neighborhood organization. And I would really like to help our neighborhoods by helping them do, their banners or their park benches or their whatever that ties them together and creates that community cohesiveness as they need it, so.
I do want to be very clear. I'm very excited for council to have these extra funds. I think it's in here. Historically, that fund was at $360,000 instead of $90,000. And so, I'm very excited, and I think this fund should continue to grow because it is an opportunity for council to help the community. I just think as it continues to grow, as the needs for audit services continue to grow, as Will and Angela become more occupied with their work, just keep in mind that it is just the three of us, and that may eventually turn into a staffing need.
Vice Mayor, my last
Yes.
comment. Savannah, I know that, I think it was during my term as Vice Mayor that we went to the quarterly. Has that helped any, making it quarterly versus monthly?
Yes, absolutely. So yeah, prior to that, we basically accepted applications all day, every day. And so when they would come in, I would work one up, and then I would get any additional information and then send it out. And then sometimes in the middle of that, another one would come in, and it was very disruptive. And yes, so I think moving to quarterly has allowed me to be able to focus a little bit more on audit and work on some of that, focusing efforts, so that we actually get to do that part of the department as well.
Okay, thank you.
I do think, moving even twice a year or once a year would help even more. But I know sometimes council members have been resistant to that because of the way needs arise.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, I think with some of the organizations that come to us for funding, that wouldn't be feasible for them because some of them are, a lot of them don't have the money to front an event and wait for the quarterly, paycheck to be cut, and they have to go into their pockets. And so,
I do try to work with organizations sometimes, so sometimes they won't get me their application until after the deadline, and I'll just tell them, if you can get it to me by this time, before I send the email out to you all, I'll go ahead and include it. And of course, I would still do that, but I understand completely.
yeah. So it kind of, sounds like what I'm hearing is that the audit responsibilities are growing more and more. And so this is just kind of on top of that, and it sounds like you're concerned that something may, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, and, you know, like the budget binder, that is a nonstop process for me. Like, literally, I don't look away from my computer from the time the budget's released until this day. But, you know, we had a 2:02 deadline on the 14th, and I haven't looked at those applications yet. So that's an example of, you know.
Well, you're sitting right next to the vice mayor.
Mr. Johnson, you wanted to point out one of my many errors.
No. One point of clarification, prior to, or in fiscal year 2003 and before, the funding for 202s was $360,000. In fiscal year 2004, it was reduced to zero. And then in fiscal year 2005, it was restored partially to $90,000. So I just wanted to provide a little bit more historical context for what the funding had been in that time period.
Yeah, thank you.
And that's in your binder. It's page 608, should be page 608, but it's about 2 past your tab.
Okay, any other questions? If not, we will break for this session and return, Councilwoman Parker.
Yeah, my question is anyone signed up for public forum?
I will need to check with Ms. Hopper about that, but we'll get back to you on that. No one as of now.
Because if no one has signed up, our rule, they can't sign up at this point. The deadline is 4.
That's right. Mr. Frost, what do you suggest?
I conferred with Mr. Johnson, and in the notice, it didn't give, you can correct me if I'm wrong or I misheard it, there wasn't a 4 o'clock notice.
That's my understanding. So the Finance Department publishes the synopsis of the budget, and they include the public hearing date and time. I don't think there was a cutoff time provided in the notice.
No, there never is. Every year, we publish the same thing. It's given to us, the format by the state, and that's what we follow. And it just says there'll be a public forum at 5:00, or the public hearing part at 5:05 if anybody wants to talk. I didn't know if you,
I defer to the council, but I think we ought to legally just be here at 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, we'll stay here until 5, but we'll recess for now. It is 5:05. As part of our legislative agenda, this is the part we have for public hearing. Mr. Johnson, has anyone signed up to speak?
No, Vice Mayor.
Okay, without objection, this meeting is adjourned.